Story 1. My fiancée shrugged and said, "I don't see why I need to choose between you and Robert. We have history." When I pointed out that we were getting married in 3 months, she rolled her eyes and replied, "You're being dramatic. He'll always be part of my life." I simply smiled and nodded. That was 2 hours ago. By the time she returned from her quick coffee with him, her history was sitting in a metal trash can on the porch. The wedding ring she gave me was listed for sale on Facebook Marketplace, and the locks to her house were changed. I've always believed that people who claim they don't do drama are usually the ones manufacturing it by the truckload. My fiancée Caroline was living proof. The woman who once told me she valued straightforward communication was now explaining why her ex-boyfriend deserved more access to her life than I was comfortable with. And she was doing it with the patient tone you'd use to explain basic addition to a kindergartner. "I don't see why I need to choose between you and Robert. We have history." When I pointed out that we were getting married in 3 months, she rolled her eyes and replied, "You're being dramatic. He'll always be part of my life." I simply smiled and nodded. That was 2 hours ago. By the time she returned from her quick coffee with him, her history was sitting in a metal trash can on the porch. The wedding ring she gave me was listed for sale on Facebook Marketplace, and the locks to her house were changed. Let me back up. I'm not impulsive. I don't throw tantrums. I calculate, then act. And Caroline had been giving me plenty to calculate lately. But you should know how we got here before I tell you where we ended up. We met at a corporate retreat 3 years ago, one of those mandatory team-building weekends that HR departments inflict on employees to justify their existence. Caroline ran the leadership workshops. I was the skeptical marketing director who thought the whole thing was a colossal waste of time. "You're not even trying," she said after watching me half-heartedly complete a trust fall exercise. "I'm trying not to die of boredom," I replied. Most retreat leaders would have written me off as the office jerk. Caroline took it as a challenge. By the end of the weekend, she'd not only gotten me to participate but also managed to get my phone number. 2 weeks later, we had our first date. Caroline fascinated me. She had this magnetic confidence, the kind that made people lean in when she spoke. Bright green eyes that seemed to scan your thoughts. A laugh that started as a giggle and crescendoed into something wild and uninhibited. And she was ambitious in a way I found irresistible. While I was content as a marketing director, she was building her own corporate consulting empire, one retreat at a time. "I'll be running workshops for Fortune 500 CEOs within 5 years, she told me on our third date. I believed her. The first year was intoxicating. We traveled whenever possible, weekend trips to coastal towns, a spontaneous flight to New Orleans, hiking in Colorado. Caroline lived life like she was collecting experiences for a memoir that people would actually want to read. I proposed at 18 months. Looking back, the warning signs were already there, but I was too enchanted to see them clearly. Like the phone that never left her side. The way she'd excuse herself to take calls that lasted exactly long enough for me to start wondering. The names that would come up in conversation, then disappear, then reappear months later as if they'd never left. Particularly Robert. "Just an old friend," she'd say. "We dated in college." I'd nod and let it go because that's what secure people do, right? They don't interrogate their partners about every person from their past. But then Robert's name started appearing with increasing frequency. He needed career advice. He was going through a rough patch. He was in town for the weekend and wanted to catch up. "You should come along," she'd say. But when I agreed, plans would mysteriously change. "Oh, he had to reschedule. We're just going to grab coffee tomorrow during your meeting." How convenient. I'm not proud of what I did next, but I'm not ashamed either. One night, while Caroline showered, I checked her phone. The messages between them were friendly enough, but the volume was concerning. Daily texts. Inside jokes. References to conversations I knew nothing about. And then I saw it, a message from 3 days earlier. "Robert, I miss how things used to be between us." "Caroline, sometimes I do too." I put the phone back exactly as I'd found it. Said nothing. Watched. Waited. 2 weeks later, Caroline mentioned that Robert had ended his relationship. "That's too bad," I said, studying her expression. "These things happen," she replied, but there was something in her voice. A lightness. A possibility. I started paying closer attention after that. Caroline began working later. Her weekend plans frequently involved catching up on email or prepping for Monday's client meeting. When I suggested joining her at her home office, she'd find a reason why it wasn't a good time. I never caught them together. Never found definitive proof. But something had shifted, and we both felt it. The confrontation, if you can call it that, happened on a Sunday morning. We were having breakfast at her place, discussing wedding details, when her phone buzzed. She glanced down, and I saw Robert's name. "Everything okay?" I asked. Just Robert being Robert, she said with a dismissive wave, but her eyes lingered on the screen a moment too long. You two have been talking a lot lately. She looked up, defensive instantly. He's going through something. He needs someone to talk to. And that someone has to be my fiancé? We've known each other for 12 years, Jason. That doesn't just disappear because I'm with you now. No one's asking it to disappear. I'm asking why my soon-to-be wife is the emotional support system for her ex-boyfriend. He's not just an ex. He's a friend. A friend who misses how things used to be between you? Her face changed then, surprise, followed by anger. You went through my phone? You left it unlocked. A technicality, but not a lie. That's an invasion of privacy. And what would you call secretly meeting your ex-boyfriend behind my back? We grab coffee sometimes. It's hardly a secret. Does he know we're getting married in 3 months? She hesitated. Just for a moment, but long enough. You haven't told him, I said, realization dawning. It hasn't come up. I laughed, but there was no humor in it. Your engagement hasn't come up with the man you talk to every day? You're making this into something it's not. What is it, then? Explain it to me. That's when she said it, the words that would end us. I don't see why I need to choose between you and Robert. We have history. I felt something cold settle in my chest. Caroline, we're getting married. In 3 months. I'm going to be your husband. She rolled her eyes and replied, you're being dramatic. He'll always be part of my life. I simply smiled and nodded. What else could I do? In that moment, I realized I'd been auditioning for the role of husband while Robert had been guaranteed a part in her life forever. No competition, no comparison. Just history. I need to think, I said, standing up. I'm going for a walk. Don't be like this, she called as I headed for the door. Like what? Jealous. Insecure. I paused, hand on the doorknob. Is that what you think this is? What else would it be? Self-respect. I left before she could respond. The walk cleared my head. 3 miles in the crisp autumn air, maple leaves crunching underfoot, thinking about what I really wanted. By the time I returned to Caroline's house, she was getting ready to leave. Robert's having a crisis, she said, applying lipstick in the hallway mirror. I told him I'd meet him for coffee. Of course he was. Of course she would. Now? We were in the middle of a conversation. A fight, you mean? And yes, now. He needs me. And what about what I need? She sighed, capping her lipstick. What you need is to calm down and get some perspective. We'll talk when I get back. How long will you be gone? I don't know. An hour? 2? However long it takes. I nodded slowly. Take your time. She must have mistaken my calm for acceptance because she kissed my cheek before leaving. That's my understanding guy. Understanding wasn't the word I would have chosen. As her car pulled away, I stood in her driveway and made a decision. Caroline had made her choice. Now I would make mine. I walked back inside and went straight to her home office. The password to her computer was my birth date, something that had once seemed romantic but now felt like a convenience for her rather than a tribute to me. I opened her calendar and email, confirming what I already suspected. There were far more meetings with Robert than she'd ever mentioned to me. Next, I systematically went through the house, collecting my belongings. Clothes, toiletries, books. The watch she'd given me for Christmas. The framed photo of us in Aspen. I left her engagement ring on the bedside table. But I wasn't finished. I went to her storage closet and found the box labeled Robert. She'd shown it to me once, just old mementos, she'd said. Inside were photos, letters, concert tickets, birthday cards. 12 years of history, carefully preserved. I carried the box to the front porch and placed it in the metal trash can she kept there. I didn't burn it. I'm not a monster. But I wanted her to see it there, to understand the symbolism, before she inevitably rescued it. Then I called a locksmith. Explained that I lived there, not entirely true, but we'd been discussing moving in together after the wedding, and had lost my key. The guy arrived within 30 minutes. Didn't ask questions when I paid in cash and requested new keys for all the doors. Finally, I took a photo of her engagement ring and listed it on Facebook Marketplace. Never worn. Owner discovered it didn't fit her lifestyle. Then I sat on her porch and waited. 2 hours and 27 minutes later, Caroline's car pulled into the driveway. She wasn't alone. Robert sat in the passenger seat. I stood as they approached, taking in the scene. Robert was tall and expensively dressed, with the kind of conventional good looks that appeared on corporate brochures. He seemed surprised to see me. Jason, Caroline said, her voice tight. What are you still doing here? And why is my stuff in the trash? Not your stuff, I replied calmly. Just your history. I thought I'd help you make room for your future. Robert looked between us, confusion evident. What's going on? You didn't tell him we were having relationship problems? I asked Caroline. I'm shocked. We're not having problems, she hissed. You're creating them. Actually, I said, I'm solving them. For both of us. I turned to Robert. Did you know we're getting married in December? His expression answered before his words could. Engaged? You and Caroline? We're engaged, I corrected. Past tense as of about 2 hours ago. Caroline stepped toward me, anger flashing in those green eyes. You can't just decide that. Actually, I can. And I did. Just like you decided that Robert would always be part of your life, regardless of how I felt about it. This is ridiculous, she said, reaching for her house key. Let's go inside and talk about this like adults. That might be difficult, I said as she tried the key in the lock. It didn't turn. She tried again. Nothing. What did you do? She demanded. Changed the locks. Changed my mind. Changed our future. You can't change the locks on my house. Actually, I can. I just can't legally prevent you from entering your property. I held out a single key. This is yours. The locksmith will be back tomorrow to change them again, to whatever you want. I just needed to make a point. Robert stepped forward. Look, man, I didn't know. I cut him off with a raised hand. I'm not interested in what you did or didn't know. This isn't about you. It's about her. I looked at Caroline. And me. This is insane, Caroline said, snatching the key from my hand. You've lost your mind. No, I replied. I found my dignity. There's a difference. As she struggled with the new lock, I walked to my car. Robert awkwardly trailed behind me. For what it's worth, he said quietly, she never told me about the engagement. I paused, hand on my car door. That's worth knowing. But not for the reason you think. What does that mean? It means she was keeping her options open. With both of us. I opened my car door. Good luck with that. The fallout was both better and worse than I'd anticipated. Better, because I felt an immense weight lift once I'd made the decision. Worse, because Caroline was relentless. The call started that night. First angry, then tearful, then manipulative. You're throwing away 3 years over nothing. I can't believe you'd humiliate me like this. I need you, Jason. Please come back. I didn't answer. Instead, I texted, I deserve someone who chooses me completely. So do you. The next day, she showed up at my apartment. When I refused to let her in, she sat in the hallway for 2 hours, alternating between crying and texting me from 10 feet away. This isn't like you. You're not cruel. We can work through this. Please don't throw us away. I finally opened the door, not to reconcile but to end the spectacle. Caroline, I said, you need to go. Not until you talk to me. We've talked for 3 years. Words aren't our problem. Then what is? Actions. Choices. The gap between what you say and what you do. She tried to touch my face. I stepped back. I love you, she said, voice breaking. Doesn't that count for anything? Love without respect isn't love. It's need. And need isn't enough to build a life on. So that's it? You're not even willing to try? I have tried. For months, I've tried to believe that I was enough for you. That we were building something real. But you've been keeping your options open all along. That's not true. Did Robert know we were engaged? She looked away. That's what I thought. I stepped back into my apartment. Goodbye, Caroline. I closed the door on her protests. The next week was a blur. I took time off work, changed my phone number, and told the doorman not to allow Caroline into the building. I needed space to process what had happened, and to prepare for what would come next. Because I knew Caroline. This wasn't over. Sure enough, 6 days after our confrontation, my boss called me. Jason, I'm not sure what's going on between you and Caroline, but she's been calling the office looking for you. I apologize for that. Personal matter. A personal matter that's now affecting your professional reputation. She's telling people you had some kind of breakdown. Of course she was. I assure you, I'm fine. Caroline and I ended our relationship, and she's having trouble accepting it. There was a pause. She mentioned you changed the locks on her house and destroyed her property. That's not accurate. But something happened? I sighed. I ended our engagement after discovering she'd been less than honest with me. The details aren't relevant to my job performance. Another pause. No, I suppose they're not. Just handle it, Jason. Whatever it is. I will. After hanging up, I sat staring at my blank computer screen. Caroline was escalating, trying to force a confrontation by damaging my reputation. Classic move from someone who taught conflict resolution workshops for a living: create a conflict that can only be resolved on their terms. I wouldn't play that game. Instead, I drafted an email to my closest colleagues, briefly explaining that Caroline and I had ended our relationship and that she might contact them. I asked for their discretion and understanding during a difficult personal time. Preemptive damage control. Not ideal, but necessary. What I didn't anticipate was the response. Within hours, I received a dozen supportive messages. And something else, information. She tried to get me to tell her your parents' address. She cornered me in the parking lot asking if you were seeing someone new. She implied you had anger issues. I told her that didn't match the Jason I've known for 5 years. The picture that emerged was disturbing. Caroline wasn't just trying to reconcile, she was systematically gathering intelligence, testing narratives, building a case. Against me or for herself, I wasn't sure. Either way, I needed to be careful. I called my parents, warned them they might hear from Caroline, and suggested they not engage. I contacted the few close friends I hadn't already reached and gave them a heads up. I even warned my ex from before Caroline, we'd remained on good terms, that she might be contacted. Paranoid? Maybe. But better prepared than blindsided. 3 days later, I received an email from an unfamiliar address. Subject: thought you should know. Jason. We've never met, but I dated Caroline before you. My name is Daniel. I heard through mutual connections that you and Caroline split up, and I thought you might want to know that this isn't the first time Robert has been an issue. He was the friend during our relationship too. When I finally had enough and ended things, Caroline made my life hell for months. Told people I was unstable, threatened to call my employer, even showed up at family events uninvited. I'm not telling you this to stir up drama, God knows there's been enough of that. Just thought you deserved a warning. She doesn't let go easily. Take care, Daniel. I stared at the screen for a long time. Then I did something I'd been avoiding. I looked up Daniel online. He was real. A software engineer in Portland. His LinkedIn showed he'd worked at the same company where Caroline had conducted workshops 5 years ago. I replied, thanking him for the warning and asking if we could speak. He agreed, and we arranged a video call for the following evening. Daniel turned out to be a soft-spoken guy with tired eyes and a nervous habit of running his hand through his hair. He didn't seem like he was enjoying our conversation, but rather fulfilling what he considered a moral obligation. How long were you together? I asked. Almost 2 years. Not as long as you two, but long enough to see the pattern. And Robert was around then too? Daniel nodded. Always in the background. Caroline claimed they were just friends, but there was always something. I don't know. Intimate about how she talked about him. Did you ever meet him? Once. It was weird. He knew all these details about my life that I'd never told him. Things only Caroline would know. That sounded familiar. Did you ever suspect they were? I couldn't finish the question. Sleeping together? Daniel shook his head. No, not exactly. It was more like, she kept him as a possibility. A backup plan. Or maybe I was the backup plan. I never figured out which. What happened when you broke up? His expression darkened. It got ugly. She couldn't accept that it was over. Started telling people I'd cheated on her, that I had addiction problems, that I'd threatened her. None of it was true, but mud sticks, you know? I did know. How long did it last? The worst of it? About 3 months. Then she met someone new, and I became yesterday's news. He gave a humorless laugh. Let me guess, you met her at a corporate thing? I nodded. Yeah, that's her hunting ground. New city, new company, new guy. But Robert always stays in the picture. After we hung up, I sat in silence, processing what I'd learned. Caroline wasn't just struggling with our breakup, she was following a well-established playbook. And I was naive to think I'd be the exception. But knowledge is power. And now I knew what to expect. The Caroline offensive continued for another 2 weeks. She showed up at restaurants I frequented, sent flowers to my office with apologetic notes, and even approached my sister at her workplace. You need a restraining order, my sister said after describing the encounter. It would only escalate things, I replied. Besides, she hasn't threatened me. Harassment doesn't have to include threats to be harassment. She wasn't wrong, but something held me back. Maybe some lingering affection. Maybe guilt over how abruptly I'd ended things. Or maybe the knowledge that getting the legal system involved would permanently burn a bridge I wasn't quite ready to destroy. Instead, I did something unexpected. I agreed to meet Caroline. Her surprise was evident in her reply. Really? Thank you. When? We arranged to meet at a coffee shop near my office, public, neutral territory. I arrived early, selected a table with a clear view of the entrance, and ordered a black coffee. Caroline arrived precisely on time, looking both hopeful and wary. She'd lost weight, and there were shadows under her eyes that her makeup couldn't quite conceal. "Thank you for meeting me," she said, sitting down across from me. "You haven't left me much choice." She winced. "I know I've been persistent. Persistent as sending texts. You've been harassing my friends, family, and colleagues. I was worried about you. You disappeared, changed your number, wouldn't talk to me, because you wouldn't respect my decision to end our relationship." She looked down at her hands. "I still don't understand why. What we had was special. Was it? Or was I just the current placeholder while you kept your options open with Robert? That's not fair. Robert and I are just friends." "I know. You've said that many times." She sighed. "Why did you agree to meet me if you're still so angry?" "I'm not angry, Caroline. I'm done." I leaned forward. "But you're not. And you're causing damage that can't be undone." "What are you talking about?" Daniel reached out to me. Her face changed, surprise, then calculation, then a careful neutrality. "Daniel? My ex? The one before me, yes. He had some interesting things to say about how you handled your breakup with him." She scoffed. "Daniel was unstable. He had addiction issues? Threatened you? Cheated on you?" I interrupted. "Funny, those are the same rumors you've been spreading about me." She fell silent. "Here's what's going to happen," I continued. "You're going to stop contacting my friends, family, and colleagues. You're going to stop showing up at places where you know I'll be. You're going to move on with your life, preferably with Robert, since he's so important to you." Or what? A flash of the old Caroline, defiant, challenging. "Or I'll do what Daniel should have done. I'll file for a restraining order. I'll show the judge the hundreds of messages you've sent, the testimonies from people you've harassed looking for me, and Daniel's account of how you behaved after your previous breakup. I'll make it all public record." "You wouldn't." "I don't want to. But I will if you force my hand." She stared at me, calculating. "What about us?" "There is no us, Caroline. There can't be, not after this. People make mistakes. We could try again, take it slow." "No." The word came out more forcefully than I intended, drawing glances from nearby tables. More quietly, I added, "We're done." She blinked rapidly, tears forming. "I love you. If that were true, you would have respected my boundaries 3 weeks ago. You would have told Robert about our engagement. You would have put what we had above your history." A tear slipped down her cheek. "I made a mistake." "No. You made a choice. And now we both have to live with it." I stood up, leaving my coffee mostly untouched. "Goodbye, Caroline." As I walked away, I heard her call after me, "This isn't over, Jason." I didn't look back. She was right, in a way. It wasn't over, not immediately. But the intensity diminished. The desperate calls stopped. The ambushes ceased. I began to breathe easier, to sleep through the night without waking to check my phone for missed calls or texts. A month after our coffee shop meeting, I ran into Robert at a networking event. I almost didn't recognize him. He'd lost weight too, and there was a defeated slope to his shoulders that hadn't been there before. We made awkward eye contact across the room. I nodded politely and turned away, but minutes later, he appeared at my side. "Can we talk?" he asked quietly. I hesitated, then shrugged. "Sure." We moved to a quieter corner of the venue. "I owe you an apology," he began. "For?" "For my role in what happened with you and Caroline. I didn't know about the engagement, but I should have respected your relationship regardless." I studied him. "Are you two together now?" He gave a short, bitter laugh. "We were. Briefly. It didn't work out." "I'm sorry to hear that." And surprisingly, I meant it. "No, you're not." But there was no heat in his words. "Anyway, I just wanted to say I'm sorry. And to warn you." "Warn me?" He glanced around, then lowered his voice. "She hasn't let go of either of us. She texts me constantly, shows up at my place unannounced. Last week, she cornered my sister at the grocery store, asking questions about me. The parallels were eerie." "Has she been contacting you?" he asked. "Not recently. We had a conversation. I thought she'd moved on." Robert shook his head. "She doesn't move on. She just redirects." "What are you saying?" "I'm saying be careful. Caroline doesn't like losing. And in her mind, she's lost both of us." After he walked away, I stood there, processing. Had I misread the situation? Was the calm I'd been experiencing just the eye of the storm? That night, I did something I'd been avoiding. I checked Caroline's social media. Her Instagram showed a woman living her best life, cocktails with friends, business conferences, sunrise yoga. No hint of heartbreak or obsession. But then I noticed something odd. In the background of several photos, familiar places. The park near my apartment. The coffee shop where I took breakfast meetings. The bookstore I frequented on weekends. Coincidence? Possibly. But unlikely. I called Daniel the next day. How long did it take before she truly moved on? I asked without preamble. He sighed heavily. She never really did. Even after she started dating you, yeah, I knew about that, she would still reach out occasionally. Birthday texts, holiday messages, just thinking of you emails. For how long? The last one was about 8 months ago. So, 4 years? My stomach dropped. And did she ever? Surveillance isn't quite the right word. Stalk you? Yeah, she did. Nothing I could prove, but I'd see her car parked on my street. Or she'd show up at places she knew I frequented. What did you do? Ignored it. What else could I do? She was careful, never threatening, always with a plausible explanation if confronted. He paused. Why? Is she doing it to you too? I think so. And Robert? Ah, Robert. The constant. Daniel sounded tired. Look, my advice? Move. Change jobs if you can. Make yourself hard to find. That seems extreme. Maybe. But it worked for me. After I relocated to Portland, the coincidental meeting stopped. I thanked him and hung up, unsettled. That evening, as I walked home from the subway station, I had the distinct feeling of being watched. Nothing concrete, just a prickling sensation on the back of my neck. I turned around several times but saw nothing suspicious. Still, when I reached my apartment building, I found myself scanning the parked cars along the street. Nothing familiar. No sign of Caroline. I was being paranoid. Had to be. But as I rode the elevator to my floor, I couldn't shake Robert's warning. Caroline doesn't like losing. The next morning, I woke to an email notification. From Caroline. Subject, closure. Jason, I've respected your wishes and kept my distance. But I think we both deserve proper closure. There are things I need to say to you, face to face, and things I'm sure you'd like to say to me. I'll be at Riverside Park this Saturday at 10 a.m., near the 79th Street entrance. I hope you'll meet me there. If not, I understand, and this will be my last attempt to contact you. Caroline. I read it twice, weighing my options. On one hand, a clean break appealed to me. On the other, meeting her again felt like reopening a wound that had just begun to heal. I didn't respond. Saturday morning arrived crisp and clear. I deliberately stayed home, making breakfast, catching up on reading, studiously not thinking about Caroline waiting in the park. At 10:30, my phone chimed with a text from an unknown number. I'm still here. Please come. Just 10 minutes of your time. I ignored it. At 11:15, another text. I'm leaving now. I meant what I said, this was my last attempt. I just want you to know I'm sorry for everything. I hope someday you can forgive me. Something about the message felt genuine. Final. Perhaps Caroline had actually accepted our ending. I went about my day, feeling a weight lifting. By evening, I was relaxed enough to accept a dinner invitation from colleagues, the first social outing I'd agreed to in months. The restaurant was crowded, the conversation lively. For a few hours, I didn't think about Caroline or Robert or the mess of the past few months. I laughed. I engaged. I felt almost normal. It was nearly midnight when I returned home. The street was quiet, most windows dark. I noticed a car idling across from my building but thought nothing of it, probably a rideshare waiting for a passenger. As I approached my building's entrance, I heard footsteps behind me. Quick, determined. Jason. Caroline's voice. I turned slowly. She stood 10 feet away, hands in her coat pockets, hair wild as if she'd been running her fingers through it repeatedly. What are you doing here? I asked, keeping my voice even. You didn't come to the park. I got your messages. I thought you understood it was over. She took a step closer. I needed to see you. To explain properly. There's nothing to explain, Caroline. We want different things. It's that simple. No, it's not simple. Her voice rose, echoing slightly in the empty street. Nothing about us was simple. What we had was real. Special. If it was so special, why did you keep your options open with Robert? I didn't. That's what I've been trying to tell you. Robert was just a friend. History. I know. I've heard it all before. She moved closer still, her expression pleading. Just give me 5 minutes. Please. I glanced at my building's entrance, so close yet suddenly feeling unreachable. It's late, Caroline. Go home. Not until you hear me out. I've already heard everything you have to say. No, you haven't. Her voice hardened. You never really listened. You just decided I was guilty and walked away. You hid our engagement from a man you spoke to daily. What was I supposed to think? That I was afraid. That telling Robert might end our friendship, and I wasn't ready to lose him completely. Because he matters more than I do. No. Because change is hard, and I was a coward. She ran a hand through her hair, confirming my earlier impression. I made a mistake, Jason. A stupid, human mistake. And you punished me like I'd committed a crime. I sighed. I'm not having this conversation at midnight on the street. Then invite me up. No. Why not? Afraid I might make sense? That you might have to admit you overreacted? I felt a flare of anger. Overreacted? You lied to me for months. You prioritized another man's feelings over our relationship. And when I ended things, you harassed my friends, family, and colleagues. You're still stalking me. How exactly did I overreact? Stalking you? I'm not. Then why are you outside my apartment at midnight? How did you even know I'd be out tonight? She fell silent, caught. That's what I thought, I said quietly. Goodbye, Caroline. I turned toward my building's entrance. I still love you, she called after me, voice breaking. I paused, hand on the door. No, you don't. You love the idea of me. The man who fit into your life without disrupting it. Who didn't make you choose. Who didn't have expectations. I looked back at her. That man never existed. I entered the building, the door closing behind me with a soft click. Through the glass, I could see Caroline standing motionless, tears streaming down her face. I felt a twinge of something, not regret, exactly, but sadness for what could have been. Then I turned away and headed for the elevator. 3 weeks passed without incident. No texts, no emails, no coincidental sightings. I began to believe it was truly over. I resumed my normal routines. Returned to favorite restaurants. Started dating again, nothing serious, just coffee or drinks with interesting women who didn't make me feel like I was auditioning for a role in their lives. Work improved too. The whispers stopped. The concerned glances faded. I was just Jason again, not the guy whose fiancée went crazy. Then came the wedding invitation. It arrived at my office in a cream envelope with elegant calligraphy. Inside, heavy cardstock announced the forthcoming nuptials of Caroline Elizabeth Mitchell and Robert James Thompson. The date was set for December 18th, what would have been our wedding day. I stared at it for a long time, emotions cycling through me like a carousel, shock, confusion, anger, and finally, a strange sort of relief. Caroline had made her choice at last. But why send me the invitation? Was it closure? A final act of manipulation? A bizarre attempt at friendship? There was a handwritten note tucked behind the formal invitation. Jason, I know this will come as a surprise. Robert and I reconnected after you and I ended. Sometimes losing everything makes you realize what truly matters. I'm sending this not to hurt you, but because you deserve to know. And perhaps to show you that you were right, I couldn't choose between you and Robert while we were together. It took losing you to make that choice clear. I wish you every happiness. Caroline. I set the invitation down, feeling strangely empty. All those months of drama, the tension, the heartache, and now this tidy conclusion, wrapped in expensive stationery. I didn't respond. Didn't send a gift. Didn't mark the date in my calendar. But I did call Daniel. Did you get one too? I asked when he answered. The wedding invitation? Yeah. He sounded bemused rather than upset. Quite the power move, using your original date. Did she do that with you too? No, but she did get engaged to you suspiciously close to when she and I were supposed to move in together. He paused. Are you okay with it? I think I am. It's weird, but it feels like confirmation. That you dodged a bullet? Something like that. We talked a while longer, comparing notes on our Caroline experiences. There was something therapeutic about it, two survivors sharing war stories, finding humor in what had once been painful. Do you think she's changed? I asked eventually. That it might work with Robert? Daniel considered this. People can change. But patterns usually don't, not without serious intervention. Another pause. Have you heard the definition of insanity? Doing the same thing repeatedly and expecting different results. Exactly. And Caroline's been doing the same dance with Robert for over a decade. After we hung up, I sat thinking about patterns. About history. About choices. Caroline had chosen Robert, or returned to him, more accurately. And I had chosen myself. I took the invitation and note and placed them in a folder labeled Caroline that contained the few mementos I'd kept from our relationship. Then I tucked the folder away in a drawer, beneath tax documents and old contracts. Not hidden, just archived. A closed chapter. December 18th arrived with a light snowfall. I deliberately scheduled a full day, breakfast with a friend, a client meeting, a holiday lunch with colleagues, afternoon calls with the West Coast team, and dinner plans with a woman named Rachel I'd been seeing casually for a few weeks. I didn't think about Caroline and Robert's wedding much. The day passed pleasantly enough. The holiday spirit at the office was infectious, with decorations and treats and the general goodwill that accompanies the approach of vacation days. By evening, when I met Rachel at a small Italian restaurant in the village, I was in a genuinely good mood. "You seem happy," she remarked as we studied our menus. "I am," I replied, somewhat surprised to realize it was true. "It's been a good day." "Any particular reason?" I considered telling her about Caroline, about the wedding that was presumably happening across town. But what would be the point? That story belonged to the past. "Just enjoying the season," I said instead. "And the company." Rachel smiled. She was different from Caroline, quieter, more thoughtful, with a dry wit that revealed itself gradually rather than announcing itself loudly. We were still getting to know each other, but I liked what I was discovering. We were halfway through our main courses when my phone buzzed with a text. I ignored it. Then another came through. And another. "Do you need to check that?" Rachel asked. "Sorry, it can wait." I silenced the phone. But as we talked, I found myself wondering. Who would be texting me repeatedly on a weeknight? A work emergency? Family news? When Rachel excused herself to the restroom, I quickly checked my messages. 3 texts from an unknown number. It should have been you. I made a mistake. Please call me. I'm at the Plaza Hotel, room 1542. My stomach tightened. Caroline. Had to be. I put the phone away before Rachel returned, but my mind was racing. Caroline was supposed to be at her wedding right now. What had happened? Why was she texting me? Not my problem, I reminded myself. Not my circus, not my monkeys. I focused on Rachel, on our conversation, on the meal. But the text lingered in my awareness like a small stone in a shoe, impossible to completely ignore. After dinner, as we walked through the lightly falling snow, Rachel turned to me. "Everything okay? You seemed distracted after checking your phone." I hesitated. "Just some unexpected messages. Nothing important." She studied me for a moment, then nodded. "If you say so." We continued walking, the silence between us now slightly charged. At the corner where we would part ways, she headed uptown, me downtown. She stopped. "Look, Jason, I like you. But I get the sense there's something unfinished in your life. Something you're not talking about." Perceptive. I'd been dating her for less than a month, and already she could read me better than Caroline ever had. "There is," I admitted. Or was. I thought it was over, but it seems determined to resurrect itself. "An ex?" I nodded. "Serious?" "We were engaged. It ended badly a few months ago." Rachel absorbed this. "And she's reaching out now? Apparently. Are you going to respond?" "Good question." Was I? "No," I decided aloud. "That chapter's closed." Rachel smiled, relief evident. "Good." She stood on tiptoe and kissed my cheek. "Call me tomorrow?" "Definitely." I watched her walk away, then turned and headed for the subway, deliberately not thinking about room 1542 at the Plaza Hotel. I'd like to say I went straight home. That I deleted Caroline's texts and put her out of my mind. That I called Rachel the next day and continued building something new and healthy. But curiosity is a powerful force. And unfinished business has gravity. I found myself in a cab headed uptown, still telling myself I was just going to get answers. To understand what had happened. To finally achieve the closure Caroline had mentioned in her email weeks earlier. The plaza lobby was decorated for Christmas, a massive tree glittering with ornaments, garlands draped along banisters. I rode the elevator to the 15th floor, heart pounding as if I were 20 again, sneaking into a place I didn't belong. Outside room 1542, I hesitated. What was I doing? What did I expect to find? Before I could answer my own questions, I knocked. The door opened almost immediately, as if she'd been waiting just on the other side. Caroline stood there in a white bathrobe, her hair styled in an elaborate updo now partially collapsed, makeup smudged from crying. "You came," she whispered, eyes wide with surprise and something else, hope? Relief? I shouldn't have, I replied honestly. But you did. I didn't move to enter the room. What happened, Caroline? Where's Robert? Her face crumpled. I couldn't do it. I got all the way to the altar and I just couldn't say the words. So you left him at the altar and came here? She nodded miserably. Why text me? Because it should have been you. The words burst from her. I made a horrible mistake. I see that now. I studied her, this woman I'd once planned to spend my life with. In her distress, she was still beautiful. Still compelling. Still Caroline. But I felt nothing beyond a detached compassion, the kind you might feel for a stranger in distress. No, I said quietly. You made the right choice ending things with Robert. But not because it should have been me. Because you're not ready to choose anyone completely. That's not true. I choose you, Jason. I choose us. I shook my head. There is no us, Caroline. There hasn't been for months. We could start over. Do things right this time. And what would be different? She stepped closer. Everything. I'd be different. I understand now what I lost, what I threw away. Do you? Because it sounds like you're just running from one failed relationship to another. Looking for safety. For validation. No. I love you. I always have. But not enough to be honest with me. Not enough to make me a priority. She reached for my hand. I let her take it, felt her fingers trembling against mine. Please, she whispered. Just come inside. We can talk. I gently withdrew my hand. We are talking. And I've said what I came to say. Which is? Goodbye, Caroline. For real this time. Tears spilled down her cheeks. So that's it? You came all this way just to reject me again? I came because I needed to be sure. And now I am. Sure of what? That I've moved on. That whatever we had is truly finished. She hugged herself, suddenly small and vulnerable in the vast white robe. What am I supposed to do now? For the first time that night, I felt a genuine connection to her, not romantic, but human. She was lost, frightened, alone on what should have been the happiest day of her life. Honestly? I think you should spend some time with just yourself. Figure out who you are without a relationship defining you. She looked away. I don't know how to do that. Yes, you do. You're one of the strongest, most capable people I've ever met. You've just been using those qualities to manage relationships instead of building a life. Our eyes met, and for a moment, I glimpsed understanding in hers, a flash of self-awareness quickly submerged beneath more pressing emotions. Will you at least stay with me tonight? As a friend? She asked, a final attempt. I can't be alone right now. Yes, you can. And you should be. I stepped back. Goodbye, Caroline. This time, when I walked away, I didn't look back to see her expression. Didn't pause to reconsider. Didn't feel the weight of unfinished business pulling at me. Because there was nothing left unfinished. Spring came early the following year. Cherry blossoms exploded across the city, pink and white confetti against blue skies. I'd accepted a promotion that required more travel but offered greater creative control. Rachel and I were still dating, taking things slowly, building something based on honesty and mutual respect. I hadn't heard from Caroline since that night at the plaza. Through mutual connections, I learned she'd left the city shortly after the failed wedding, relocating to Chicago to start fresh. Good for her. Robert, surprisingly, had reached out once, a brief email thanking me for warning him, though the warning had come too late. He'd moved on too, dating someone new, rebuilding his life. We all were, in our ways. One bright April afternoon, as I walked through Washington Square Park, I saw a woman who, from a distance, looked remarkably like Caroline. Same confident stride. Same elegant profile. Same way of gesturing animatedly while talking on the phone. For a moment, my heart raced, the old fight or flight response kicking in automatically. But as she drew closer, I saw it wasn't Caroline at all. Just someone with a similar look, a similar energy. And I realized something important, even if it had been her, it wouldn't have mattered. I would have nodded politely and continued on my way. No drama. No unfinished business. No history weighing me down. I took out my phone and called Rachel. Hey, she answered, the smile evident in her voice. I was just thinking about you. Good thoughts, I hope? The best. What's up? I looked around at the park, at the students lounging on the grass, at the street performers entertaining crowds, at the endless flow of New York life continuing all around me. Nothing important, I said. Just wanted to hear your voice. As we chatted about dinner plans and weekend possibilities, I felt a profound gratitude wash over me. Not just for Rachel, though she was wonderful. But for the painful journey that had brought me here. For the lessons Caroline had inadvertently taught me about self-respect, about boundaries, about choosing wisely. Some people come into our lives to stay. Others come to teach us something essential, then leave. Caroline had taught me that I deserved someone who would choose me completely. Who would make me a priority. Who would build a future with me, not despite me. And for that history lesson, I would always be grateful. Story 2. My father called out of the blue after 9 years of silence and demanded, "You will pay for your stepbrother's college tuition. It's the least you can do for family." When I reminded him that he had changed the locks and thrown my brother and me out at 15 because we ate too much food, he replied, "That's ancient history, step up and be a man." I just laughed, hung up, and exposed his lies to the entire family. That was yesterday. This morning, he showed up at my door. And he wasn't alone. You know that moment when you realize your childhood was basically a carefully orchestrated scam? Yeah, well, mine hit me at 24 when my father called out of the blue after 9 years of radio silence and had the audacity to say, "You will pay for your stepbrother's college tuition. It's the least you can do for family." I actually laughed. Not a polite chuckle, but one of those deep, incredulous belly laughs that comes from somewhere dark and twisted. Here's a man who literally changed the locks on us when my twin brother Jake and I were 15 because we ate too much food. Standing there on that December evening with our backpacks and winter coats, watching through the window as he explained to his new wife and her precious son that we were becoming too expensive to maintain. But apparently, that's ancient history now. "Step up and be a man," he said over the phone yesterday, like he hadn't spent years teaching me exactly what kind of man I never wanted to become. So I hung up. Then I did something beautiful. I called every relative we still had contact with and told them exactly what dear old dad was asking for. Aunt Susan nearly choked on her coffee. Uncle Mike actually said, "That man has some serious nerve." Even Grandma Ruth, who usually tries to keep the peace, muttered something about the Lord working in mysterious ways that sounded suspiciously like a curse. That was yesterday. This morning, he showed up at my door. And he wasn't alone. The knock came at 6:47 a.m., I know because I was staring at my phone, trying to decide whether to call in sick to work. 3 sharp raps that somehow managed to sound both demanding and desperate. I opened the door expecting maybe a package or an overeager missionary. Instead, I found my father standing on my doorstep looking like a scarecrow that had been left out in too many storms. His hair, once thick and brown, now hung in gray wisps around a face that time hadn't been kind to. Behind him stood Derek, my stepbrother, the golden child, and a woman I'd never seen before wearing a business suit that probably cost more than my rent. "Marcus," my father said, trying to smile like we were old friends meeting for coffee. "We need to talk." The woman stepped forward, extending a manicured hand. "I'm Janet Morrison, family mediation specialist. Your father thought it might be helpful to have a neutral party present for this conversation." I stared at them for a long moment, taking in this surreal tableau. My deadbeat father, the stepbrother who got everything I didn't, and a professional mediator standing on my doorstep at dawn like some twisted version of Christmas carolers. "You hired a mediator," I said slowly. "To shake me down for college money." "To facilitate a productive family discussion," Janet corrected with the kind of practiced smile that probably worked on desperate divorced parents but felt utterly ridiculous in this context. I could have slammed the door. Should have, probably. But there was something almost fascinating about the sheer audacity of it all. Like watching a train wreck in slow motion, you know it's going to be horrible, but you can't look away. "Come in," I said, stepping back. "This should be entertaining. My apartment isn't much, a 1-bedroom in a complex that's seen better decades, but it's mine. Clean, organized, paid for with money I earned doing honest work." As they filed in, I noticed Derek's eyes sweeping the place with barely concealed disdain. The kid was 20 now, built like a linebacker, wearing clothes that screamed trust fund baby. Everything I might have been if circumstances had been different. "Nice place," my father said, though his tone suggested otherwise. "Very efficient. Gets the job done," I replied. "Coffee? Oh wait, I forgot, you probably don't want to eat or drink anything of mine. Might be too expensive." Janet cleared her throat. "Perhaps we could all sit down and discuss this situation like adults." "Adults," I repeated, settling into my armchair while they arranged themselves uncomfortably on my second-hand couch. "Right. Because nothing says adult conversation like showing up unannounced with a hired mediator to guilt-trip your estranged son." My father's jaw tightened. "Marcus, I know we've had our differences." "Differences?" The word came out sharper than I intended. "Is that what we're calling it? Dad, you threw us out like garbage. Changed the locks while we were at school and told the neighbors we'd gone to live with relatives. Jake and I spent 3 weeks sleeping in the school gymnasium before someone finally called social services. You were difficult teenagers," he said, but there was something hollow in his voice. "And I had a new family to think about." Difficult. I tasted the word like poison. We were 15-year-old kids who'd lost our mother 2 years earlier, trying to figure out how to exist in a house where we were suddenly unwelcome guests. Derek shifted uncomfortably, probably hearing this version of events for the first time. His mother, my father's second wife, had died in a car accident when Derek was 16. I'd heard about it through the family grapevine but hadn't attended the funeral. Some bridges, once burned, can't be rebuilt. Janet jumped in with her professional peacekeeping voice. It sounds like there were communication breakdowns on both sides. The important thing is that you're all here now, ready to move forward as a family. I almost laughed again. Almost. Tell me something, Derek, I said instead, focusing on my stepbrother. What did Dad tell you about why Jake and I don't come around for holidays? Derek glanced nervously between his stepfather and me. He said you guys were angry about the divorce. That you blamed him for Mom's death and couldn't handle him moving on. Huh. I nodded thoughtfully. That's interesting. Because our mom didn't die in a divorce, Derek. She died of cancer when we were 13. And Dad here started dating your mom while Mom was still in chemotherapy. The silence that followed was the kind that makes your ears ring. Derek's face had gone pale, and Janet was scribbling notes like her life depended on it. My father just stared at me with an expression I couldn't quite read. Ancient history, he said finally, echoing his words from yesterday's phone call. Right. Ancient history. I leaned forward, feeling something cold and sharp settle in my chest. So let me make sure I understand the current situation. You want me to pay for Derek's college tuition because it's the least I can do for family. This is the same family that literally locked me out in the cold, the same family that never sent a birthday card or graduation announcement, the same family that couldn't be bothered to check if I was alive or dead for 9 years. Derek has been accepted to Stanford, my father said, like that explained everything. It's a tremendous opportunity, but the tuition is substantial. I thought. I hoped you might want to contribute. For family. How much? Janet consulted her notes. The annual tuition at Stanford is approximately $65,000. With room, board, and other expenses, we're looking at roughly $80,000 per year. I did the math quickly. So you want me to contribute to a $320,000 education for a kid who's never spoken to me except to ask me to pass the salt at the few family dinners I attended before you decided I was too expensive to feed. You're successful, my father said, gesturing around my modest apartment like it was evidence of vast wealth. You've got a good job, no family of your own to support. Derek is talented, gifted, and you're broke. Another silence. This one felt different, heavier. I've had some financial difficulties, my father admitted. The economy has been challenging for my business. What business? Last I heard, you were working construction. Derek spoke up for the first time since entering my apartment. He's been trying to start a landscaping company. But the startup costs. Let me guess, I said, the pieces clicking into place. You spent Derek's college fund on a business that failed, and now you're desperate to find another way to pay for Stanford before he loses his spot. My father's silence was answer enough. I stood up, walking to my kitchen counter where I kept my coffee maker and, more importantly, where I could put some distance between myself and this increasingly surreal conversation. Through the small window above my sink, I could see the morning sun struggling through clouds that looked heavy with rain. You know what the funny thing is? I said, not turning around. I actually did okay for myself. Despite everything, despite starting over at 15 with nothing but the clothes on my back, I figured it out. Got my GED, worked nights to pay for community college, transferred to state school, graduated with a degree in accounting. No debt, because I was careful. Saved every penny. I could hear Janet scribbling again. Probably noting my attitude or something equally helpful. I live within my means, I continued, running my finger along the edge of the counter. I have a small emergency fund, a modest retirement account, and yeah, I could probably afford to help with college tuition if I wanted to. If I had a reason to want to. When I turned back around, all three of them were staring at me with expressions ranging from hopeful to desperate. But here's the thing, and Derek, I want you to listen carefully to this part, I don't owe you anything. I don't owe him anything. I pointed at my father. And I sure as heck don't owe some mediator I've never met anything. But we're family, Derek started. Are we? I interrupted. Because last I checked, family doesn't abandon 15-year-olds. Family doesn't ignore graduation announcements or wedding invitations. Oh right, you never got one because I never had your address. Family doesn't disappear for 9 years and then show up asking for money. Derek's face had gone red. That wasn't my fault. I was just a kid. Yeah. You were. Just like I was. I sat back down, feeling suddenly exhausted. The difference is, you got to stay a kid. You got to have birthday parties and Christmas mornings and someone to call when you were scared or hurt or confused. You got college applications filled out and cars for your 16th birthday and probably never wondered where your next meal was coming from. I didn't know, Derek said quietly. About what really happened. He told me you and Jake were angry and didn't want to see us. I looked at my father, who was staring at his hands like they held the secrets of the universe. What about Jake? I asked him. Did you call Jake too? Does he get the privilege of funding Derek's education? Something flickered across my father's face. Jake has been having some difficulties. What kind of difficulties? He's been in and out of rehab, my father said reluctantly. Addiction issues. I didn't think he'd be in a position to help. The words hit me like a physical blow. Jake, my twin, my partner in survival, The only person who understood what those years were like was fighting demons I'd been lucky enough to avoid. And I hadn't even known. When did this start? I asked, though I was afraid I already knew the answer. A few years after. After you boys left. He got into some trouble with substances, lost some jobs. Jobs he probably took at 16 to survive because his father threw him away like trash, I said, my voice barely above a whisper. Janet cleared her throat again. Perhaps we could focus on the present situation. Shut up. I didn't look at her, keeping my eyes fixed on my father. Just shut up for a minute. The room went deadly quiet. I could hear the refrigerator humming, the distant sound of traffic outside, the subtle creak of the building settling. Normal sounds of a normal life, while everything inside me felt like it was coming apart. You destroyed him, I said finally. You destroyed both of us, but Jake couldn't handle it the way I did. And now you want me to bail you out of your latest screw-up while my brother, my twin brother, is fighting for his life somewhere, alone. Marcus, my father said, and for the first time, his voice cracked slightly. I know I made mistakes. Mistakes? I stood up so fast my chair scraped against the floor. You didn't make mistakes, Dad. You made choices. You chose your new family over your son's. You chose convenience over responsibility. You chose to rewrite history so you could sleep at night. Derek was looking between us like he was watching a tennis match, his face pale and confused. Janet had stopped taking notes and was clutching her pen like a lifeline. I was overwhelmed, my father said. Your mother's death, the medical bills, trying to hold everything together. Mom's medical bills were covered by insurance, I snapped. I know because I've seen the paperwork. Aunt Susan showed me when I turned 18 and started asking questions. You weren't drowning in debt for Mom's cancer treatment. You were just tired of being a single father to grieving teenagers when you could start fresh with a ready-made family that came with fewer complications. My father's face had gone ashen. That's not. It wasn't that simple. Wasn't it? I walked closer to him, close enough to see the broken blood vessels in his eyes, the lines that stress and guilt had carved into his face. Because from where I'm standing, it looks pretty simple. You traded up. Got a wife who came with her own money and a kid who was already mostly raised. All you had to do was convince yourself that your sons were the problem, not the solution. I loved your mother, he whispered. I'm sure you did. Right up until she became inconvenient. The slap came so fast I almost didn't see it. One moment I was standing there, feeling righteously angry and completely in control, and the next my cheek was burning and Derek was on his feet shouting something about everyone calming down. But the weird thing was, I wasn't angry about being hit. I was almost relieved? Like we'd finally cut through all the pretense and gotten to the truth of what we were to each other. There it is, I said, touching my cheek where his hand had connected. There's the real you. The one who solves problems with violence when words don't work. I didn't mean, my father started, but I held up a hand to stop him. No, I think you did mean it. Just like you meant it when you decided Jake and I were too much trouble. Just like you meant it when you told people we'd gone to live with relatives instead of admitting you'd thrown us away. I walked to my front door and opened it. Here's what's going to happen, I said, my voice steady and calm in a way that surprised even me. You're going to leave. All of you. And you're going to figure out Derek's college situation without my help, just like Jake and I figured out everything else without yours. Marcus, please, Derek said, and for a moment he sounded younger than his 20 years. I'm sorry about what happened to you and Jake. I really am. But I had nothing to do with that. I was just a kid. I looked at him, really looked at him, and saw something I hadn't expected. He wasn't the spoiled, entitled stepson I'd built up in my mind over the years. He was just a young man who'd grown up with a version of events that made sense to him, trying to understand why his family was suddenly falling apart around him. You're right, I said. You didn't have anything to do with it. And that's exactly why I don't owe you anything. We're not brothers, Derek. We're not family. We're just two people who happen to have the same man disappoint us in different ways. Janet finally spoke up. Mr. Hayes, I think if everyone could just take a step back and approach this with cooler heads. Lady, I said, still holding the door open, with all due respect, this isn't a mediation problem. This is a consequences problem. Some things can't be mediated or negotiated or smoothed over with professional intervention. Some things are just broken. My father stood up slowly, like his bones were made of glass. He looked older than his 53 years, worn down by whatever combination of bad decisions and worse luck had brought him to my doorstep this morning. I know I wasn't a good father to you boys, he said quietly. I know I failed you when you needed me most. But Derek is a good kid, and he deserves a chance. Then you should have thought of that before you spent his college money on a business plan you couldn't execute, I replied. Derek's problems aren't my responsibility. They're yours. Figure it out. They filed past me one by one. Janet first, already pulling out her phone to probably call her next dysfunctional family emergency. Derek next, pausing to look back at me like he wanted to say something else but couldn't find the words. My father was last. Your brother is at Riverside Recovery Center, he said as he stepped onto my doorstep. In case you want to know. Then he was gone, and I was alone in my apartment with the smell of Janet's expensive perfume lingering in the air and the sound of my own heartbeat pounding in my ears. I closed the door and leaned against it for a long moment, trying to process what had just happened. The confrontation I'd been unconsciously preparing for since I was 15 was over, and it felt anticlimactic. Like I'd been holding my breath for 9 years and had finally exhaled, only to realize the air didn't taste any different. But Jake was at Riverside Recovery Center. I grabbed my phone and did a quick search. Riverside was about 3 hours north of here, a residential facility that specialized in addiction recovery. Their website was full of inspiring stories about second chances and healing, but all I could think about was my twin brother sitting in some sterile room, fighting battles I should have been helping him with. I called in sick to work, first time in 2 years, and threw some clothes into a bag. Whatever complicated feelings I had about my father and Derek and family obligations could wait. Jake couldn't. The drive to Riverside gave me time to think, maybe too much time. I kept replaying the morning's events, looking for clues I might have missed or things I should have said differently. But mostly, I thought about Jake. We'd been inseparable as kids, the kind of twins who developed their own language and seemed to share thoughts. After Mom died, we'd clung to each other even tighter, 2 kids trying to navigate grief and adolescence and a father who was slowly but steadily checking out of parenthood. The last time I'd seen Jake was about a year after we'd aged out of foster care. We'd both been working dead-end jobs and sharing a crummy apartment, trying to figure out what came next. He'd been drinking more than he should have, but so had I. It seemed normal at the time. What else were 2 18-year-olds supposed to do with that much pain and nowhere to put it? But I'd gotten lucky. I'd found accounting, which gave me a sense of order and control that I desperately needed. Numbers made sense when nothing else did. Jake had bounced from job to job, relationship to relationship, always searching for something I couldn't name. We'd drifted apart gradually, the way people do when life pulls them in different directions. A few phone calls became occasional texts became silence. I told myself it was natural, that we were both busy building our own lives. The truth was, I'd been afraid that staying too close to Jake meant staying too close to the pain we'd shared. I'd wanted to move forward, to prove that our father's abandonment hadn't broken us. I'd used Jake's struggles as evidence of my own success. Look how well I'd handled it compared to him. Oh my gosh, what kind of brother was I? Riverside Recovery Center looked exactly like its website photos, a collection of modern buildings nestled among tall pine trees, designed to look more like a retreat than a treatment facility. The parking lot was full of cars that ranged from expensive sedans to beat-up trucks, a reminder that addiction doesn't discriminate. The receptionist was friendly and professional, but firm about visiting policies. I couldn't just show up and demand to see Jake. I had to be on his approved visitor list, and even then, visits were scheduled in advance and supervised. I'm his twin brother, I explained. We haven't spoken in a few years, but I just found out he was here. I drove 3 hours. I understand, she said with practiced sympathy. But these policies exist to protect our patients. Recovery is a delicate process, and unexpected visits can be disruptive. However, I can give Jake a message and ask if he'd like to add you to his visitor list. I gave her my contact information and asked her to tell Jake that Marcus was there, that I was sorry it had taken so long, and that I'd wait as long as necessary. Then I sat in my car in the parking lot and waited. An hour later, my phone rang. Marcus? Jake's voice was different, rougher, more cautious, but unmistakably his. Hey, I said, and suddenly my throat was tight. I heard you were here. I wanted to see you. How did you find out? I told him about the morning's visit, about Dad and Derek and the college tuition demand. Jake was quiet for a long time after I finished. He never mentioned you had a good job, he said finally. When he visited last month, he made it sound like we were both screw-ups who'd never amounted to anything. He visited you? 3rd time in the past year. Usually shows up when I'm at my lowest, talks about how disappointed he is, how he tried his best but we were just too damaged to save. Jake's laugh was bitter. Great motivational speeches for someone trying to get clean. I closed my eyes, feeling that familiar rage building in my chest. Even now, even when his son was fighting for his life, our father couldn't resist twisting the knife. How long have you been there? I asked. This time? About 6 weeks. But I've been in and out of programs for 3 years now. This is the first place that feels like it might actually work. Why didn't you call me? Another long silence. Because you got out, Marcus. You made something of yourself. I didn't want to drag you back down into this mess. You're not a mess, I said fiercely. You're my brother. Same thing, sometimes. I laughed despite everything, because it was such a Jake thing to say, dark humor as a defense mechanism, a trait we'd both developed early and never outgrown. Listen, I said. I know I haven't been the brother I should have been. I know I disappeared when you needed me. But I'm here now, and I want to help. Whatever you need. I don't need money, Jake interrupted. I know that's probably what you're thinking, but that's not why I'm glad you called. Then what do you need? I need to know that when I get out of here, I'll have someone who remembers who I was before all this started. Someone who knew me when I was just Jake, not Jake the addict or Jake the disappointment. I had to pull over because I was crying too hard to drive safely. I remember, I whispered into the phone. I remember everything. The visiting policies at Riverside were strict but not unreasonable. Jake added me to his approved list, and I was able to see him the following weekend. We spent 2 hours in a comfortable common room, talking about everything and nothing, our jobs, his treatment, the weird parallel lives we'd been living without each other. He looked healthier than I'd expected, though there was a thinness to him that spoke of years of hard living. His eyes were clear, alert in a way I remembered from childhood. When he smiled, I could see glimpses of the brother I'd lost track of somewhere along the way. "So Dad really hired a mediator?" he asked, shaking his head. "That's either brilliant or completely insane." "Little bit of both, I think." Derek seemed genuinely surprised by some of the things he learned about our situation. "Poor kid. Must be rough finding out your stepfather isn't who you thought he was." I studied Jake's face, looking for sarcasm or bitterness, but found only genuine sympathy. "You don't hate him? Derek?" "Why would I hate Derek? He didn't ask to be born into our mess." Jake shrugged. "Besides, hate's exhausting. I spent years hating Dad, hating myself, hating the whole situation. All it did was eat me alive from the inside." "So you forgive him? Our father?" Jake was quiet for a long time, staring out the window at the pine trees that surrounded the facility. "I'm working on it," he said finally. "Not for him, for me. My counselor says resentment is like drinking poison and expecting the other person to die. Dad's going to have to live with his choices either way. I just don't want to let his bad decisions keep destroying my life." I thought about that conversation for weeks afterward, turning Jake's words over in my mind like stones in a tumbler. Forgiveness as self-preservation rather than absolution. It was a concept I struggled with, maybe because letting go of my anger felt like letting my father off the hook. But watching Jake work toward recovery, seeing him slowly rebuild himself from the ground up, I began to understand that forgiveness wasn't about what our father deserved. It was about what we needed to move forward. 3 months after that first visit, I got a call from Derek. "I wanted to thank you," he said without preamble. "And to apologize." "For what?" "For not knowing. For not asking the right questions. For accepting the easy answers instead of pushing for the truth. I was at work, surrounded by spreadsheets and tax forms, trying to focus on quarterly reports while my stepbrother's voice carried through my headset. "Derek, you were a kid. You couldn't have known. I could have tried harder. After Mom died, I could see that Dad was different around you and Jake. Colder. More critical. But it was easier to believe his version of events than to wonder why my stepbrothers suddenly hated me. We never hated you. I know that now. I've been thinking about it a lot, and I remember things differently. Little moments that didn't make sense at the time. Like how you always made sure I got seconds at dinner before you took any. Or how Jake helped me with my math homework even when Dad was yelling at him about his own grades. I had to stop what I was doing and focus on breathing. Those memories, I'd buried them so deep I'd almost convinced myself they'd never happened. You were our little brother," I said quietly. "For a while, anyway. I still want to be." The words hung in the air between us, heavy with possibility and complication. "What about college?" I asked. "Stanford?" I deferred for a year. "I'm working construction, saving money, trying to figure out a path that doesn't depend on Dad's schemes or anyone else's charity. There are community colleges, transfer programs. It might take longer, but it'll be mine." Pride swelled in my chest, not for anything I'd done, but for the young man Derek was becoming despite the chaos around him. "If you need help with applications or financial aid paperwork," I offered, "I'm good with that stuff." "I'd like that. And Marcus? I'm sorry about Jake. I hope he's okay." "He's getting there. We both are." After I hung up, I sat in my cubicle for a long time, staring at numbers that suddenly seemed less important than they had an hour before. For 9 years, I'd thought of Derek as the replacement son, the one who got everything Jake and I had lost. But maybe he'd just been another casualty of our father's inability to handle complexity and responsibility. Jake was released from Riverside on a Thursday in late spring. I took the day off work and drove up to get him, arriving to find him waiting on a bench outside the main building with a duffel bag and a manila envelope full of paperwork. "You sure you want to do this?" he asked as we loaded his stuff into my car. Having a recovering addict as a roommate isn't exactly what most people plan for their 30s. "Most people don't have twin brothers," I replied. "Besides, my place is boring. Could use some excitement. I'm sober now, remember? The excitement days are over." Good. I was never much for excitement anyway. The transition wasn't seamless. Jake had nightmares sometimes, and there were days when he'd disappear for hours, walking the neighborhood or sitting in coffee shops, learning how to exist in the world again without chemical assistance. I had to adjust to sharing space after years of living alone, remembering to buy more groceries and negotiate bathroom schedules. But it was good. Better than good, it was healing, slowly and imperfectly, but undeniably real. One evening about 2 months after Jake moved in, we were watching a baseball game and eating takeout Chinese food when someone knocked on the door. We looked at each other with identical expressions of mild curiosity, neither of us was expecting company. I opened the door to find our father standing there, alone this time. He looked smaller somehow, diminished in a way that had nothing to do with his physical size. "Hi," he said awkwardly. "I was hoping we could talk." "We?" I asked, glancing back at Jake, who had muted the television and was watching from the couch. "Both of you. I owe you both an apology. A real one this time. Jake joined us at the door, studying our father with the kind of careful attention that suggested he was evaluating potential threats. "How did you know Jake was here?" I asked. Derek mentioned it. He's been asking a lot of questions about what really happened when you boys were teenagers. I think he's been talking to your Aunt Susan. That explained a lot. Aunt Susan had never been one to soften hard truths, especially where her brother was concerned. "Come in," Jake said quietly. "But we're not promising anything beyond listening." Our father sat in the same spot he'd occupied months earlier, but this time he looked genuinely uncomfortable rather than entitled. His hands shook slightly as he accepted the glass of water I offered, and there were dark circles under his eyes that spoke of sleepless nights. "I've been going to counseling," he said without preamble. "Family therapy, they call it, though I suppose that's ironic given the circumstances." Derek insisted on it after he learned about everything. "Everything?" Jake asked. "The real reason you boys left. What I told people afterward. How I failed you when you needed me most." He was quiet for a long moment, staring into his water glass like it held answers to questions he didn't know how to ask. "Your mother made me promise," he said finally, so quietly we had to strain to hear him. "When she was dying, she made me promise to take care of you boys, to make sure you grew up knowing how much she loved you. And I did the exact opposite. I pushed you away because every time I looked at you, I saw her. I saw my own failure to save her, to be strong enough to handle losing her." Jake and I exchanged glances. This was more honesty than we'd ever gotten from him, even before Mom died. "That's not an excuse," our father continued. It's the truth. I was selfish and cowardly, and I convinced myself that you'd be better off without me. That telling myself you were angry or difficult was easier than admitting I was abandoning you." "So what's changed?" I asked. "Why now?" "Derek. He's been asking to meet you, to understand why his stepbrothers disappeared from his life. And I realized I couldn't keep lying to him without eventually losing him too. He's starting to see through my stories, to ask the kinds of questions I can't answer without admitting what I really am." "And what's that?" Jake asked, though his tone wasn't cruel, just curious. "A coward. A failure as a father. A man who destroyed his family because he couldn't handle his own grief." The silence that followed wasn't comfortable, but it wasn't hostile either. It was the silence of people trying to figure out what comes after years of mutual damage. "I don't expect forgiveness," our father said. "I know I don't deserve it. But I wanted you to know that I'm trying to be better. For Derek's sake, and for my own. And I wanted to tell you that I'm proud of who you've become, despite everything I did to make that harder." He looked at me. "Marcus, you built a life from nothing. You're successful and independent and decent, all the things I should have taught you to be but didn't." Then he turned to Jake. "And Jake, I know recovery is hard. I know I made it harder by showing up at your worst moments and making you feel like more of a disappointment. I'm sorry for that. I'm sorry for all of it." Jake was crying, not the desperate sobs of someone breaking down but the quiet tears of someone finally hearing words they'd needed for years. "I wanted you to be proud of me," he whispered. "Even after everything, even when I hated you, I still wanted to make you proud. I am proud of you. I should have said that years ago." I found myself thinking about forgiveness again, about Jake's words regarding resentment and poison. Looking at our father, this broken, guilty man who'd caused so much damage, I realized I wasn't sure what I felt anymore. The clean, sharp anger I'd carried for so long was still there, but it was mixed with something else now. Not forgiveness, exactly, but maybe the possibility of it. "Where do we go from here?" I asked. "I don't know," our father admitted. "I'd like to try to rebuild something, if you'll let me. Not the father-son relationship we should have had, I know it's too late for that. But maybe we could find a way to be family again. Differently than before, but still family." Derek appeared in my doorway 3 days later, looking nervous and hopeful in equal measure. "Is this a bad time?" he asked. "Depends. Are you here with a mediator and demands for money?" He laughed, some of the tension leaving his shoulders. "Just me this time. I brought coffee, though. Peace offering." We sat on my small balcony, looking out over the parking lot and the strip of woods beyond it. Derek had brought good coffee, the expensive kind from that place downtown that I'd always considered too pricey for regular consumption. "I start classes at the community college next month," he said after we'd settled into a comfortable quiet. "Part-time, while I work. It'll take me longer to get my degree, but I figure slow and steady beats not at all. Smart approach. What are you studying?" "Engineering. Maybe civil, maybe mechanical, I haven't decided yet. I like building things, figuring out how stuff works." He paused, then added with a wry smile, "Apparently it runs in the family. Jake told me you built a whole accounting practice from scratch." "Jake told you?" I was surprised they'd been in contact. "We've been texting. He's not what I expected. Funnier than I remembered. And he actually listens when I talk about stuff, you know? Dad always made it seem like you guys were these angry, unreachable people, but Jake just seems like a regular person who's been through some tough times." I thought about my twin, how he'd slowly been coming back to himself over the past few months. His sense of humor had been one of the first things to return, followed by his natural empathy, traits that had somehow survived years of addiction and self-destruction. He's always been good with people, I said. Even when we were kids, he could talk to anyone. Made friends faster than I could learn their names. Is that why you became an accountant? Because you're better with numbers than people? The question was asked without judgment, just genuine curiosity, but it made me think about the choices I'd made over the years. The safe, solitary career. The small apartment. The carefully controlled life that left little room for unpredictability or disappointment. Maybe, I admitted. Numbers don't lie or leave or change their minds about loving you. They're reliable. Derek nodded thoughtfully. Dad's the opposite. He's all charm and big promises, but when it comes to following through. He shrugged, letting the sentence hang unfinished. He's trying, though. I'll give him that. You think he means it this time? The apologies, the counseling, all of it? I considered the question carefully. Our father had seemed genuinely remorseful during his last visit, but then again, he'd always been good at saying what people wanted to hear. The difference was that this time, he wasn't asking for anything in return. No money, no forgiveness, no promises to pretend the past hadn't happened. I think he's scared, I said finally. I think he's realized that his pattern of burning bridges is going to leave him completely alone, and that scares him more than admitting he was wrong. Is that enough? Fear of being alone? I don't know. But it's a start. We finished our coffee in companionable silence, watching a family of sparrows argue over crumbs someone had scattered near the dumpster. Derek had grown into a thoughtful young man, nothing like the spoiled stepson I'd imagined during all those years of resentment. Can I ask you something? Derek said as he was getting ready to leave. Sure. Do you think there's a chance we could actually be brothers? Not stepbrothers or former stepbrothers or whatever complicated thing we are now, but just brothers? The question caught me off guard with its simple honesty. Derek wasn't asking for money or mediation or even forgiveness. He was asking for connection, for the possibility of family that wasn't defined by our father's failures. I'd like that, I said, and realized I meant it completely. That evening, Jake came home from his job at a local bike shop. Part of his recovery involved staying busy and productive, to find me staring at my laptop screen with an expression he correctly identified as deep contemplation. What are you plotting? He asked, grabbing a beer from the refrigerator. Root beer, one of many small adjustments we'd both made to accommodate his sobriety. I've been thinking about Derek. About college. Jake settled onto the couch next to me, curiosity replacing his initial wariness. What about it? He's smart, motivated, working his butt off to pay his own way. But community college part-time while working construction full-time? It's going to take him 6 years to get a degree, assuming he doesn't burn out first. Okay. So? I turned the laptop so Jake could see the screen. I've been researching scholarship programs, financial aid options, work-study programs at four-year universities. So maybe there's a middle ground. Not paying for Stanford, that ship has sailed anyway, but helping him find a path that doesn't require him to sacrifice the next decade of his life. Jake studied the information I'd compiled, his expression growing more interested as he scrolled through the options. This scholarship here, he said, pointing to one of the programs I'd bookmarked. State University, full tuition for students who've aged out of foster care or experienced family disruption. Derek might qualify. That's what I was thinking. And if he doesn't qualify for the full scholarship, there are partial options. Plus work-study programs that would give him relevant experience while he's studying. You want to help him apply? I want to give him options. Real ones, not the fantasy of Stanford or the grind of part-time community college. Something in between that's actually achievable. Jake was quiet for a moment, then smiled, the first completely unguarded smile I'd seen from him since his return from Riverside. Mom would have liked this, he said. Her boys helping their little brother figure out his future. Derek's not actually our little brother. Isn't he, though? He was part of our family for 4 years. Just because Dad screwed everything up doesn't mean we have to keep paying for his mistakes. I thought about that as I continued researching options for Derek. Maybe Jake was right. Maybe family wasn't just about blood or legal documents or shared history. Maybe it was about choosing to care about someone's future, even when their past was complicated. 2 weeks later, Derek received acceptance letters to 3 different state universities, along with financial aid packages that would make his education affordable without requiring anyone else to sacrifice their financial security. He called me crying, happy tears this time, and insisted on taking Jake and me out to dinner to celebrate. We ended up at a chain restaurant that specialized in burgers and loaded fries, nothing fancy but the kind of place where you could talk for hours without feeling rushed. Derek peppered us with questions about college, about careers, about navigating adulthood when you're not entirely sure what you're doing. The thing that scares me most, he admitted over dessert, is that I'll end up like Dad. Making promises I can't keep, hurting people I'm supposed to protect. Jake leaned back in his chair, considering the question with the kind of deliberate thoughtfulness that recovery had taught him. You know what I learned in treatment? He said finally. The difference between Dad and us isn't that we're inherently better people. It's that we're willing to look at our mistakes and try to do better. Dad spent years avoiding accountability, making excuses, blaming everyone else for his problems. But you're sitting here worrying about becoming him, which means you're already different. Plus, I added, you've seen what happens when someone chooses convenience over responsibility. You know the cost of those choices, not just for the person making them but for everyone around them. That knowledge is protection. Derek nodded, though I could see he wasn't entirely convinced. Recovery from family trauma, I was learning, was an ongoing process rather than a destination. Can I tell you guys something? Derek said as we were getting ready to leave. That day at Marcus's apartment, when everything came out about what really happened when you left, that was the first time in my life I'd seen Dad look actually ashamed. Not defensive or angry or making excuses, but genuinely ashamed of something he'd done. How did that feel? Jake asked. Terrible. And also kind of relieving? Like finally someone was telling the truth about why our family felt so broken all the time. I understood exactly what Derek meant. The truth hurt, but lies hurt worse because they prevented healing. Our father started showing up occasionally, not often enough to be intrusive, but regularly enough that his presence became a normal part of our gradually reconstructed family dynamic. He never asked for forgiveness directly, but he made himself available for the small kindnesses that demonstrated change better than words ever could. When Jake's bike broke down and left him stranded at work, Dad drove 40 minutes in traffic to give him a ride home. When Derek needed help moving furniture into his dorm room, Dad showed up with a truck and an entire Saturday afternoon. When I had to work late during tax season, Dad brought me dinner without being asked and sat quietly in my office lobby until I was done, just in case I needed company on the drive home. These weren't grand gestures or dramatic apologies. They were small acts of service that gradually rebuilt trust in the most fundamental way possible, by demonstrating reliability over time. You know what's weird? Jake said one evening as we were cleaning up after having Derek and Dad over for dinner. I'm starting to remember the good parts of being his son. Like what? Like how he used to take us fishing on Saturday mornings when Mom was getting her treatments. He was terrible at it, never caught anything, always forgot important equipment, but he tried to make those mornings fun for us. I had similar memories surfacing, small moments of connection I'd buried under years of anger. Dad teaching us to change a tire. Dad staying up all night when Jake had pneumonia, taking his temperature every hour and making terrible jokes to distract him from feeling awful. Dad crying in the hospital parking lot the day Mom died, trying to hold himself together long enough to figure out what to tell two devastated 13-year-olds. He'd been a better father when Mom was alive, or maybe I was just old enough now to understand that grief makes people do things they never imagined themselves capable of, both terrible and beautiful things. The real test came 18 months later, when Jake relapsed. I came home from work to find him passed out on the bathroom floor, an empty pill bottle nearby and a note that simply read "I'm sorry" in his shaky handwriting. The paramedics said I'd found him just in time. Another hour and the overdose might have been fatal. At the hospital, sitting in a waiting room that smelled like disinfectant and despair, I called Derek first. Then I called Dad. They both arrived within minutes of each other, Derek still wearing his work clothes and Dad looking like he'd aged 5 years during the drive over. "How is he?" Dad asked, and I heard something in his voice I'd never noticed before, genuine fear at the possibility of losing one of his children. "Stable. They're keeping him overnight for observation, then he'll go back to treatment. Probably a longer program this time." We sat together in uncomfortable plastic chairs, not talking much but not leaving either. Derek brought terrible coffee from the vending machine. Dad paced the hallway, stopping every few minutes to ask nurses for updates they couldn't give him. When Jake was finally awake and alert enough for visitors, Dad was the first one to approach his bedside. "I'm glad you're okay," he said simply. "And I'm sorry this is so hard." Jake nodded, tears streaming down his face. "I thought I was stronger than this. I thought I was past it." "Recovery isn't linear," Dad replied. "Your counselor at Riverside told me that. Sometimes people have to try multiple times before it sticks." "You talked to my counselor?" I asked him how I could be more helpful. How I could stop making things worse. Dad's voice was steady but quiet. He said the best thing I could do was show up consistently without judgment, so that's what I'm trying to do. Over the following weeks, as Jake worked through the shame and fear that had triggered his relapse, our father proved that he meant what he said. He visited Jake in treatment every weekend. He attended family therapy sessions where counselors asked him difficult questions about his parenting failures. He listened to hard truths about the long-term impact of abandoning his children without getting defensive or making excuses. Most importantly, he kept showing up even when it was uncomfortable, even when Jake was angry or Derek was disappointed or I was skeptical about his motivations. "You know what I think?" Derek said one day as we were driving back from visiting Jake at his new treatment facility. "I think Dad is finally learning how to be a father. It's about 20 years too late, but better late than never, right?" I thought about that assessment as I watched the scenery pass outside the car window. Our father would never be the dad we'd needed when we were 15 and scared and grieving. That ship had sailed long ago, taking with it any chance of a normal family relationship. But maybe Derek was right. Maybe it wasn't too late for him to learn how to be a different kind of father, the kind who showed up for adult children who were still figuring out how to trust him. The kind who did the work of rebuilding rather than expecting forgiveness he hadn't earned. Jake completed his second round of treatment 6 months later, stronger and more self-aware than he'd been after his first attempt at sobriety. He moved back in with me temporarily, but this time we both knew it was a way station rather than a permanent arrangement. He was saving money to get his own place, building a life that was sustainable and independent. "I think I'm ready," he announced one evening as we were watching a baseball game that neither of us was particularly invested in. "Ready for what?" "To forgive him. Not because he deserves it, but because I'm tired of carrying around all this anger. It's heavy, you know?" I nodded. I did know. The weight of resentment was exhausting in ways that were hard to explain to people who'd never carried it. "Does that mean you trust him?" "No. Trust is different from forgiveness. Trust has to be earned over time, and he's still earning it. But forgiveness is something I can choose to give, for my own peace of mind." That conversation stayed with me as I watched our family continue to slowly, imperfectly heal. Derek graduated from college with a degree in civil engineering and a job offer from a firm that specialized in sustainable infrastructure. Jake celebrated 2 years of sobriety and started dating a woman he'd met in a recovery support group, someone who understood his journey and shared his commitment to staying healthy. Dad remained a consistent presence in all our lives, never pushy but always available. He'd learned to listen more than he spoke, to offer help without strings attached, to respect boundaries even when they frustrated him. As for me, I discovered that opening my heart to the possibility of family again had unexpected benefits. My carefully controlled life became messier but richer. My small apartment filled with voices and laughter and the comfortable chaos that comes from people who care about each other despite their complicated history. The final piece of our puzzle fell into place on a warm Saturday in late spring, almost 3 years after that first confrontation in my apartment. We were all gathered for Derek's college graduation, a celebration that would have been impossible to imagine during those dark years when we were scattered and broken. After the ceremony, as we were loading Derek's belongings into various cars for his move to his first apartment, Dad pulled me aside. "I need to ask you something," he said, and I braced myself for another request that would test the fragile trust we'd been building. "Instead," he said, "do you think your mother would be proud of the man you've become?" The question caught me completely off guard. We rarely talked about Mom anymore, the subject was still too tender, too wrapped up in grief and guilt and regret. "I think she'd be amazed," I said finally. "Not just that we survived, but that we found our way back to each other." Dad nodded, tears threatening at the corners of his eyes. "I think she'd be proud of you for that. For refusing to let my mistakes define your relationship with Derek, or with each other. She'd be proud of Derek too. For working so hard, for choosing his own path." "And Jake?" I looked over at my twin brother, who was arguing with Derek about the proper way to load a moving truck while making everyone laugh in the process. Jake sober was everything Jake struggling had always wanted to be: funny, kind, present in his own life. She'd be proud of Jake for fighting. For not giving up, even when it would have been easier. "What about me?" Dad asked quietly. "Do you think she'd be proud of me for finally trying to make things right?" It was a hard question, loaded with pain and hope in equal measure. I thought about the man my father had been when Mom was alive, flawed but present, struggling but committed. I thought about the man he'd become after she died, lost, selfish, destructive. And I thought about the man he was trying to be now, accountable, consistent, humble. "I think she'd be proud that you didn't stop trying," I said. "I think she'd be glad we're all here together, despite everything." As we drove away from Derek's graduation, our mismatched caravan of family members heading toward an uncertain but hopeful future, I realized something that would have seemed impossible 3 years earlier. I was grateful for the confrontation that had started it all. Grateful for Derek's courage in seeking the truth. Grateful for Jake's willingness to forgive. Grateful for Dad's commitment to change, however late it had come. Most of all, I was grateful that family, real family, turned out to be something you could choose and build and rebuild, even after it seemed completely broken. The scars were still there. They probably always would be. But scars, I'd learned, were just evidence that healing was possible, even from wounds that seemed too deep to survive. And sometimes, if you were very lucky and willing to do the work, family could be rebuilt stronger than it had ever been before, not in spite of the breaking, but because of it. Because nothing teaches you what really matters like almost losing it forever. The phone call that had started with a demand and an old wound had ended, improbably, with something like grace. Not the fairy tale ending where everyone forgets the past and lives happily ever after, but the real-world version where people acknowledge their mistakes, do the work of making amends, and slowly build something new from the wreckage of what came before. And you know what? That was enough. More than enough. It was everything. Story 3. My wife's brother burst into our bedroom and announced, "I found the messages. He's been sleeping with Caitlin for months and now she's pregnant." When I denied it, he showed everyone proof text messages and photos he had fabricated. My wife slapped me and screamed, "How could you betray me like this?" Her brothers beat me until I couldn't stand, and my own parents called to say, "We've always known you would disappoint us eventually," before emailing me an official letter of disownment stating, "We no longer recognize you as our son." I booked a one-way ticket and vanished without a word. That was 7 years ago. Yesterday, my wife finally tracked me down and banged on my door in desperation. 7 years ago, my wife's brother destroyed my entire life with a lie so perfect that even I questioned my own memory for a while. Yesterday, that same wife showed up at my door crying and begging me to save the very people who nearly killed me. And the worst part? She was right to ask. But let me start from the beginning, because you need to understand how completely they fooled me. I thought I was living the dream. Sarah and I had this beautiful life in Portland, 3-bedroom house with a garden she obsessed over, 2 cars paid off, talking about having kids within the year. Her family treated me like I was their golden boy. Marcus, her older brother, called me his brother from another mother, and we'd grab beers every Friday after work. Jake, the younger one, looked up to me like I was some kind of mentor. Even her parents bragged about me to their neighbors. My own parents seemed prouder of me than they'd ever been. "You finally found someone who brings out the best in you," my mother used to say. For the first time in my life, I felt like I belonged somewhere. Then came Tuesday, October 15th. I remember the exact date because it's burned into my brain like a brand. Sarah was in our master bathroom, singing in the shower, some Taylor Swift song she'd been stuck on for weeks. I was lying in bed scrolling through my phone, thinking about whether we should paint the guest room before her parents visited for Thanksgiving. Then Marcus burst through our bedroom door like the house was on fire. His face was flushed red, his hands shaking as he held up his iPhone like it was radioactive material. "I found the messages," he shouted, loud enough that I could hear Sarah's singing stop abruptly. "He's been sleeping with Caitlin for months and now she's pregnant." You know that feeling when someone tells you terrible news and your brain just stops? Like when you hear about a car accident or a cancer diagnosis, and for a few seconds reality doesn't compute? That's exactly what happened to me. I stared at Marcus like he was speaking a foreign language. "What are you talking about?" I managed to say, sitting up in bed. Marcus was already scrolling through his phone, pulling up screenshots that made my stomach drop through the floor. "These text messages, you lying piece of garbage. Between you and Caitlin. Everything's here, the hotel rooms, the pregnancy scare, whether the baby is yours or David's." He held the phone out, and I saw my number clear as day at the top of a conversation thread that made me physically nauseous to read. Messages describing intimate details about an affair I'd never had, with Sarah's best friend since college. Plans to meet at the Marriott downtown. Discussions about Caitlin being late and needing to take a pregnancy test. Arguments about whether she should leave her husband David. The shower shut off in the bathroom. "Marcus, those aren't real," I said, reaching for his phone, but he jerked it away like I was trying to destroy evidence. "Don't you dare touch this," he snarled. "I've been suspicious for weeks. The way you looked at her at my birthday party last month. How you always volunteer to pick her up when her car's in the shop. The way you two whisper to each other when you think no one's listening." Every accusation hit me like a physical blow because they were based on tiny kernels of truth twisted into something sinister. Yes, I'd noticed Caitlin was attractive, she was objectively beautiful. Yes, I'd helped her with rides when her ancient Honda was being repaired. Yes, we'd had private conversations, but they were about finding anniversary gifts for Sarah or planning surprise parties. Sarah walked out of the bathroom wrapped in her terry cloth robe, hair dripping wet, and took one look at her brother's face. "What's going on? Why are you yelling?" Marcus thrust the phone toward her. "Your husband has been having an affair with Caitlin for 4 months. She might be pregnant with his baby." I watched Sarah's face cycle through confusion, disbelief, shock, and finally this terrible dawning horror as she scrolled through the messages. Her hand flew to her mouth. "How could you betray me like this?" she screamed, and slapped me so hard my ears rang and I tasted blood. "Sarah, listen to me," I said, my cheek burning. "Those messages are fake." "I've never..." "Fake?" Marcus laughed bitterly. "Show him the photos." Sarah's face went completely white as she kept scrolling. Whatever she was seeing on that screen was convincing enough that she started hyperventilating. I can't breathe," she gasped, sitting down hard on our bed. Marcus called out toward the hallway, "Jake. Mom. Dad. Get in here." That's when I realized this wasn't a spontaneous discovery. This was orchestrated. They'd all been waiting downstairs while Marcus came up here to confront me. The whole thing had been planned. Jake appeared first, followed by Sarah's parents, and then, somehow, my own parents walked into our bedroom. My mother's face was already set in that disappointed expression I remembered from childhood, like she'd been expecting this moment my entire life. "We've seen the evidence," Sarah's father said, his voice cold as winter. "Are you going to keep lying to our faces?" "What evidence?" I demanded. "Someone fabricated those messages. This is insane." "The photos don't lie," Sarah's mother said, looking at me like I was something she'd scrape off her shoe. "We've seen everything, Michael. The hotel receipts, the intimate photos, all of it." "Hotel receipts? Intimate photos?" My head was spinning. How could there be evidence of things that never happened? Marcus and Jake moved to either side of me. I'm not a small guy, 6'2", played linebacker in college, but I was so stunned by what was happening that I barely resisted when they grabbed my arms. "You want to keep lying?" Marcus asked, his face inches from mine. Fine. Let's see how long you can stick to your story. The first punch caught me in the stomach, doubling me over. The second hit my ribs. Jake held me upright while Marcus worked me over like a heavy bag, and the whole time Sarah just sat there crying and screaming about how much she trusted me. The beating wasn't even the worst part, though. The worst part was when my phone started ringing during the chaos, and Sarah answered it. Mrs. Mitchell? This is Sarah, Michael's wife. Yes, we found out about the affair. No, he's still denying everything. I know, we're all devastated. I could hear my mother's voice through the speaker, and the words are burned into my memory. We've always known he would disappoint us eventually. This is exactly the kind of behavior we expected from him. We're so sorry you had to go through this, dear. My own mother. Talking about me like I was already dead. 20 minutes later, as I lay bleeding on our hardwood floor, my email notification chimed. My father had sent me a formal letter, typed, printed, signed, and notarized, stating that they no longer recognized me as their son. It was dated that morning. They'd prepared it in advance. By midnight, everyone had left except Sarah. She was systematically packing my clothes into garbage bags while I sat on our couch holding a bag of frozen peas against my swollen face. I want you gone by morning, she said without looking at me. If I see you after sunrise, I'm calling the police and telling them you attacked me. Sarah, please. Just listen to me for 1 minute. I gave you 3 years of my life, she interrupted, her voice hollow. I was planning to have your children. I defended you to people who said you were too good to be true. And this whole time you were sleeping with my best friend. I tried calling Caitlin. Her phone went straight to voicemail. I tried 17 times that night. She never answered, never called back. That's when the real nightmare began. I spent that first night in my car in a Walmart parking lot, trying to figure out how my entire existence had imploded in 4 hours. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those text messages, those photos that somehow looked exactly like me. The rational part of my brain knew it was impossible. I'd never cheated on Sarah, never even been tempted. But the evidence was so convincing that I started questioning my own memory. Had I been sleepwalking? Did I have some kind of dissociative disorder? Had I somehow blocked out an entire affair? The next morning, I drove to the bank and emptied our joint savings account. It was mostly my money anyway. Sarah worked part-time at a non-profit while I carried the mortgage and most of our expenses. I bought a one-way ticket to Denver, picked because it was far enough away but not so exotic that I'd stand out. I didn't leave a note. Didn't say goodbye to anyone. I just vanished. For 7 years, I rebuilt my life from absolute zero. Got a job as a software developer for a small tech company that didn't ask too many questions about gaps in my employment history. Rented a studio apartment that gradually became home. Made a few casual friends who knew me as Mike, the quiet guy who keeps to himself. I learned to code better than I ever had before, partly because I had nothing else to fill my time, partly because I developed this paranoid need to understand how digital evidence could be fabricated. I spent months researching photo manipulation, text message spoofing, metadata analysis. I wanted to understand exactly how someone could have framed me so perfectly. I changed my name legally. Michael James Mitchell became Michael James Morgan. New social security number, new driver's license, new everything. I deleted all my social media accounts, destroyed my old phone, and became a ghost. Sometimes I'd catch myself wondering what Sarah was doing, whether she'd remarried, if she was happy. But I never looked her up. That part of my life was dead and buried. I even started dating again after a few years. Nothing serious, I wasn't ready to trust anyone with the truth about my past. But I had relationships, went on trips, lived a quiet but satisfying life. Until yesterday. I was in my apartment watching Netflix after work, some mindless action movie I'd seen 3 times already, when someone started pounding on my door. Not knocking, not ringing the doorbell. Pounding, like the police were about to break it down. Through the peephole, I saw a woman who looked vaguely familiar but wrong somehow. Older, thinner, with stringy hair and clothes that looked like she'd slept in them. She was crying so hard her whole body was shaking. Then she looked directly at the peephole, and I recognized Sarah's eyes. "Michael, please," she sobbed. "I know you're in there. I know you hate me, and you have every right to, but please. Jake is dying and it's all my fault." I should have pretended I wasn't home. Should have waited for her to give up and leave. But something in her voice, this raw desperation I'd never heard before, made me open the door. She looked up at me with red, swollen eyes and whispered, "Marcus lied about everything. He fabricated all of it. And now he's going to kill Jake to keep the secret buried." The words hit me like a physical blow. 7 years of exile, 7 years of thinking my own family had abandoned me over something I didn't do, and it had all been one man's sick game. "What are you talking about?" I managed to say. "Can I come in?" she asked. "Please. I'll explain everything, but we don't have much time." Against every instinct screaming at me to slam the door, I stepped aside and let her into my apartment. She collapsed onto my couch like her legs had given out completely. Marcus has been doing this his whole life, she began, her voice shaking. Destroying people for sport. When we were kids, he used to break his own toys and blame the neighbors' children, get them in trouble with their parents. In middle school, he spread rumors about our teacher having an affair with the principal, completely made up, but convincing enough that the teacher lost his job. I sat down across from her, not trusting myself to get any closer. My apartment suddenly felt too small, the air too thick. In high school, Sarah continued, he convinced our parents that Jake was doing drugs. He planted marijuana in Jake's backpack, faked text messages from dealers, even gave Jake's girlfriend fake photos of him with other girls until she broke up with him. Jake was so devastated he attempted suicide junior year. We thought he'd grown out of it, gotten better, but... She started crying again, harder this time. 3 days ago, Jake found out the truth about what Marcus did to you. Marcus got drunk at Murphy's bar and started bragging to some stranger about how easy it had been to fool everyone. How he'd used some app to fake your text messages and hired someone to Photoshop those pictures using photos from your social media and some random woman online. The room felt like it was spinning. How did Jake find out? The stranger he was bragging to was Jake's coworker. Tommy Morrison, Caitlin's cousin. He called Jake immediately, told him everything Marcus had said. Caitlin's cousin. That explained how Marcus knew enough details about her life to make the fake messages convincing. Jake confronted Marcus that night, Sarah went on. Demanded that he confess to everyone, make it right. Marcus laughed and said no one would believe Jake now, that too much time had passed, that you were probably dead anyway, so what did it matter? So what happened? Sarah's hands were shaking as she pulled out her phone. Jake said he was going to find you somehow, tell you the truth himself, help you clear your name. He said he couldn't live with what we'd done to you. She showed me a text message from Jake to Marcus, sent 3 nights ago, I'm going to make this right. I'm going to find Mike and tell him everything. You can either help me or stay out of my way, but I'm not keeping your secret anymore. Marcus's response came an hour later, Sarah said, scrolling to show me. He told Jake to meet him at the old warehouse where Marcus keeps his construction equipment. Said he wanted to talk, work something out. And Jake went? Jake always believed Marcus could change, that there was good in him somewhere. He went to that warehouse thinking his brother wanted to apologize and make amends. Her voice broke completely. Marcus beat him with a crowbar and left him for dead. I felt like I was going to be sick. Is he? He's alive, but barely. He's been in a coma for 3 days. The doctors don't know if he'll wake up, and if he does, there might be brain damage. Sarah showed me another message, this one from Marcus to her, Jake had an accident at the warehouse. Very sad. I hope this teaches you to mind your own business about things that happened a long time ago. You went to the police, right? I tried. But Marcus made it look like an accident. Told them Jake had been drinking, must have fallen and hit his head on some equipment. There were no witnesses, no evidence of foul play. Just my word against his, and Marcus has always been the golden child who can do no wrong. She scrolled to more recent messages from Marcus, sent just hours ago. Sarah, I know you're thinking about doing something stupid. Some secrets are worth killing for. If you contact Michael Morgan in Denver, I'll finish what I started with Jake. I know where Mike lives, what he drives, where he works. I've been watching him for weeks. My blood turned to ice. He knows I'm here? He found you before I did. He's been planning this for months, ever since Jake started asking too many questions about that night 7 years ago. Sarah showed me more photos on her phone, pictures of my apartment building, my car, my office. All taken from a distance with a telephoto lens. He's been documenting your routine. When you leave for work, when you come home, where you go on weekends. He's completely obsessed with making sure his secret stays buried. As if summoned by our conversation, someone knocked on my door. 3 soft taps, casual and friendly. Mike? Marcus's voice called through the door, sickeningly cheerful. I know Sarah's in there with you. We need to have a family meeting. Sarah grabbed my arm so hard I could feel her fingernails digging into my skin. He followed me here. He's been following me for days. The knocking came again, more insistent. Come on, Mike. Buddy. Brother. Open up. I just want to apologize for that little misunderstanding 7 years ago. No hard feelings, right? We're family. I moved to the window, thinking about the fire escape, but Marcus's voice stopped me cold. Before you think about that fire escape, you should know I brought some friends. Construction guys who owe me favors. They're positioned around the building, and they're very good at making problems disappear permanently. Sarah's face went white. He's serious. Marcus has connections now, people who work in cash, don't ask questions, have criminal records. He's become someone very dangerous. The doorknob rattled as Marcus tested the lock. You know what, Mike? I'm getting tired of being patient. Sarah? Tell him what happens to people who threaten my reputation. Tell him about the Morrison family. Sarah started crying again. 6 months ago, Caitlin's entire family died in a car accident. Her parents, her sister, even Caitlin. The police said it was brake failure on a mountain road, but I have friends who know about cars. Marcus's voice carried through the door. Friends who understand that sometimes people need to have accidents when they start asking inconvenient questions. The pieces clicked into place with horrifying clarity. Caitlin figured out what he'd done. She started having nightmares about what happened to you. Called me 6 months ago, crying, saying she couldn't live with the guilt. She'd never answered your calls that night because Marcus told her you were having a psychotic break, that you were dangerous and might hurt her if she got involved. And when she wanted to find me, Marcus couldn't risk her telling the truth. So the whole family had to die to keep one person quiet. Marcus's laughter echoed through the door. 4 birds, 1 stone. Very efficient. And the best part is, everyone thought it was so tragic and random. That's when I realized we weren't dealing with someone who'd made a mistake 7 years ago. We were dealing with a serial killer who'd found the perfect cover. I grabbed my phone and dialed 911, but Marcus was still talking through the door. They won't get here in time, Mike. And what are you going to tell them? That your ex-brother-in-law is upset about some old family drama? There's no evidence I hurt Jake, officially, he fell and hit his head. There's no evidence I did anything to the Morrisons, brake lines fail all the time. You're just a man who abandoned his family 7 years ago making wild accusations. He was right. Marcus had been planning this for years, covering his tracks meticulously. But here's what's going to happen, Marcus continued. Sarah's going to unlock this door, and we're all going to sit down like civilized people. I'm going to explain how things are going to work going forward, and if everyone cooperates, maybe some people get to keep breathing. I looked around my apartment, thinking fast. Marcus had made one crucial mistake. He didn't know what I'd become in the 7 years since he'd destroyed my life. Sarah, I said quietly, do you still have those threatening messages he sent you? She nodded, showing me her phone. Good. Forward all of them to this email address. I gave her my secure work email. Everything, the photos, the threats, all of it. While she typed, I opened my laptop and started working. 7 years as a software developer, specializing in cybersecurity and digital forensics, had taught me things Marcus couldn't imagine. What are you doing? Sarah whispered. Something Marcus doesn't know about me, I said, fingers flying over the keyboard. I'm not the same person who ran away 7 years ago. First, I activated the security system I'd installed in my apartment, cameras hidden in smoke detectors, audio recording devices in the outlets. Everything that had happened since Sarah arrived was being uploaded to multiple secure cloud servers. Second, I accessed Marcus's digital footprint. His phone number, his social media accounts, his work email. Most people don't realize how much of their lives are available online if you know where to look. Third, I found his location. His phone was broadcasting from the hallway outside my door, but I could also see his recent history. The warehouse where he'd attacked Jake. Caitlin Morrison's neighborhood 6 months ago. Patterns of behavior that painted a very clear picture. Every word he just said has been recorded and uploaded, I told Sarah. Along with GPS data showing his location, his digital communications, and evidence of him stalking me for weeks. Marcus had gone quiet outside the door. Plus, I continued, raising my voice so he could hear me, I've set up automatic triggers. If I don't input a specific code every hour, everything gets sent to the FBI's cybercrime division, along with detailed analysis of his online activities, financial records, and travel patterns that correlate with suspicious deaths. That last part was mostly bluff, I hadn't had time for that level of analysis. But I heard Marcus's footsteps retreat from the door. My phone rang. Unknown number, but I knew it was him. You think you're clever, his voice was different now, ice cold, all pretense gone. But this doesn't end here. You can't hide behind computers forever. I'm not hiding, I said. I'm done running. And Marcus? You made one big mistake. What's that? You assumed I stayed the same weak person you destroyed 7 years ago. But you forced me to disappear so completely that I had to reinvent myself. I learned skills you can't imagine. And now I'm going to use them to take you apart piece by piece. I was already pulling up financial records, cross-referencing them with the dates of suspicious accidents. Marcus had been sloppy with his digital security, overconfident that no one would ever look closely at his activities. See, the thing about being a cybersecurity expert, I continued, is that once I start pulling threads, I can unravel someone's entire life. And your life is very, very messy. Bank transfers to known criminals. Encrypted messages about car problems and construction accidents. Location data that placed him near every suspicious death he'd been connected to. 15 minutes later, we heard sirens. Not just one car, multiple vehicles surrounding my building. I looked out the window and saw FBI tactical teams taking positions around my apartment complex. They'd taken my evidence package seriously enough to treat this as an active domestic terrorism situation. Sarah stared at me in amazement. How did you? 7 years ago, Marcus destroyed my life by making me look guilty of something I didn't do. But in forcing me to disappear, he created someone who could do the same thing to him, except everything I'm accusing him of is actually true. We heard shouts in the hallway, heavy footsteps, commands being barked. Then silence. My phone buzzed with a text from the FBI agent in charge, subject in custody. Need you and the witness to come down for questioning. It took 12 hours of interviews, statements, and evidence review, but by the next evening, Marcus was being held without bail on charges of attempted murder, conspiracy, cyberstalking, and pending investigation into multiple suspicious deaths. The evidence I'd compiled in 20 minutes had given the FBI enough to start unraveling 7 years of Marcus's activities. Financial records showed payments to convicted felons around the times of various accidents. His phone's location data put him at the scene of Caitlin Morrison's brake failure. His internet history showed extensive research into methods of causing untraceable mechanical failures. Jake woke up from his coma 3 days later. The first thing he did was give a full statement about everything Marcus had confessed in that bar. The doctors said he'd make a complete recovery, though he'd need months of physical therapy. Sarah and I spent hours at the FBI field office, going through years of evidence and suspicious incidents. It turned out Marcus had been escalating for years. What started as childhood pranks had evolved into systematic destruction of lives. When we finally left the federal building, dawn was breaking over Denver. Sarah and I found ourselves standing in the parking lot with 7 years of unfinished business hanging between us like a wall. I need to ask you something, she said, looking exhausted but somehow lighter than she had in years. And I need complete honesty. Okay. Did you ever really love me? Or were we just convenient for each other? The question caught me off guard, but I realized I owed her absolute truth. I loved the life we had, I said carefully. I loved feeling like I belonged somewhere, like I was part of something bigger than myself. But honestly, I don't think I knew who I really was back then, so I'm not sure I was capable of loving anyone else completely. She nodded slowly. I think I knew that even then. And I think that's part of why I believed Marcus's lies so easily. Because I'd always felt like you were holding something back, like you were performing the role of husband rather than actually being one. What about you? I asked. Did you love me, or just the idea of me? I loved feeling safe and secure, she admitted. You were stable, reliable, successful. My family adored you. But looking back, I don't think I ever saw who you really were underneath all that. We stood there in the morning light, two people who'd been married for 3 years but had never truly known each other. I'm sorry, she said finally. For believing the lies without giving you a chance to defend yourself. For letting my family destroy you. For not fighting harder to understand what really happened. I'm sorry too, I said. For running away instead of standing and fighting. For disappearing without explanation. For letting 7 years pass without trying to find out the truth. She smiled sadly. We were both pretty young and naive, weren't we? Yeah. We were. Sarah drove back to Portland that afternoon to be with Jake during his recovery and to deal with the media attention that was starting to surround the case. We exchanged numbers and promised to stay in touch, but we both understood that we were different people now. The life we'd shared was a relic from when we were both playing roles we thought we were supposed to play. Trying to resurrect it would be like putting on clothes that no longer fit. Over the next few weeks, the investigation into Marcus expanded dramatically. The FBI found evidence connecting him to 8 suspicious deaths over the past 5 years. He'd been operating like a serial killer, but instead of random victims, he targeted people who threatened his carefully constructed reputation. A former coworker who'd witnessed Marcus stealing from their construction company had died in a scaffolding collapse. A neighbor who'd complained about Marcus's late-night activities had suffered carbon monoxide poisoning from a faulty water heater. Each death looked accidental, but taken together, they painted a picture of a man who'd learned to kill with impunity. The case made national news. The Facebook killer, they called him, because of how sophisticated his digital deception had been. News programs interviewed experts about deepfakes, digital manipulation, and how easy it had become to fabricate convincing evidence. I became something of a reluctant expert witness, testifying about the technical aspects of how Marcus had framed me. The case helped establish new legal precedents about digital evidence and cyberstalking. But the strangest part was the letter that arrived 3 weeks after Marcus's arrest. My parents had tracked me down through the news coverage. They wanted to reconcile, to make amends for their hasty judgment 7 years ago. The letter was written in my mother's careful handwriting and signed by both of them. They explained that they'd been manipulated by a master deceiver and hoped I could find it in my heart to forgive them. I read the letter 17 times before putting it in my desk drawer. Some betrayals cut so deep that forgiveness feels like betraying yourself. They'd made their choice 7 years ago based on fabricated evidence, but they'd made it without even asking for my side of the story. The fact that they'd been fooled didn't change the fact that they'd been willing to abandon their only son so completely and so quickly. Maybe someday I'll be ready to have that conversation. But not yet. The person this experience has taught me the most about is myself. 7 years ago, I was someone who ran from conflict, who let other people define my reality, who crumbled under pressure. The man who faced down Marcus in that hallway was someone completely different. Someone who'd learned that sometimes you have to stand and fight, even when you're terrified. Someone who'd developed skills and instincts that the old me never possessed. I'm not saying I'm grateful for what happened, I wouldn't wish that kind of betrayal on anyone. But I've realized that surviving the worst thing that ever happened to me also forced me to become stronger, more independent, and more resourceful than I ever would have been otherwise. I'm still living in Denver, still working as a software developer, but I'm not hiding anymore. I've started dating someone seriously, a teacher named Rebecca who knows my whole story and says it makes her respect me more, not less. We're talking about moving in together, maybe getting married someday. And every morning when I wake up, I remember that I survived something designed to destroy me completely. Not only survived it, but emerged stronger and more capable than before. Sometimes I still get angry about the 7 years that were stolen from me. 7 years of relationships I didn't build, opportunities I didn't take, experiences I missed because I was too afraid to fully engage with life. But then I remember that Marcus's plan was for me to disappear permanently, either through suicide or by becoming so broken that I never mattered to anyone again. Instead, his cruelty just delayed my real life for a while. I'm 34 now. I've got decades of living ahead of me, and I'm not going to waste another day looking backward. The truth always surfaces eventually. Mine just took a little longer to claw its way back to the light. But that's not where this story really ends. Because 3 months after Marcus was sentenced to life without parole, I got a phone call that changed everything again. I was at Rebecca's place, helping her grade papers for her 4th grade class, when my phone rang with a number I didn't recognize. I almost didn't answer it. I'd been getting calls from reporters and true crime podcasters for weeks, and I was tired of rehashing the whole nightmare. But something made me pick up. Michael? This is Detective Patricia Williams with Portland PD. I know this might be difficult, but we need to talk. We've uncovered something about your case that, well, it's complicated. My stomach dropped. What kind of something? Not over the phone. Can you come to Portland? There are some people here who need to meet you, and some evidence you need to see. I think it's going to change how you understand everything that happened. The drive from Denver to Portland felt like traveling back through time. Every mile brought back memories I'd tried to bury, the house Sarah and I had shared, the coffee shop where I'd proposed, the park where we'd talked about our future children. By the time I reached the city limits, my hands were shaking. Detective Williams met me at the police station. She was a woman in her 50s with kind eyes and the bearing of someone who'd seen too much to be surprised by anything. But when she looked at me, I saw something I hadn't expected: pity. Before we go in, she said, I need you to understand that what you're about to learn is going to be difficult. Not just about Marcus, but about other people you trusted. Are you sure you're ready for this? I nodded, though I wasn't sure of anything anymore. She led me to a conference room where 3 people were waiting: Sarah, Jake, and a woman I didn't recognize. The stranger was elderly, maybe 70, with Marcus's eyes and the same sharp cheekbones. Michael, Detective Williams said, I'd like you to meet Eleanor Hoffman, Marcus and Jake's biological grandmother. The woman stood up slowly, studying my face like she was looking for something specific. I'm sorry we're meeting under these circumstances, she said. But there are things about my grandson that you need to know. Things that go back much further than anyone realized. Sarah looked like she'd been crying for days. Michael, sit down. Please. This is going to be a lot. I sat across from them, feeling like I was about to be ambushed again. But Jake leaned forward and said, we found out why Marcus targeted you specifically. It wasn't random, and it wasn't just jealousy about Sarah. He's been planning to destroy your life since before you even met our family. Eleanor opened a manila folder and spread photographs across the table. They were old, some looked like they were from the 1970s and 80s. Pictures of children, teenagers, young adults. And in several of them, I saw faces that looked disturbingly familiar. These are victims, Eleanor said quietly. People Marcus has been hurting since he was 12 years old. But you're not just another victim, Michael. You're the reason he became what he is. I stared at the photos, trying to process what she was saying. I don't understand. I never met Marcus before I started dating Sarah. No, Eleanor agreed. But you met his father. And that meeting destroyed Marcus's world. She pulled out another photograph, this one more recent, from maybe 10 years ago. It showed a man in his 40s, clean-shaven, wearing a construction worker's hard hat. He looked vaguely familiar, but I couldn't place him. This is Richard Hoffman, Marcus's father. He left the family when Marcus was 8 years old, told everyone he was going to Alaska to work on oil rigs. Sent a few postcards, then nothing. Marcus spent his childhood believing his father was a hero, an adventurer who would come back someday. Sarah was crying again. Tell him what we found out. Eleanor's voice got quieter. 3 years ago, Marcus hired a private investigator to track down his father. He wanted to reconnect, maybe have Richard walk him down the aisle when he got married. The investigator found him. She pulled out a death certificate dated 18 years ago. Richard Hoffman, age 34, cause of death, construction accident. He never went to Alaska, Eleanor continued. He moved to Colorado, got a job with a construction company there. And on March 15, 18 years ago, he was killed when scaffolding collapsed at a job site. I was starting to get a sick feeling in my stomach. What does this have to do with me? Detective Williams answered. The construction company was Morrison & Associates. The foreman on that job site was your father, James Mitchell. The room started spinning. My father had been a construction foreman in Colorado before we moved to Oregon when I was 10. But I'd never heard him mention anyone named Richard Hoffman. The accident was ruled negligent homicide, Detective Williams continued. The scaffolding hadn't been properly secured, safety protocols weren't followed. Your father was charged and served 2 years in prison for criminal negligence resulting in death. That's why we'd moved to Oregon. My father had never told me the real reason, just said he wanted a fresh start and a better life for the family. I'd been too young to understand that we were running away from his past. When Marcus found this out, Eleanor said, it broke something in him permanently. His whole life, he'd believed his father abandoned him willingly. Learning that Richard had actually died because of your father's negligence, that he'd spent his childhood hating a dead man. It destroyed what was left of his sanity. Jake spoke up for the first time. He became obsessed with your family. Spent months researching you, your parents, your life. He found out you were living in Portland, working as an accountant, dating around. And he started planning. Planning what? Sarah's voice was barely a whisper. He engineered our entire relationship. Our meeting wasn't coincidence, he set it up. The room went completely silent except for the humming of fluorescent lights. I felt like I was falling through the floor. What do you mean? Eleanor pulled out another folder, this one thick with documents. Marcus researched your interests, your habits, the places you went. He learned that you volunteered at the animal shelter on weekends, that you liked hiking, that you were taking evening classes in business management. She showed me registration forms, volunteer schedules, class rosters. He signed Sarah up for the same business class you were taking. Made sure she volunteered at the animal shelter the same days you did. Even arranged for her to accidentally need help with her car in the parking lot after class. I looked at Sarah, who was sobbing now. You knew? No, she said desperately. I swear I had no idea. I thought it was all coincidence, fate, whatever you want to call it. Marcus just kept suggesting places I should go, things I should try. He said he wanted me to be more social, meet new people. Jake leaned across the table. Marcus spent 2 years setting up your relationship. He knew exactly what kind of person you'd be attracted to, what kind of personality would make you fall in love. And he coached Sarah on how to be that person. Detective Williams opened another file. We found his planning documents when we searched his house. Notebooks full of observations about your behavior, preferences, psychological profile. He studied you like a scientist studies a lab rat. I was having trouble breathing. So our entire relationship was fake? No, Sarah said quickly. The feelings were real. At least for me. I really did fall in love with you. But the circumstances that brought us together, those were manipulated. Eleanor continued the timeline. Once you two were married and settled, Marcus began phase 2 of his plan. He spent months figuring out how to destroy you in the most devastating way possible. He wanted to take everything from you, your wife, your family, your reputation, your sense of reality. The fake messages and photos, Detective Williams said, took him 4 months to create. He used deepfake technology, social engineering, hacking into your accounts to study your writing patterns. He even broke into Caitlin's house multiple times to photograph her belongings, her bedroom, anything he could use to make the fabrication more convincing. I thought about Caitlin, about her entire family being murdered just to cover up Marcus's lies. She never knew, did she? About any of this? She was completely innocent, Jake said. Just like you were. Marcus chose her because she was Sarah's closest friend and because she was married, which would make the affair more scandalous. He probably would have killed her even if she'd never figured out the truth, just to eliminate any loose ends. The scope of Marcus's planning was starting to sink in. This hadn't been a spontaneous act of jealousy or a crime of passion. It had been a 7-year campaign of psychological warfare designed to avenge his father's death by destroying an innocent person. There's more, Eleanor said. After you disappeared, Marcus didn't stop. He continued monitoring you, tracking your new life in Denver. He was planning additional phases of destruction. Detective Williams pulled out printed emails from Marcus's computer. He was going to wait another few years, then plant evidence that you were involved in child pornography. He wanted to make sure your new identity was completely destroyed and that you ended up in prison. I felt physically sick. Why didn't he just kill me directly? Because death would have been too easy, Sarah said. He wanted you to suffer the way he'd suffered. He wanted you to lose everything that mattered to you, piece by piece, over decades. Eleanor leaned back in her chair. I've spent the last 3 months going through Marcus's belongings, his journals, his computer files. The level of planning and manipulation is unlike anything I've ever seen. He documented everything, every lie he told, every life he destroyed, every person he killed. How many others were there? I asked. Detective Williams consulted her notes. Directly? 12 people dead, including the Morrison family. Indirectly? We've identified at least 30 lives he systematically destroyed over the past 15 years. People who lost their jobs, their families, their reputations because of lies he spread or evidence he fabricated. Jake's voice was hollow. We found files on all of us too. Me, Sarah, our parents, even our extended family. He had contingency plans to destroy anyone who might threaten his secrets. If I hadn't ended up in that coma, he probably would have killed me and made it look like suicide. The room fell silent again as the full scope of Marcus's pathology sank in. This wasn't just about revenge against my father, it was about a man who discovered he enjoyed playing with people's lives like they were characters in some twisted game. There's one more thing, Eleanor said carefully. Something personal that you need to know. She handed me a letter, handwritten in Marcus's distinctive scrawl. It was addressed to me and dated just a week before his arrest. Michael, by the time you read this, you'll know the truth about what I did and why I did it. You'll know that your father killed mine, and that everything good that ever happened to you was built on the grave of my family's happiness. But I want you to understand something else. In the 7 years since you disappeared, I've watched you rebuild your life. I've seen you become successful, make friends, find love again. And I have to admit, I'm impressed. The weak man I destroyed 7 years ago never could have survived what I put him through. But you did more than survive, you became someone stronger, smarter, more capable. In trying to destroy you, I accidentally created someone worthy of being my enemy. When I finally kill you, and I will, it won't be because you're weak and pathetic like I originally planned. It will be because you became dangerous, and dangerous people can't be allowed to live. Consider it a compliment. Marcus. My hands were shaking as I finished reading. Even in his final message, Marcus had to make it about power, about control, about his twisted sense of superiority. The FBI found this letter in his cell, Detective Williams said. He wrote it the day before you exposed his activities. Even when his world was falling apart, he was still obsessed with you. Sarah reached across the table and touched my hand. I'm sorry, she whispered. I'm so sorry for all of it. For being part of his plan, even unknowingly. For not seeing through his manipulation. For believing his lies about you. I looked at her, really looked at her, for the first time since this nightmare had started. She'd aged in the months since Marcus's arrest, but there was something different in her eyes now. A clarity that hadn't been there during our marriage. You couldn't have known, I said finally. None of us could have. He spent years studying human psychology, learning how to manipulate people perfectly. We were all just pawns in his game. Jake leaned forward. The question is, what do we do now? How do we move forward knowing all this? It was a good question. Learning that my entire relationship with Sarah had been orchestrated, that Marcus had been planning my destruction for years before I even knew he existed, that my father's past mistakes had set all of this in motion. It should have broken me all over again. But somehow, it didn't. Maybe it was because I'd already survived the worst Marcus could do to me. Maybe it was because I'd spent 7 years learning to be independent, to trust my own judgment, to build a life that didn't depend on other people's approval. Or maybe it was because knowing the truth, even terrible truth, was better than living with questions and doubt. We move forward by living, I said. Marcus wanted to destroy us. The best revenge is refusing to stay destroyed. Eleanor nodded approvingly. That's exactly what Richard would have said. Your father made a mistake that cost my son his life, but he paid for that mistake. You were never responsible for what happened, and you didn't deserve what Marcus did to you. Detective Williams closed her files. There will be more hearings, more testimony as the cases go to trial. Marcus has been charged with 12 counts of murder, and there are civil suits from the families of his other victims. This is going to continue for a long time. I'll testify, I said. Whatever you need. Over the next few hours, we went through more evidence, more details about Marcus's crimes and manipulations. It was exhausting and heartbreaking, but also strangely liberating. Every revelation helped me understand that I'd never been crazy, never been paranoid, never been wrong to feel like something was off about my life. When we finally left the police station, Sarah and I found ourselves walking through downtown Portland together. The city looked the same as it had 7 years ago, but I felt like I was seeing it through completely different eyes. "Can I ask you something?" Sarah said as we paused at a coffee shop where we used to go on Sunday mornings. "If you'd known the truth 7 years ago, if you'd known that Marcus had orchestrated everything, would you have stayed and fought?" I thought about it carefully. Honestly? Probably not. 7 years ago, I was still the kind of person who ran from conflict. I didn't have the skills or the confidence to fight someone like Marcus. In a weird way, being forced to disappear and rebuild myself was exactly what I needed to become strong enough to face him. She smiled sadly. "So maybe some good came out of all this horror after all." "Maybe." We walked a few more blocks in comfortable silence. Finally, Sarah stopped and turned to face me. "I know there's no going back," she said. "Too much has happened, we're both different people now. But I want you to know that the love I felt for you was real, even if the circumstances that brought us together weren't. The man I married was worth loving, and the man you've become is even more remarkable." "Thank you," I said. "That means more than you know." We hugged goodbye outside the coffee shop, and I realized it was the first time in 7 years that touching her didn't hurt. I drove back to Denver with a strange sense of peace. Yes, learning that my entire marriage had been part of Marcus's revenge plot was devastating. Yes, knowing that he'd spent years planning my psychological destruction was horrifying. But it also meant that every doubt I'd ever had about my relationship, every moment when something had felt slightly off, every instinct that had told me things weren't quite what they seemed, I'd been right about all of it. My subconscious had been trying to warn me for years. I just hadn't been ready to listen. When I got home, Rebecca was waiting for me with dinner and a bottle of wine. I told her everything, about Marcus's father, about the orchestrated relationship, about the years of planning that had gone into my destruction. She listened without interrupting, holding my hand across the dinner table. When I finished, she was quiet for a long moment. Then she said, "You know what I think? I think Marcus accidentally did you the biggest favor of your life." "How do you figure that?" "Think about it. If he'd never destroyed your old life, you never would have developed the skills and independence that let you defeat him. You'd still be that people-pleasing accountant who let other people define his reality. Instead, you became someone strong enough to save not just yourself, but Jake and Sarah and who knows how many future victims." She was right. The man Marcus had tried to destroy 7 years ago never could have stood up to him the way I had. In trying to create the perfect victim, he'd accidentally created his own downfall. Besides, Rebecca added with a smile, "If your marriage to Sarah had worked out, you never would have been free to fall in love with me. And that would have been a real tragedy." I laughed for the first time in weeks. She was absolutely right about that too. The truth always surfaces eventually. But sometimes it takes a while to understand that the truth, even terrible truth, can set you free in ways you never expected. Story 4.
After my bridal shower, I walked into the hotel suite and found my fiancé's female best friend standing over my wedding dress, lighter in hand, and setting fire to my wedding gown. When she saw me, she smirked and said, "Oops, guess you'll have to cancel tomorrow. He deserves better than you anyway." I didn't even have time to scream before she went completely pale, when she saw who was behind me, recording everything. You know what? I'm just going to say it. My fiancé's best friend tried to burn down my entire life 24 hours before my wedding, and somehow she ended up giving me the greatest gift imaginable. But we'll get to that part. First, let me tell you about finding her standing over my wedding dress with a lighter in her hand, because honestly, I'm still processing the sheer audacity of it all. My name is Sarah, and 3 months ago I was supposed to have the perfect fairy tale wedding. Notice I said supposed to. Because sometimes life decides to throw you a curveball so twisted, so completely unhinged, that you question whether you're actually living in reality or trapped in some fever dream written by someone who clearly has issues with happy endings. It started with my bridal shower. My sister Jessica had planned this beautiful, intimate afternoon at the Grandview Hotel, nothing too fancy, just close family and friends celebrating what was supposed to be my last day as an unmarried woman. The guest list was small: my mom, Michael's mom Carol, a few college friends, my cousin Amy, and unfortunately, her. Vanessa Martinez. Michael's best friend since their sophomore year at State. I should have trusted my instincts about Vanessa from day one. You know that feeling when someone compliments your haircut but somehow makes you want to hide under a hat for the rest of the week? When they smile at you but their eyes look like they're calculating exactly how to destroy your self-esteem. That was Vanessa. Every single interaction with her left me feeling like I'd failed some test I didn't know I was taking. But Michael absolutely adored her. "She's like the sister I never had," he'd say whenever I'd carefully mention that maybe Vanessa wasn't my biggest fan. "You two just need more time to bond. She's actually amazing once you get to know her." So I tried. God help me, I really tried. I invited her to dress shopping, asked her opinion on centerpieces, even made her a bridesmaid because Michael hinted that it would mean a lot to him. Every time she made some passive-aggressive comment about my choices or accidentally on purpose excluded me from conversations, I told myself I was being oversensitive. I was so desperate to be the cool, understanding fiancée who got along with her future husband's friends that I ignored every red flag she planted right in front of my face. The bridal shower was actually going better than I'd expected. Carol had surprised me with her grandmother's pearl bracelet, something old and something borrowed, she'd said with tears in her eyes, and I was genuinely touched. For the first time since getting engaged, I felt like I was actually being welcomed into Michael's family instead of just tolerated. Vanessa had been unusually quiet all afternoon, which should have been my first warning. When Vanessa wasn't the center of attention, she got creative. But I was too caught up in the joy of the moment to notice the way she kept checking her phone or how she'd disappear for suspiciously long bathroom breaks. Around 4 o'clock, I excused myself to go up to the hotel suite where my wedding dress was hanging. I wanted to see it one more time before the big day, maybe take a photo to send to my dad, who couldn't make it to the shower because of work. The dress represented everything I'd dreamed of for this moment, flowing ivory silk with delicate hand-sewn lace sleeves that had taken me 10 months to save up for. It wasn't just a dress, it was the physical embodiment of every fairy tale fantasy I'd carried since I was 5 years old, playing dress-up in my mom's closet. I slipped the keycard into suite 412, already smiling at the thought of seeing my dress hanging there like some beautiful promise of tomorrow. The door clicked open, and that's when my entire world tilted off its axis and crashed into a parallel universe where apparently people just casually commit arson in hotel rooms. Vanessa was standing directly in front of my wedding dress, and I am not exaggerating when I tell you this. She had a silver lighter in her right hand, and the bottom 3 feet of my dress was already on fire. Actual fire. Orange flames licking up the silk like hungry demons, devouring months of planning and thousands of dollars and every dream I had about walking down that aisle. For maybe 3 seconds, I thought I was hallucinating. The human brain has this protective mechanism where it just refuses to process something so shocking, so fundamentally wrong, that it basically short-circuits. I stood there in the doorway, watching the flames consume my dress, watching this woman I'd been bending over backwards to befriend destroy the most important garment I'd ever owned, and my mind went completely blank. Then she turned around and saw me standing there. And here's the part that still makes my skin crawl when I think about it, she didn't look shocked or embarrassed or even remotely sorry. She looked satisfied. Actually, genuinely satisfied, like she just finished a particularly challenging crossword puzzle or finally reached the good part of a book she'd been struggling through. "Oops," she said, and I swear that her voice had this sing-song, almost musical quality to it. Like she was addressing a small child who just discovered their favorite toy was broken. "Guess you'll have to cancel tomorrow. He deserves so much better than you anyway." I opened my mouth to scream, to say something, to make any sound that would acknowledge the absolute insanity of what I was witnessing, but nothing came out. My throat felt like it was full of cotton, and my heart was beating so hard I could hear it in my ears. The flames were spreading faster now, racing up the silk like they had somewhere important to be, and I could smell the acrid stench of burning fabric mixing with something else, melting lace, maybe, or the adhesive from the beating. That's when I heard footsteps behind me in the hallway. "Are you getting a good shot of the dress? I want to post something sweet about, holy crap, what is happening in there?" I spun around, and there was Tyler, Jessica's 16-year-old son, standing behind me with his phone raised. He'd apparently followed me upstairs, probably planning to film some cute bride admiring her dress moment for Instagram. Instead, he'd walked into what looked like a scene from a psychological thriller. But here's the thing about teenagers, they're basically immune to shock because they've seen everything on the internet already. While I was still frozen in the doorway trying to process the fact that someone was actively committing arson in front of me, Tyler immediately started recording. "Oh my gosh, are you filming this?" he said to himself, and his voice had this excited edge to it. "This is insane. Mom is going to absolutely lose her mind." The change in Vanessa's face was immediate and dramatic. The satisfied smirk melted away like ice cream in July, replaced by something that looked like pure, unadulterated panic. She dropped the lighter, which hit the hotel carpet with a small metallic clink, but the damage was already done. More than half of my dress was gone, and the flames were still working on the rest. "Tyler, sweetie," she said, and her voice was completely different now, higher, breathless, desperate. "This isn't what it looks like. Put the phone down, honey." "Really?" Tyler said, still filming, and I could hear the disbelief in his voice. "Because it looks like you just torched my future aunt's wedding dress while giving her some evil villain speech." And I got all of it. The whole thing. This is like better content than anything on YouTube. I finally found my voice, though it came out as barely a whisper. Why? I looked at Vanessa, and for the first time since I'd known her, I saw something real in her expression. Not the carefully controlled mask she usually wore, but something raw and ugly and desperate. Vanessa, why would you do this to me? She looked between Tyler's phone and my face, and I could practically see her brain racing, trying to figure out how to spin this into something that made sense. Sarah, you have to understand, she started, and her voice was shaking now. Michael and I have so much history. We've been best friends for 8 years, and I just think I know him better than anyone. You think what? I was getting louder now, the shock finally giving way to something much hotter and more dangerous. You think burning my dress is going to make him realize he's been in love with his delusional best friend this whole time? You think destroying my wedding is some grand romantic gesture? Tyler let out a low whistle. This is the most unhinged thing I've ever seen, and I spend like 6 hours a day on TikTok. But here's what I was only just starting to understand about Vanessa: she wasn't just cruel or jealous or even petty. She was genuinely, frighteningly delusional. She had constructed this entire fantasy world in her head where she and Michael were meant to be together, and I was just some obstacle that needed to be removed. He kissed me, she said suddenly, and there was this triumphant gleam in her eyes, like she was playing a winning card in some twisted game. 2 months ago, at his bachelor party in Nashville. We were both a little drunk, and he told me he wasn't sure about marrying you. He said maybe he was settling for safe instead of choosing love. The words hit me like a bucket of ice water. Not because I believed them. Michael had called me that night from Nashville to tell me how much he missed me and couldn't wait to marry me, but because she clearly, genuinely believed what she was saying. I could see it in her face, the way her eyes lit up when she talked about this supposed kiss, this imaginary moment of connection that existed only in her head. You're lying, I said, but I could hear my voice shake a little. Am I? She stepped closer to me, leaving my burning dress behind her like some kind of apocalyptic backdrop. Ask him about the conversation we had by the hotel pool after everyone else went to bed. Ask him about what he said when I told him I'd always wondered what would have happened if we'd gotten together in college. Tyler was still filming, his phone moving between us like he was watching the world's most disturbing tennis match. This is absolutely psychotic, he muttered. Like, clinically psychotic. Someone needs to call a therapist. And probably the police. That's when I realized we had a bigger audience. The hotel room door was still wide open, and Jessica was standing in the hallway with 3 other shower guests behind her, all of them staring at the scene with varying degrees of horror and fascination. What in the world is going on up here? Jessica said, but then she saw what was left of my dress, which wasn't much, and her expression shifted from confusion to something I'd never seen on my sister's face before. Pure, maternal rage. Vanessa, what did you do to Sarah's dress? I did what needed to be done, Vanessa said, and there was this manic edge creeping into her voice now, like she was starting to realize that maybe burning someone's wedding dress wasn't the romantic gesture she'd imagined it would be. Sarah doesn't understand Michael the way I do. She's not right for him. I've been trying to be subtle about it, trying to drop hints, but she wouldn't listen. My cousin Amy pushed past Jessica into the room. So you decided to commit arson? I decided to save my best friend from making the biggest mistake of his life. The hotel's smoke alarm chose that exact moment to start shrieking, a piercing sound that somehow made everything feel even more surreal. Tyler whooped with delight and kept filming while Jessica rushed past the burning dress wreckage to turn on the bathroom faucet. Turn that phone off right now, Vanessa shouted at Tyler, lunging toward him with her hands outstretched. But Tyler was 16 and had the reflexes of someone who'd spent years dodging high school bullies. He sidestepped her easily, never lowering his phone. No way, psycho lady. This is evidence. And also, possibly my ticket to internet fame. That's when Vanessa completely and utterly lost what was left of her mind. She started screaming about how nobody understood true love, how Michael had been sending her mixed signals for months, how I was stealing him away from someone who'd loved him since before I even existed. It was like watching someone have a complete psychological breakdown in real time, except instead of feeling sorry for her, I was mostly wondering how I'd missed the signs that she was this unhinged. Jessica managed to douse what remained of my dress with bathroom water, but it was way too late. The beautiful ivory silk was charred black in some places and completely gone in others. The hand-sewn lace sleeves that had cost extra were just gone. Melted. Like they'd never existed. I stood there looking at the destruction, and something very strange happened. Instead of crying or screaming or having my own breakdown, I started laughing. Not happy laughter, the kind of laughter that bubbles up when something is so absurd, so far beyond the realm of normal human experience, that your brain just sort of gives up on processing it normally. You know what's actually hilarious? I said, and everyone in the room turned to look at me. Vanessa, Jessica, Tyler, Amy, even the other shower guests crowded in the doorway. I was genuinely starting to like you, Vanessa. Actually like you as a person. I was trying so hard to be friends with you because I thought maybe I'd been too quick to judge, maybe you were just awkward or insecure or something. Vanessa opened her mouth to say something, but I wasn't finished. But you're not awkward, are you? You're not insecure. You're just completely, certifiably unhinged. And the absolutely craziest part? You actually think this is going to work. You think Michael is going to hear that you burned my wedding dress and think, wow, what a romantic gesture. I should definitely choose the woman who commits felonies when she doesn't get her way. Tyler snorted with laughter. She's got a point. This is like the opposite of romantic. This is like restraining order territory. The hotel security guards arrived then, drawn by the smoke alarm and probably several concerned phone calls from other guests. Suddenly the room was full of people in uniforms asking questions, taking photographs of the damage, and trying to piece together how a bridal shower had turned into a crime scene. Vanessa immediately tried to backtrack, claiming the whole thing had been a terrible accident. I was just lighting a candle for ambience, she told the security chief with wide, innocent eyes. You know, to make the room more romantic for when Sarah saw her dress. The flame must have caught the fabric somehow. But Tyler's video told a completely different story. He played it back for the security guards, and I watched Vanessa's face crumble as her own voice echoed through the room. He deserves so much better than you anyway. While the security team was sorting everything out and waiting for the police to arrive, I called Michael. My hands were shaking as I dialed, partly from adrenaline and partly because I was suddenly, irrationally terrified that maybe some tiny part of what Vanessa had said was true. Maybe he really had kissed her. Maybe he really was having doubts. Hey, beautiful, he answered on the second ring, and just hearing his voice made some of the tension leave my shoulders. How's the shower going? Are you having fun with the girls? Michael, I said, and something in my voice must have scared him because his tone changed immediately. Sarah? What's wrong? You sound upset. What happened? I need you to come to the Grandview Hotel. Suite 412. Right now. And Michael? You might want to hurry. I'm already getting my keys. Are you hurt? Is someone hurt? Do I need to call an ambulance? I looked around the room, at my destroyed dress, at Vanessa being questioned by security, at Tyler still filming everything with the dedication of a documentary filmmaker, at Jessica crying and apologizing even though none of this was remotely her fault. I honestly don't know how to answer that question, I said. Michael showed up 18 minutes later. I know it was 18 minutes because Tyler had started a live stream and was providing running commentary like he was covering a sporting event. And we're still waiting for the groom-to-be to arrive, he announced to his phone. Current viewer count is at 4,000 and climbing. This is definitely going viral. When Michael burst through the door, he looked like he'd been expecting to find me bleeding on the floor or trapped under fallen furniture. Instead, he found me sitting calmly on the edge of the hotel bed, staring at the charred remains of what used to be my wedding dress, while his best friend sat in the corner being interviewed by a police officer. Sarah, what? He started, but then his eyes found the dress, and his face went through about 6 different expressions in rapid succession. Confusion, disbelief, horror, and finally something that looked like physical pain. What happened to your dress? Vanessa burned it, I said simply, like I was commenting on the weather. He stared at me like I'd just announced that aliens had landed in the hotel parking lot and were demanding to speak to the manager. She what? Tyler, who had apparently appointed himself the official documentarian of this disaster, piped up from across the room. Want to see the video? I got everything. The whole psycho monologue, the part where she claimed you kissed her, all of it. What followed was probably the most uncomfortable 12 minutes of my entire existence. Michael watched Tyler's phone screen while I watched Michael's face, studying every micro-expression for signs that maybe, possibly, some part of Vanessa's story was true. When the video got to the part where she claimed they'd kissed at the bachelor party, he actually flinched like he'd been physically struck. This is completely insane, he said quietly, never taking his eyes off the screen. Sarah, you know absolutely none of that is true, right? The stuff she said about Nashville, about us kissing? I figured it probably wasn't, I said. But Michael, We need to have a serious conversation about why your best friend felt comfortable enough to not only burn my wedding dress but also fabricate an entire romantic fantasy involving you. He sat down heavily on the bed next to me, and I could see him trying to process everything he'd just witnessed. I don't understand any of this. I mean, Vanessa's been acting a little weird lately, sure, but I never imagined. I never thought she would do something like this. Who does something like this? Someone who's been desperately in love with their best friend for years and finally snapped when she realized he was actually going through with marrying someone else. Michael was quiet for a long moment, staring at his hands like they contained the answers to life's greatest mysteries. She told me she was happy for us, he said finally. When I proposed to you, when we announced our engagement, when we sent out the wedding invitations, every time, she said she was so happy for us. People lie, Michael. Especially people who are living in complete fantasy worlds where they're the main character in some romantic drama that exists only in their heads. The police officer finished taking Vanessa's statement and walked over to us. Officer Martinez, no relation to Vanessa, thankfully, was a middle-aged woman with kind eyes and the sort of no-nonsense demeanor that suggested she'd seen pretty much everything in her career. "Ma'am," she said to me, "we're going to need a full statement from you as well. And we'll need copies of that video for evidence. This is clearly destruction of property, possibly criminal mischief depending on the value of the dress." Tyler looked absolutely delighted. "This is literally the coolest thing that's ever happened to me. I'm like a key witness in a criminal case." "It's not cool, Tyler," Jessica said sharply. She'd been mostly quiet since the police arrived, but I could see the anger building in her like pressure in a tea kettle. "This isn't some internet drama or reality TV show. This is real life, and that woman just destroyed your aunt's wedding." That's when it really, truly hit me for the first time. My wedding was supposed to be in 20 hours. At 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, I was supposed to walk down the aisle of St. Mary's Cathedral in that dress, and now it was literally a pile of charred silk and melted lace that smelled like a house fire. I must have made some kind of noise, maybe a whimper or a gasp, because suddenly Michael's arms were around me and I was crying for the first time since this nightmare had started. Not pretty, delicate tears either. The ugly, choking kind of crying that happens when your entire world gets turned upside down and shaken like a snow globe. "We'll figure this out," Michael said into my hair, his voice fierce and determined. "I don't know how, but we'll fix this somehow. We'll make this right." But I wasn't just crying about the dress anymore, though God knows that was devastating enough. I was crying because I'd spent 6 months trying to win over someone who had been actively, methodically planning to destroy my happiness. I was crying because I'd been so naive, so desperately eager to be liked, that I'd invited my own saboteur to my bridal shower and asked her to be in my wedding party. I was crying because tomorrow was supposed to be the happiest day of my life, and now it was ruined, and I didn't know how to fix it. "Ma'am?" Officer Martinez said gently. "Whenever you're ready, we can take that statement. No rush." I wiped my eyes with a hotel tissue and tried to pull myself together enough to think clearly. What's going to happen to her? To Vanessa, I mean. Well, that depends on several factors. The value of the property she destroyed, whether the hotel wants to press charges for the damage to their room, whether you want to press criminal charges. We're looking at destruction of property at minimum, potentially arson depending on how the prosecutor wants to handle it. I looked over at Vanessa, who was still sitting in the corner but had stopped talking to the other police officer. Now she was just staring at the floor, and for the first time since I'd known her, she looked genuinely defeated. Small and sad and broken. For just a second, I almost felt sorry for her. Almost. "Yeah," I said, my voice stronger than I'd expected. "I want to press charges." The next several hours passed in a blur of paperwork, phone calls, and increasingly awkward conversations. The wedding was scheduled for 2 o'clock the following day, which meant I had less than 20 hours to call everyone: the caterer, the photographer, the florist, the venue coordinator, the musicians, the officiant, and all 137 guests. Each phone call was more surreal than the last. "Hi, this is Sarah Chen. I have a wedding booked tomorrow at 2 o'clock. Yeah, I need to cancel." "No, it's not cold feet." "Well, it's complicated, but basically someone burned my dress." "No, I'm not kidding." "Yes, actually burned it. With fire." My mother cried when I told her. Michael's mother cried harder. My father, bless his heart, offered to drive down from Portland and have a serious conversation with Vanessa, which was sweet but ultimately not helpful since she was already in police custody. The wedding venue was surprisingly understanding, probably because they'd seen enough wedding drama over the years to fill several reality TV shows. The caterer was less thrilled about the last-minute cancellation but agreed to donate the food to a local shelter rather than let it go to waste. The photographer offered to reschedule for free whenever we were ready. By 2 in the morning, everything was officially cancelled. The hotel had moved us to a different suite. Apparently, having someone commit arson in your room makes it uninhabitable, which seemed reasonable, and Michael and I were sitting on the couch eating room service pizza and trying to figure out what to do with the rest of our lives. "We could elope," he said suddenly, breaking the silence. I looked at him over my slice of pepperoni pizza. "What?" "I'm completely serious. We could get in the car right now, drive to Vegas, and be married by sunrise. Maybe even before." "Michael, I can't get married in jeans and a hotel bathrobe." "Why not? You'd look absolutely beautiful in anything. And after today, I think maybe we've both learned that big weddings are completely overrated anyway." I considered this. There was something deeply appealing about the idea of just running away from all of this, the drama, the explanations, the pitying looks from people who'd heard about the wedding dress incident. Starting fresh somewhere nobody knew about burning gowns and psychotic best friends. "What about Vanessa?" I asked. Michael's expression went hard. "What about her? Are you going to be able to just cut her out of your life completely? Because I can't marry someone who's going to stay friends with a woman who literally tried to destroy our wedding. Sarah, she's been my friend for 8 years, but what she did today." He shook his head slowly. "I don't even recognize the person I saw in that video. Maybe she was always like this, and I was just too blind or too stupid to see it. She's been in love with you, Michael. Probably for years. You really had no idea?" He was quiet for a long time, staring at the remains of our pizza like it contained the secrets of the universe. "I think maybe part of me did suspect," he admitted finally. "But I didn't want to acknowledge it because it would have made everything complicated and weird. She was my friend, you know? I didn't want to lose that friendship over something that was never, ever going to happen. Instead, you almost lost me." "Never," he said quickly, turning to face me fully. "Sarah, what happened today was absolutely insane and horrible, but it didn't change a single thing about how I feel about you. If anything, it made me realize how much I don't want to wait another second to be your husband." I looked down at my left hand, at the engagement ring that had somehow survived the day's chaos. The small diamond caught the hotel room light and threw tiny rainbows across the wall. "I don't have a wedding dress anymore. Then we'll find you a new one. It's 2:30 in the morning. So we'll find an all-night dress shop. Or we'll get married in whatever you're wearing when we get there. Sarah, I honestly don't care if you're wearing a paper bag. I just want to marry you." And that's how, at exactly 7:23 a.m. on what was supposed to be my original wedding day, I found myself standing in the little chapel of the West in Las Vegas, wearing a white sundress we bought from a 24-hour Walgreens and holding a bouquet of gas station daisies, promising to love and honor Michael Chen for the rest of my natural life. Tyler had begged to come along and live stream the whole thing, calling it the greatest comeback story in internet history. Jessica had insisted on being there too, still apologizing every 10 minutes and crying happy tears. My parents had somehow managed to get a last-minute flight from Portland, though my dad kept muttering about that psychotic woman and asking whether she was still in jail. It wasn't the wedding I'd planned. There was no ivory silk or hand-sewn lace, no professionally arranged flowers or cathedral ceiling or string quartet. The chapel was decorated with plastic flowers and had Elvis-themed decorations on the walls. The officiant was a cheerful woman named Brenda who wore a sequin dress and had clearly performed thousands of these quick ceremonies. But when Michael looked at me during the vows, the real, spontaneous ones we made up on the spot, not the carefully crafted ones we'd practiced with our original officiant, I realized something important. Vanessa had tried to destroy my wedding, but she'd actually saved it. Because this small, ridiculous, completely impulsive ceremony was so much more authentically us than the big formal event would have been. This was just Michael and me choosing each other despite the chaos, despite the drama, despite someone literally trying to burn our happiness to the ground. This was love winning over delusion, sanity triumphing over obsession. Tyler's live stream ended up getting over 3 million views within the first 24 hours, which probably would have horrified me under normal circumstances. But the comments were overwhelmingly supportive. Thousands of you go, "Girl, and this is the most romantic thing ever, and someone needs to make a Netflix series about this." Quite a few people recognized Vanessa from Tyler's original arson video, which he'd posted the night before with the title "Psycho Best Friend Burns Wedding Dress, Gets Arrested Live on Camera." It was trending on 4 different platforms and had spawned dozens of reaction videos and think pieces about toxic friendships and wedding drama. We stayed in Vegas for 10 days, which became our impromptu honeymoon. Not exactly what we'd originally planned, we'd booked 2 weeks in Tuscany, but there was something perfect about it. Every morning, I woke up married to the man I loved, and every day felt like a gift that Vanessa had accidentally given us by being completely unhinged. Michael blocked Vanessa on everything: phone, social media, email, LinkedIn, even Venmo. She tried to contact him through mutual college friends, sending long, rambling letters about how sorry she was, how she'd been going through a difficult time emotionally, how she'd never meant for things to escalate that far. She claimed she just wanted to make a statement about their connection and hadn't thought about the consequences. But we were done. You don't get to light someone's wedding dress on fire and then apologize your way back into their lives like it was some minor misunderstanding. The legal proceedings took 8 months to fully resolve. Vanessa ended up pleading guilty to destruction of property and was sentenced to 6 months of community service, mandatory counseling, and full restitution. She had to pay for my original dress, the hotel damage, and all of our canceled wedding expenses. The total came to just over $14,000. It wasn't really about the money for me, insurance covered most of the costs anyway. But I wanted her to understand that actions have consequences, especially when those actions involve literally burning someone's dreams to ash because you're living in a fantasy world. About a year after our Vegas wedding, I ran into one of Michael's college buddies at a coffee shop. He mentioned that Vanessa had moved to Seattle and was apparently seeing a therapist, trying to work through whatever psychological issues had driven her to such an extreme act of sabotage. Part of me hoped she was getting the help she clearly needed. A much larger part of me hoped I'd never have to think about her again. But here's the thing that still keeps me awake sometimes, the thought that creeps in during those quiet moments right before sleep: how long had she been planning it? The lighter wasn't something she just happened to have with her. She'd brought it specifically to my bridal shower, had probably been carrying it around all afternoon, waiting for the perfect moment to execute whatever deranged plan she'd concocted. Which means that while I was opening gifts and laughing with my family and desperately trying to include her in conversations, she was mentally rehearsing how to destroy the most important day of my life. The wedding dress was just the obvious symbol, but it wasn't really about the dress at all. It was about the calculated cruelty of someone I'd been trying so hard to befriend. It was about realizing that she'd watched me struggle to save money for that dress, had listened to me talk excitedly about the wedding planning, had seen how much it all meant to me, and had decided that her imaginary relationship with my fiancé was more important than my actual happiness. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if Tyler hadn't been there with his phone. Would she have claimed it was an accident? Would Michael have believed her version of events? Would I have spent the rest of my life wondering if I was crazy for suspecting that she'd done it on purpose? But Tyler was there, and he did record everything, and now I have irrefutable proof that sometimes people are exactly as terrible as your instincts tell you they are. Our first anniversary is next month, and Michael has been mysteriously secretive about his plans. He keeps grinning whenever I ask about it and making jokes about no burning dresses this time, I promise. Yesterday I caught him on the phone with someone, whispering about making sure everything is perfect and she deserves something special after last year. The truth is, I'm not sure anything could top our actual wedding day. Not because it was fancy or expensive or Instagram-worthy, but because it was born out of choosing each other over chaos. It was proof that sometimes the worst thing that happens to you ends up showing you exactly how strong you really are. I never did get to wear that ivory silk dress with the hand-sewn lace sleeves. But I got something infinitely better. I got a husband who would drive through the night to Las Vegas just to marry me in a Walgreens sundress. I got a marriage that started with us choosing love over drama, sanity over delusion, reality over someone else's twisted fantasy. And honestly, I wouldn't change a single thing. Well, except maybe I'd invest in some security cameras for future celebrations. You know, just in case any other best friends are feeling destructive. But that's a story for another day. Actually, you know what? Let me tell you about what happened 6 months after Vegas, because it turns out Vanessa's story wasn't quite finished with us yet. I was at work, sitting in my cubicle at the marketing firm where I'd just gotten promoted to senior account manager, when my phone buzzed with a text from a number I didn't recognize. The message was short but immediately made my blood run cold. "We need to talk. It's about Michael." My first instinct was to delete it and pretend it never happened. Vanessa wasn't supposed to have my new number. I'd changed it specifically to avoid any contact with her after the legal proceedings wrapped up. But somehow she'd found it anyway, which meant she'd been looking for ways to reach me. Which meant she'd been thinking about me. Which meant I was still living rent-free in her head, months after she tried to destroy my life. I stared at the message for about 10 minutes, my hands actually shaking. Part of me wanted to ignore it completely. Another part of me was morbidly curious about what fresh insanity she might have cooked up. But the biggest part of me was just tired. Bone deep exhausted from having this person lurk around the edges of my happiness like some kind of emotional vampire. Against every rational instinct I possessed, I texted back, "What do you want?" The response came immediately, like she'd been sitting there waiting with her finger hovering over the send button. "Can we meet? Just for an hour? I have something important to tell you about Michael's family. Something you need to know before it's too late." And there it was, the hook. The little seed of doubt designed to burrow into my brain and grow into full-blown paranoia. Because here's the thing about manipulative people, they know exactly which buttons to push. They know that something you need to know is basically psychological crack cocaine for anyone who's ever worried they might be missing some crucial piece of information. I almost fell for it. I actually started typing "Where do you want to meet?" before I caught myself and realized what I was doing. This was exactly how she'd operated before, planting little seeds of insecurity, making subtle suggestions that maybe Michael's family didn't really accept me, that maybe I was missing some important dynamic that everyone else could see. Instead, I texted, "If you have something to say about Michael, say it to Michael. Don't contact me again." But Vanessa, being Vanessa, wasn't about to give up that easily. Over the next 3 days, I received 14 more messages from different numbers. Each one was slightly more desperate than the last. "Sarah, please. This is really important. His mother said something at Christmas that you need to know. I'm trying to protect you. Why won't you listen? He's not who you think he is. There are family secrets. Things he's hiding from you." By the 4th day, I was ready to change my number again and possibly move to a different state. That's when Michael came home from work and found me sitting on our couch, staring at my phone with what I can only imagine was a look of pure exhaustion. "What's wrong?" he said immediately, dropping his briefcase and sitting down next to me. "You look like someone died." "Vanessa's been texting me," I said without preamble. "For 4 days. From different numbers. She says she has something important to tell me about your family." Michael's face went through several expressions in rapid succession: surprise, anger, and finally something that looked like resignation. "Show me." I handed him my phone, and he scrolled through the messages with increasing fury. By the time he got to the last one, his jaw was so tightly clenched I worried he might crack a tooth. "I'm calling the police," he said. "This is harassment. She's violating the restraining order." "Wait," I said, putting my hand on his arm. "Before you do that, I need to ask you something, and I need you to be completely honest with me." His face softened immediately. "Sarah, whatever she's trying to make you think, is there anything? Anything at all about your family, about your past, about us, that you haven't told me? Because if there is, I'd rather hear it from you than have her keep dangling it over my head like some kind of threat." Michael was quiet for a long moment, and for just a second, my heart stopped. But then he started laughing, not mean laughter, but the kind of laughter that comes from sheer disbelief. "You want to know the deep, dark family secret that Vanessa is probably threatening to reveal?" he said. "My mom doesn't think I'm good enough for you. She told me at Christmas that she can't believe someone as amazing as you actually chose to marry me, and she's worried I'm going to screw it up somehow." I blinked at him. "That's it?" "That's it. Oh, and my dad thinks you're too smart for me too. And my sister asked me if you have any single friends because apparently you have excellent taste in everything. The big family secret is that they all think I married up." The relief was so intense it made me dizzy. "So there's no dark conspiracy? No hidden family drama? No secret about why you and Vanessa are really friends?" "The only secret is that I've been planning to take you to Hawaii for our anniversary and I was hoping to surprise you." He paused, looking slightly sheepish. "Also, I may have already bought the plane tickets, so if you could act surprised when I officially ask you in a few weeks, that would be great." That's when I realized something important. Vanessa wasn't done with us because she was still delusional about Michael. She was done with us because she couldn't accept that her plan had backfired so spectacularly. Instead of destroying our relationship, she'd actually made it stronger. Instead of driving us apart, she'd pushed us toward the exact kind of spontaneous, authentic happiness that she'd been trying to prevent. We did call the police, and they did arrest her for violating the restraining order. Apparently, she'd been staying in a hotel about 20 minutes from our apartment for the past month, which explained how she'd been able to acquire so many different phone numbers to text me from. The hotel staff later told investigators that she'd been asking questions about local couples, showing them our wedding photo from Tyler's viral livestream, and claiming she was a documentary filmmaker researching modern love stories. The judge wasn't amused. Vanessa got another 6 months of community service, an extended restraining order, and a strong recommendation to continue therapy. Her lawyer argued that she was struggling with adjustment disorder and difficulty accepting life changes, which was probably the most charitable way to describe complete inability to distinguish fantasy from reality. But here's what really bothered me about the whole texting incident: it made me realize that Vanessa hadn't learned anything from what happened. She still genuinely believed that she was the hero of this story, that she was trying to save Michael from making a mistake. Even after being arrested, prosecuted, and court-ordered into counseling, she still thought she knew what was best for everyone involved. There's something genuinely chilling about that level of delusion. It's one thing to be jealous or petty or even cruel. It's another thing entirely to be so disconnected from reality that you can convince yourself that harassment and destruction are actually acts of love. The Hawaii trip was absolutely perfect, by the way. Michael proposed to me again on the beach at sunset, not because we needed another engagement, but because he wanted to give me the romantic, drama-free proposal experience that Vanessa had stolen from us the first time around. This time, there were no psychotic best friends lurking in the background, no burning dresses, no police involvement. Just us, the ocean, and a ring that was somehow even more beautiful than my original engagement ring. "I know we're already married," he said, getting down on one knee in the sand while a small crowd of tourists started taking pictures. "But I wanted to ask you properly this time, without any interference from people who belong in psychiatric facilities." I said yes, obviously. And then I said yes again when he asked if I wanted to renew our vows right there on the beach with a random officiant and a bunch of strangers as witnesses. Because apparently, spontaneous weddings were becoming our thing. Tyler, who had somehow become the unofficial documentarian of our relationship, was devastated that he missed the vow renewal. "You guys can't keep having major romantic moments without me," he complained when we video called him from our hotel room. "I'm like, your official content creator now. I have a responsibility to my followers." It's been 2 years since the original dress burning incident, and Tyler's video has been viewed over 15 million times. He's parlayed his accidental internet fame into a successful YouTube channel about real-life drama, and he still introduces himself to people as the guy who caught the psycho best friend on video. Vanessa moved to Seattle after her second arrest, and as far as I know, she's been following the terms of her restraining order. I heard through mutual acquaintances that she's working as an administrative assistant somewhere and supposedly doing well in therapy. Part of me hopes that's true. Part of me hopes she's finally learned to live in reality instead of whatever twisted fantasy world she'd been inhabiting. But mostly, I just don't think about her anymore. Because here's what I learned from the whole experience: sometimes the people who try hardest to destroy your happiness are actually doing you a favor. They're forcing you to choose what really matters, to fight for what you actually want, to stop taking the good things in your life for granted. Vanessa thought she was exposing some fundamental flaw in my relationship with Michael. What she actually exposed was how solid our foundation really was. She thought she was revealing cracks in our love story. What she actually revealed was that some love stories are strong enough to survive even the most unhinged interference. My original wedding dress is long gone, obviously. But I kept a small piece of the lace that Tyler managed to rescue before the hotel staff disposed of the wreckage. It's pressed between the pages of our wedding photo album, not as a memento of trauma, but as a reminder of how much stronger we are than the people who try to tear us down. Our second anniversary is next week, and Michael has been dropping hints about another surprise. Whatever it is, I'm sure it'll be perfect. And I'm equally sure that no one will try to set it on fire. At least, I really, really hope not. Because honestly, I'm not sure I have the energy for another viral video. But if someone tries? Well, Tyler will probably be there with his phone ready. And at this point, I think we could all use the content.
Story 5.
What's the most evil thing a grandparent has ever done? I should have known something was wrong when my phone rang at 2:17 p.m. on a Tuesday, and it was my 12-year-old daughter sobbing so hard I couldn't understand a single word she was saying. "Slow down, sweetheart. What's happening?" I pressed the phone closer to my ear, already grabbing my keys from the kitchen counter. Emma was supposed to be at my father's house, helping him organize his garage sale items. A normal Tuesday activity. Safe. Boring, even. "Mom," her voice cracked like glass. "I'm bleeding everywhere and I think I'm dying and Granddad won't, he won't." The line went dead. I've never driven through town so fast in my life. Red lights became suggestions. Stop signs turned into gentle recommendations. My hands gripped the steering wheel so tight my knuckles went white, and all I could think was please let her be okay, Please let her be okay on repeat like some desperate prayer to a God I wasn't even sure was listening. Dad's house sat at the end of Maple Street like a grumpy old man himself, paint peeling, shutters hanging crooked, the kind of place where happiness goes to die. I'd grown up in that house, and even now, at 34 years old, it still made my stomach clench with familiar dread. I didn't even bother knocking. The front door was unlocked, Dad never locked it, claimed anyone stupid enough to rob him deserved whatever junk they could carry. But the living room was empty. No Emma? No Dad? Just the musty smell of old newspapers and that weird mixture of coffee grounds and disappointment that seemed permanently baked into the walls. Emma? I called out, my voice echoing off the bare walls. Dad? That's when I heard it, a muffled whimpering coming from somewhere outside. I followed the sound through the kitchen, past the sink full of dirty dishes Dad never seemed to wash, and peered out the back window. My daughter was sitting on the concrete steps leading to the backyard. In December. In Minnesota. Wearing nothing but jeans and a thin t-shirt, arms wrapped around herself like she was trying to hold her whole world together. Her face was red and puffy from crying, and she was shivering so hard I could see it from inside the house. I burst through the back door like some kind of avenging angel, except I felt more like a failure. Emma. Oh my gosh, honey, what are you doing out here? She looked up at me with these huge, scared eyes, the same brown eyes she'd inherited from me, the same ones that used to look at my father with trust and adoration just a few hours ago. Now they were filled with something else entirely. Mom, she whispered, and her voice was so small. I got my period. Oh. Oh. The relief hit me first. She wasn't dying, wasn't hurt, wasn't in danger. Then came the maternal instinct, that fierce protective surge that made me want to wrap her in every blanket I could find and feed her chocolate until she smiled again. Okay, sweetheart. That's actually wonderful. I mean, it's scary, I know, but it's normal and, I was already pulling off my jacket to wrap around her shoulders. Why are you outside? Where's Granddad? Emma's face crumpled again. He made me come out here. Said I was making a mess of his house and needed to cool off until you came to get me. The words hit me like a physical blow. I actually took a step backward, trying to process what she'd just said. He what? I didn't know what was happening, Emma continued, her voice getting smaller with each word. I was helping him sort through old books in the living room, and suddenly there was blood on my jeans and on his couch, and I got so scared. I thought something was really wrong with me. I started crying and he got so angry, Mom. I felt something cold and sharp twist in my chest. Not the good kind of cold, the kind that comes with snowball fights and Christmas morning. This was the kind of cold that lives in the space between what should happen and what actually does. What exactly did he say to you? I asked, even though part of me didn't want to know. Emma wiped her nose with the back of her hand. He said I was being dramatic and that women have been dealing with this for thousands of years without all the crying and carrying on. Then he handed me this old dish rag and told me to clean up the mess I made on his couch. A dish rag. My father had given my 12-year-old daughter a dish rag when she got her first period. And then he said. Emma's voice dropped to almost a whisper. He said that his sisters used to stink up the whole house with their monthly weakness, and that's why he made them sleep in the barn until it was over. He said at least they had the decency to be ashamed of themselves. I'm pretty sure something inside me broke right then. You know that feeling when you're a kid and you accidentally drop your mom's favorite mug, and you hear it shatter on the kitchen floor? It was like that, except the thing breaking was my heart, and the sound was my faith in my own father finally hitting rock bottom. Where is he now? My voice sounded strange, even to me. Flat. Dangerous. Inside. He said he didn't want to see me until I stopped sniveling like a baby and you came to take me home. I looked at my daughter, my beautiful, brave daughter who was experiencing one of the most significant biological milestones of her life, sitting on concrete steps in freezing weather because my father thought her natural bodily function was somehow shameful. Something primal and furious rose up in my chest. This was the same man who used to tell me that crying was for weaklings. The same man who once made me sleep in the garage when I had the flu because he didn't want me spreading germs through his house. I'd spent years in therapy learning to recognize his cruelty for what it was, but somehow I'd still trusted him with my daughter. What kind of mother does that make me? Come on, I said, helping Emma to her feet. We're going inside. But he said, I don't care what he said. We walked through the back door together, Emma clinging to my arm like I might disappear if she let go. Dad was sitting in his recliner, watching some old Western on TV, beer in one hand and remote in the other. He didn't even look up when we came in. "Dad." My voice came out sharper than I'd intended. He glanced over with this expression of mild annoyance, like we were interrupting something important instead of dealing with his granddaughter's first period. "Oh good, you're here. Take her home and get her cleaned up. And you owe me $40 for the couch cleaning." I stared at him. Actually stared, like I was seeing him clearly for the first time in my life. This was the man who raised me. This was the grandfather I'd been trying so hard to give Emma, the one I convinced myself had softened with age, had maybe learned something about love and gentleness in the years since I'd moved out. $40, I repeated slowly. $40? That's what Stanley's carpet cleaning charges for spot treatments. Though between you and me, I don't know why you people can't just keep track of these things better. My mother always knew exactly when hers was coming. You people. As if Emma and I were some other species entirely. Emma pressed closer to my side, and I could feel her trembling. Not from cold anymore, from something else. Shame, maybe. Or fear. The same emotions I'd spent most of my childhood feeling in this house. "She's 12, Dad. She just got her first period." She was scared. He waved his hand dismissively. "Scared of what?" "It's not like it's anything new. Women have been bleeding for centuries. Though I will say, the crying and dramatics seem to be getting worse with each generation." The casual cruelty of it took my breath away. He wasn't just being insensitive, he was actively hostile to my daughter's experience. Like her fear and confusion were personal affronts to his comfort. "Did you even try to comfort her?" I asked. "Comfort her?" He actually laughed, this bitter sound that I remembered from my own childhood. "What exactly am I supposed to comfort her about? She's not injured. She's not sick. She's just being a drama queen." Emma made a small sound beside me, not quite a sob, not quite a whimper. Something in between that made my heart clench. "She's your granddaughter," I said, and my voice was getting louder now. "She was scared and came to you for help, and you sent her outside in December. She needed to calm down. All that crying and carrying on wasn't helping anyone. She's 12. So? I was working construction at 12. My sisters were helping run the farm at 12. This generation is just soft." I looked at Emma, at her red-rimmed eyes and the way she was trying to make herself smaller, like she could disappear entirely if she just folded in enough. This was supposed to be a moment we'd laugh about someday. Her first period story, the one she'd tell her friends, maybe her own daughters eventually. It was supposed to be awkward and embarrassing in that universal way, not traumatic. "You know what, Dad?" I said, surprised by how calm my voice sounded. "You're right. Emma, sweetheart, go wait in the car." She looked up at me uncertainly. "Are you sure?" "I'm sure. Turn the heat on and lock the doors. I'll be out in just a minute." Emma nodded and hurried toward the front door, casting one last nervous glance over her shoulder. I waited until I heard the car door slam before turning back to my father. $40, I said again. "That's right. And next time, maybe teach her to keep track of her cycles better. It's not rocket science." I reached into my purse, pulled out my wallet, and counted out 2 20s. Then I walked over to his recliner and dropped the bills onto his lap. "There's your $40, Dad." He nodded, satisfied. "Good. Though you really should. I want you to listen to me very carefully," I interrupted, my voice still calm, still controlled. "That little girl you just humiliated is never coming back to this house." His eyebrows shot up. "Now wait just a minute. No, you wait. You had a choice today. Your 12-year-old granddaughter came to you scared and confused, experiencing something completely natural and normal, and you chose to make her feel ashamed. You chose to punish her for something she can't control. I was teaching her that. You were teaching her that the men in her life will abandon her when she needs them most. You were teaching her that her body is something to be ashamed of. You were teaching her that she can't trust the people who are supposed to love her." Dad's face was turning red now, the way it used to when I'd challenge him as a teenager. "You're being dramatic. Just like always." "Am I?" "Let me tell you what Emma learned today, Dad. She learned that when she's scared and vulnerable, you'll send her outside in the cold. She learned that her natural bodily functions disgust you. She learned that your comfort matters more than her well-being. That's not. She learned that her grandfather thinks she's weak and shameful for something every woman in human history has experienced." I was getting louder now, all that forced calm starting to crack around the edges. Because this wasn't just about Emma anymore. This was about every time he'd made me feel small and stupid and wrong for having emotions. Every time he'd punished me for being human. You know what the real tragedy is, Dad? Emma was excited to spend the day with you. She talked about it all morning, how she was going to help you with your garage sale, maybe grab lunch afterward. She loves you. Loved you. And you took that love and you twisted it into something ugly. Dad stood up from his recliner, using that intimidation tactic that had worked so well when I was a kid. But I wasn't a kid anymore, and I wasn't impressed. You don't get to talk to me like that in my own house, he said, his voice low and dangerous. You're right, I said, and I was smiling now, though there wasn't any humor in it. I don't. Because I'm never coming back here either. The silence stretched between us, heavy and final. I could see the exact moment when he realized I wasn't bluffing, when his expression shifted from anger to something that might have been panic if he'd been capable of that level of self-awareness. Now hold on, Sarah. You're overreacting, am I? Tell me, Dad, what would you have done differently? If you could do today over again, what would you change? He opened his mouth, then closed it. Then opened it again. She was making a mess. She was scared. Women need to learn. She's 12 years old. She's old enough to what? To handle her first period with the emotional maturity of a 30-year-old? To not need comfort or reassurance or basic human kindness? Dad's jaw worked like he was chewing on words he couldn't quite spit out. Finally, he said, she needs to toughen up. The world's not going to coddle her. And there it was. The same thing he'd said to me 1,000 times growing up. When I cried because kids at school were mean to me. When I was scared of the dark. When I had nightmares after Mom died and just wanted someone to hold me and tell me everything would be okay. Toughen up. The world's not going to coddle you. You know what, Dad? You're absolutely right. The world is full of people who will try to make Emma feel small and ashamed and wrong for being human. But here's the thing, you're supposed to be the exception. You're supposed to be the safe place she can come to when the world is cruel. I picked up my purse and headed for the door, but stopped just before I reached it. Oh, and Dad? When Emma starts her period next month, and the month after that, and every month for the next 40 years or so, she's going to remember today. Every single time. She's going to remember the day her grandfather made her sit in the cold because her body did something completely natural. She's going to remember how you made her feel dirty and ashamed. And she's going to remember that her mom had to choose between her and you. I opened the front door but turned back one more time. Thanks for making that choice so easy. The drive home was quiet. Emma sat in the passenger seat, staring out the window, still wrapped in my jacket. I wanted to say something profound and healing, something that would erase what had just happened and restore her faith in the world. But sometimes there aren't words for that kind of hurt. Finally, about halfway home, Emma spoke up. Mom? Yeah, sweetheart? Are you mad at me? The question hit me like a punch to the gut. Oh honey, no. God, no. I'm not mad at you at all. But I made a mess on his couch. And now you're fighting with Granddad? I pulled over into a gas station parking lot and turned to face her fully. Emma, look at me. What happened today was not your fault. Getting your period is not something you did wrong. It's not something to be ashamed of. It's just biology. She nodded, but I could tell she didn't quite believe me yet. Your body is doing exactly what it's supposed to do. And feeling scared or confused about it is completely normal. When I got my first period, I thought I was dying too. That got a small smile. Really? Really? I was at school, in the middle of a math test, and I was convinced I was bleeding to death. I ran to the nurse's office crying so hard I couldn't even explain what was wrong. What did she do? She gave me a pad and a cup of tea and explained everything. She told me I was becoming a woman, and that it was something to be proud of, not ashamed of. Emma was quiet for a moment. Granddad said it made me weak. Granddad was wrong. You know what makes you weak? Hurting people smaller than you. Making children feel ashamed for things they can't control. That's weakness. Are we really never going back there? I studied her face, looking for some sign of what she wanted to hear. But her expression was carefully neutral, too neutral for a 12-year-old. Do you want to go back there? She was quiet for so long I thought she might not answer. Finally, she shook her head. I don't think I ever want to see him again. The matter-of-fact way she said it broke my heart all over again. Because she shouldn't have to make that choice. She should have a grandfather who celebrated her milestones, who made her feel loved and special and safe. But sometimes the people who are supposed to protect us are the ones who hurt us most. Then we won't go back, I said simply. We stopped at the drugstore on the way home and I walked Emma through the feminine hygiene aisle like it was a normal Tuesday shopping trip. We bought pads and chocolate and heating pads and those weird little individual wipes that cost a fortune but make you feel fancy. Emma picked out a heating pad shaped like a cat, and for the first time all day, she laughed. At home, I made hot chocolate and we curled up on the couch together. Emma was still quiet, but a different kind of quiet, thoughtful instead of scared. "Mom?" she said eventually. Thank you for coming to get me." "You never have to thank me for that, sweetheart. That's what moms do." "But you stood up to Granddad." "I know that was hard." I looked down at her, surprised by her insight. "How do you know that?" "Because you always get this look on your face when you have to deal with him. Like you're trying to make yourself smaller." Out of the mouths of babes, right? My 12-year-old daughter had just articulated something it had taken me years of therapy to understand. "You're very wise, Emma." "I get it from my mom." We sat in comfortable silence for a while, watching some ridiculous romantic comedy on Netflix. Emma dozed against my shoulder, finally warm and safe. But I stayed awake, thinking. The thing is, I kept waiting to feel guilty about what I'd said to my father. I kept waiting for that familiar pang of regret that usually followed our confrontations. But it never came. Instead, I felt something I hadn't expected: relief. Like I'd finally stopped carrying a weight I didn't even realize I'd been holding. My phone buzzed around 9 p.m. A text from Dad: "You're overreacting. Call me when you calm down." I deleted it without responding. It buzzed again an hour later: "Emma can't avoid family forever." I blocked his number. That night, I lay awake thinking about cycles, not just the biological kind, but the emotional ones. The patterns we inherit from our parents, the hurts we pass down without meaning to, the ways we repeat the same mistakes over and over until someone finally says enough. My father had made me feel small and shameful for being human. He taught me that emotions were weaknesses, that vulnerability was contemptible, that love always came with conditions. And despite years of therapy and conscious effort to be different, I'd still been exposing Emma to him, still hoping he might somehow transform into the grandfather she deserved. But people don't change just because we need them to. They change because they want to, and my father had never seen any reason to want to. The next morning, Emma woke up with cramps and stayed home from school. We spent the day in pajamas, watching movies and eating ice cream for breakfast because sometimes being a mom means throwing the rules out the window. Around noon, she asked, "Do you think Granddad misses us?" It was such an innocent question, the kind only a child would ask. Because children still believe that love is natural and automatic, that hurt people naturally want to heal their relationships. "I don't know, sweetheart. I hope so." "But you don't think he'll apologize?" It wasn't really a question. Emma had figured out the dynamic faster than I had. "No," I said honestly. "I don't think he will. Your granddad doesn't believe he did anything wrong. Because he thinks being mean made me stronger?" "Something like that." Emma considered this, absently rubbing her heating pad cat against her stomach. "That's stupid." I laughed despite myself. "Yeah, it really is. I mean, if someone punched me and said it was to make me tougher, that would just be abuse, right?" My 12-year-old daughter had just made a connection that had taken me 3 decades to understand. Sometimes clarity comes from the most unexpected places. "Right," I said. "Exactly right." A few weeks later, Emma came home from school with a permission slip for a sex education program. She handed it to me with a slight smile. "We're going to learn about periods and puberty and stuff," she said. "The teacher said parents are welcome to attend if we want them there." "Do you want me there?" "Yeah," she said, and her smile got bigger. "I think it would be nice to have you there." So I went. I sat in a classroom full of 12-year-olds and listened to a nurse explain the miraculous complexity of the female reproductive system. She talked about periods as a sign of health, as proof that everything was working the way it should. She normalized the discomfort and the inconvenience, but also celebrated the incredible biological achievement it represented. When she asked if anyone had questions, Emma raised her hand. "What do you do if someone makes you feel bad about getting your period?" The nurse's expression grew serious. That's a really important question. If someone, anyone, makes you feel ashamed of your body or your natural biological functions, that says something about them, not about you. Your body is not something to apologize for. Emma nodded solemnly, and I felt something tight in my chest finally loosen. After class, we walked to the car together. Emma was quiet, but it was a peaceful quiet this time. "I'm glad we didn't go to Granddad's house today," she said as we buckled our seatbelts. "Yeah? Why's that?" "Because then I would have missed this. And this was actually kind of cool." I started the car and pulled out of the parking lot, thinking about all the moments we might have missed if we'd stayed trapped in my father's version of normal. All the conversations we might not have had, all the lessons we might not have learned. "Emma?" "Yeah?" "I'm proud of you. For asking that question in class, for being so brave about everything that's happened." "I'm proud of you too, Mom." "For what?" "For choosing me." We drove home through the early evening light, and for the first time in weeks, I felt like we were exactly where we were supposed to be. 3 months later, my father had a heart attack. Not a massive one, what the doctors called a warning shot. He was in the hospital for 4 days, and I heard about it through my cousin Jenny, who called to ask if I was planning to visit. "I don't know," I told her honestly. "We're not speaking." "Sarah, he's your father." "I know who he is." There was a pause. "Emma's his granddaughter." "Emma is 12 years old, and he traumatized her. Being blood-related doesn't give him a free pass to hurt people." Jenny sighed. "He's not getting any younger, you know. What if something happens and you regret not making peace?" I understood what she was trying to say. The whole life is short argument. The idea that family dysfunction should be overlooked in the face of mortality. But here's the thing about toxic relationships, they don't become healthy just because someone gets sick. Jenny, if he wanted a relationship with Emma and me, he could call and apologize. His heart attack doesn't change what he did. He's proud. You know he'll never apologize. Then I guess we have our answer. I never visited him in the hospital. Emma asked about it once, and I told her the truth, that Granddad was okay, but that we still weren't talking to him. "Good," she said, and went back to her homework. He recovered fully, according to Jenny's updates. Went back to his house, his routine, his beer and his westerns. Sometimes I wondered if he thought about us, if he missed the granddaughter he'd driven away with his cruelty. But mostly, I didn't think about him at all. Emma got her next period right on schedule, and the one after that. We developed our own little rituals around it, a special dinner, a heating pad shaped like different animals, we'd collected quite a few by then, and whatever movie she was in the mood for. Nothing dramatic or ceremonial, just acknowledgement that this was part of her life now, and it was normal and okay. She never asked about going back to Granddad's house. Not once. Sometimes healing isn't about forgiveness or reconciliation or any of the Hallmark card nonsense we're told we should strive for. Sometimes healing is just about choosing differently. It's about breaking cycles instead of perpetuating them. It's about protecting the people you love from the people who hurt them, even when those people share your DNA. Emma is 15 now, confident and funny and fiercely protective of her friends. She knows her worth in a way I didn't at her age, maybe in a way I'm still learning. When her best friend got her first period during a sleepover at our house, Emma handled it with the same matter-of-fact kindness the nurse had shown in that health class years ago. "It's totally normal," I heard her say through the bathroom door. "My mom keeps supplies in the cabinet under the sink. And there's chocolate in the kitchen if you want some." No drama. No shame. Just practical help and quiet support. That's the cycle we're creating now, the one where periods aren't shameful secrets or proof of weakness. Where scared 12-year-olds get comfort instead of punishment. Where love doesn't come with conditions or cruelty disguised as lessons. My father made a choice that December day. He chose his comfort over his granddaughter's well-being. He chose cruelty over kindness, punishment over compassion. And in response, I made a choice too. I chose Emma. I chose warmth over coldness, understanding over judgment, protection over enabling. I chose to break the cycle instead of perpetuating it. Some people might say I overreacted, that I threw away a family relationship over one bad day. But here's what those people don't understand: it wasn't just one bad day. It was the culmination of decades of small cruelties, casual dismissals, and emotional abandonment dressed up as tough love. Emma's first period was just the final straw. And you know what? I don't regret it. Not for a second. Because every month, when Emma gets her period, she doesn't think about shame or weakness or grandfathers who send little girls out into the cold. She thinks about heating pad cats and chocolate and moms who choose their daughters over everyone else. That's the story I wanted her to have. That's the memory I chose to give her. And it was worth every difficult conversation, every family gathering we've missed, every bridge I had to burn to build it. My daughter deserves better than the scraps of affection my father was willing to offer. She deserves unconditional love, unwavering support, and the absolute certainty that the people in her life will choose her well-being over their own comfort. She deserves to know that her body is not something to apologize for. She deserves to know that she is not too much, too emotional, too sensitive, or too anything. She deserves to know that when she's scared and vulnerable, the people who love her will wrap her in warmth, not send her out into the cold. That's the cycle we're building now. One heating pad cat and one unconditional I've got you at a time. But if I'm being completely honest, and I promised myself I'd be honest in telling this story, there were nights when I lay awake wondering if I'd made the right choice. Not about protecting Emma, never about that. But about the scorched earth approach. The complete cutoff. The bridge-burning finality of it all. It's one thing to make a dramatic exit in the heat of the moment. It's another thing entirely to wake up 6 months later and realize you've effectively orphaned yourself. See, here's what nobody tells you about cutting toxic family members out of your life: the relief doesn't come immediately. First comes the doubt. Maybe I overreacted. Maybe he didn't mean it the way it sounded. Maybe I should have tried harder to make him understand. Then comes the grief. Not just for the relationship you lost, but for the relationship you never had in the first place. I found myself mourning the grandfather Emma should have had, the one who would have made her hot chocolate and told her stories about becoming a woman. The one who would have celebrated this milestone instead of punishing her for it. I was mourning a fantasy, essentially. A version of my father that had never actually existed. The hardest part was the family fallout. Because cutting off one toxic person doesn't happen in a vacuum, it sends ripples through the entire family system, and everyone has an opinion about what you should have done differently. Cousin Jenny called every few weeks with updates I didn't ask for. "Your dad seems lonely," she'd say. "He asks about Emma sometimes." "That's interesting," I'd respond, considering he never once called to apologize or check on her. "You know how he is, Sarah. He's not going to grovel." I'm not asking him to grovel. I'm asking him to acknowledge that he hurt his granddaughter. But Jenny would just sigh like I was being unreasonable, like basic accountability was somehow too much to expect from a grown man. My Aunt Carol was more direct. She cornered me at the grocery store one Tuesday evening, appearing out of nowhere between the cereal and the coffee like some sort of family intervention fairy. "This has gone on long enough," she announced without preamble. "Nice to see you too, Carol. Your father is getting older, Sarah. He won't be around forever." There it was again, the mortality card. As if impending death somehow erased decades of emotional damage. "Carol, with all due respect, my father's age doesn't change what he did to Emma. He didn't do anything to her. He just handled it differently than you would have. He sent a 12-year-old girl outside in December because she got her period. That's not a difference of opinion, that's cruelty." Carol's face softened slightly. "Look, I know your dad can be difficult. But he's family. Emma should know her grandfather. Emma did know her grandfather. That's why she doesn't want to see him anymore." That seemed to stump Carol momentarily. But she regrouped quickly. "Children forgive easier than adults do. If I just what? Teach my daughter that she has to accept mistreatment from people who claim to love her? Show her that family loyalty matters more than her own well-being?" "I didn't say that." "That's exactly what you said." We stood there in awkward silence, surrounded by boxes of Lucky Charms and Frosted Flakes, while other shoppers maneuvered around us with those polite smiles people wear when they're pretending not to eavesdrop on family drama. Finally, Carol played her trump card. "What would your mother have wanted?" And there it was. The manipulation disguised as wisdom. The implication that my dead mother would somehow side with my father, despite spending 23 years married to his particular brand of emotional terrorism. My mother, I said carefully, spent most of her adult life walking on eggshells around my father's temper. She died at 51 with stress-induced heart problems and a medicine cabinet full of anxiety medication. So I'm pretty sure what my mother would have wanted was for her granddaughter to grow up feeling safe and loved. Carol looked genuinely shocked, like she'd never considered that my parents' marriage might have been less than idyllic. Which was interesting, considering she'd witnessed most of their fights firsthand during family gatherings. Sarah, I had no idea you felt that way about. I don't feel any particular way about it, Carol. I'm just stating facts. She left after that, but not before giving me her patented disappointed headshake, the same one I'd been getting from various family members my entire life whenever I failed to properly manage my father's emotions. The extended family pressure campaign continued for months. Random relatives would reach out with carefully worded messages about healing and moving forward and letting bygones be bygones. As if Emma's first period trauma was just some minor family squabble that could be resolved with enough time and social pressure. But here's what they didn't understand: I wasn't punishing my father. I was protecting my daughter. There's a difference. Punishment implies that the goal is to cause suffering until the person learns their lesson. Protection means removing the person you love from a situation that harms them, regardless of whether the harmful person ever changes. My father could live to be 100. He could develop the emotional intelligence of a saint and the empathy of Mother Teresa. But Emma would still carry the memory of sitting on those concrete steps in December, shivering and ashamed, wondering why her grandfather thought she was disgusting. Some wounds don't heal just because time passes. Some trust, once broken, stays broken. Emma handled the family pressure better than I did, honestly. She had this remarkable ability to cut straight through the manipulation and guilt-tripping that left me exhausted. When my cousin Mark showed up at our house one Saturday morning with his 8-year-old son in tow, claiming they were just in the neighborhood, Emma saw right through it. "Hi, Uncle Mark," she said politely when I answered the door. "Are you here to try to make me visit Granddad?" Mark looked genuinely startled. "Emma, I just thought maybe you'd like to see your cousin Tyler. You two used to have so much fun together." Emma glanced at Tyler, who was staring at his shoes with the uncomfortable expression of a kid who'd been dragged into adult drama against his will. "Tyler's cool," Emma said. "But if you're here to talk about Granddad, you should probably know that I don't want to see him anymore. Not because Mom told me not to, but because he was mean to me when I needed help." The simple, matter-of-fact way she said it was devastating. No hysteria, no dramatics, just a 12-year-old girl stating her boundaries with more clarity than most adults ever manage. Mark looked at me like I'd coached her to say it. "Sarah, she's just a child. She doesn't understand." "I understand that he made me sit outside in the snow because I was bleeding," Emma interrupted. "I understand that he called me weak and dramatic for being scared. I understand that he cared more about his stupid couch than about helping me." Tyler looked up from his shoes, eyes wide. "Granddad made you sit outside in the snow?" "Tyler," Mark said quickly, "that's not—" "Yeah," Emma said, ignoring Mark's attempt to redirect. "When I got my first period, I was crying because I thought I was dying, and instead of helping me, he sent me outside until my mom came to get me." I watched Tyler process this information with the brutal honesty that kids bring to moral questions. His face went from confusion to disgust to something that looked like protective anger. "That's messed up," he said finally. Mark tried to salvage the situation. "There are always two sides to every story, Tyler." But Tyler was 12 too, old enough to recognize cruelty when he heard it. "What's the other side? That Emma deserved to sit outside in the snow? Smart kid. Give him a few years and he'd probably be cutting off toxic relatives too." Mark left shortly after that, but not before giving me a lecture about poisoning the children against their family. Because apparently, allowing Emma to speak honestly about her experience was somehow more damaging than the experience itself. The thing that struck me most about all these family interventions was the underlying assumption that Emma's trauma was somehow less important than my father's comfort. That a 12-year-old girl should sacrifice her emotional well-being to maintain the family status quo. It was the same logic that had kept me trapped in my father's orbit for decades. The idea that keeping peace was more important than addressing harm. That maintaining relationships mattered more than the quality of those relationships. But Emma deserved better than that. She deserved a family that would rally around her when she was hurt, not pressure her to forgive the person who hurt her. So I stopped engaging with the guilt trips and the manipulation attempts. I stopped explaining our position to relatives who had already decided I was wrong. I stopped trying to make people understand why protecting Emma mattered more than preserving family traditions. Instead, I focused on building the kind of support system Emma actually deserved. We found a family therapist who specialized in helping kids process trauma. Not because Emma was falling apart, she was remarkably resilient, but because I wanted her to have tools for understanding what had happened and language for setting boundaries in the future. Dr. Martinez was wonderful. She normalized Emma's response without minimizing the impact of what my father had done. She helped Emma understand that adults sometimes hurt children not because the children deserve it, but because the adults have their own unresolved pain that they don't know how to handle. Your grandfather probably learned to handle fear and vulnerability the same way someone taught him, Dr. Martinez explained during one of our sessions. That doesn't make it okay, but it might help you understand that his reaction wasn't really about you. Emma considered this carefully. So he was mean to me because someone was mean to him when he was scared? Possibly. But Emma, what do you think you would do if someone younger than you came to you scared and confused? Emma didn't hesitate. I'd try to help them. I'd want them to feel better. Exactly. So even though your grandfather might have learned the wrong way to handle these situations, you're already choosing to do things differently. That session was a turning point for Emma. She stopped asking whether she'd done something wrong to make Granddad angry, and started understanding that his reaction said everything about him and nothing about her. We also found our chosen family, people who celebrated Emma's milestones instead of punishing her for them. My friend Lisa, who'd been through her own family cutoff journey, became like an aunt to Emma. She was the one who took Emma shopping for her first real bra, who taught her how to track her cycle, who answered questions I sometimes fumbled through. Emma's best friend's mom, Patricia, became another safe adult in her life. When Emma spent the night there during her period, Patricia treated it with the same casual kindness she'd show any other minor inconvenience, offering pain relievers, making sure Emma was comfortable, never making her feel like her body was an imposition. Our neighbor, Mr. Chen, started inviting Emma to help with his garden. He was probably 70, with grandchildren of his own, and he had this gentle way of teaching that felt healing after the harshness of my father's approach. When Emma mentioned that she was sad about not having a grandfather anymore, Mr. Chen said, "Family isn't always about blood, Emma. Sometimes it's about who shows up for you when you need them." Slowly, carefully, we built a network of people who saw Emma's worth, who celebrated her growth, who offered support without conditions or cruelty. And you know what? Emma flourished. She joined the school debate team and discovered she had a gift for clear, logical argument. She started volunteering at the animal shelter, where her natural empathy made her a favorite among both the animals and the staff. She learned to play guitar and wrote songs that made me cry with their insight and beauty. She became exactly the kind of person I'd hoped she'd become, confident without being cruel, strong without being callous, independent without being isolated. Most importantly, she learned that love doesn't have to hurt. That family can be chosen as well as inherited. That she deserves people in her life who build her up instead of tearing her down. My father missed all of it. He missed her first school concert, her first debate competition, her first heartbreak, her first real accomplishment. He chose his pride over his granddaughter's milestones, and that's a choice he'll have to live with. Sometimes I still wonder what would have happened if he'd called that first week and apologized. If he'd acknowledged that sending a scared 12-year-old outside in December was wrong, if he'd asked how he could do better next time. But he never called. Never apologized. Never even seemed to consider that he might have handled things poorly. And eventually, I stopped waiting for him to. Because here's what I learned from the whole experience: you can't force people to love you the way you deserve to be loved. You can't make someone prioritize your well-being if they're determined to prioritize their own comfort instead. You can't fix a relationship with someone who doesn't believe it's broken. But you can choose who gets access to your life. You can decide which relationships deserve your energy and which ones are simply too costly to maintain. You can create the kind of love you needed but didn't get, and give it freely to the people who matter most. Emma is 17 now, applying to colleges, thinking about her future with the kind of excitement and optimism that comes from growing up feeling supported and valued. She's never asked to reconcile with my father. Never expressed regret about the relationship we lost. But she talks often about the family we've built, the chosen aunts and uncles and grandparent figures who've shown up for her consistently, who've celebrated her victories and comforted her defeats, who've loved her without conditions or cruelty. That's the real ending to this story. Not the dramatic confrontation or the bridge burning with the family pressure campaigns. The real ending is a 17-year-old girl who knows her worth. Who expects to be treated with kindness and respect. Who understands that love shouldn't require her to sacrifice her well-being or accept mistreatment. The real ending is breaking the cycle, one heating pad cat and one unconditional I've got you at a time.
Story 6.
After 6 years together, my fiancé erupted during dinner and declared, "My mother was right about you from day one. You're not good enough for this family." When I asked what had changed, he smirked and said, "Nothing changed, I just got tired of pretending to love a fat loser like you." I simply nodded and said, "I agree completely." That was 3 weeks ago. Yesterday, at their Sunday dinner in front of everyone, I quietly stood up, removed the engagement ring from my finger, and placed it in the hand of his black sheep brother, announcing, "I've realized who I actually love in this family." The table went silent as his brother squeezed my hand, my ex-fiancé's jaw dropped to the floor, and his mother dramatically fainted. Listen, I need to tell you the most insane thing that just happened to me. You know those revenge stories you read online where you think, yeah, right, that totally happened? Well, buckle up, because mine actually did happen, and it was so much sweeter than I ever could have imagined. 3 weeks ago, my entire world exploded at Romano's, you know, that fancy Italian place downtown where they charge $30 for pasta and the waiters act like they're doing you a personal favor by bringing you bread. I was sitting across from Marcus, my fiancé of 6 years, thinking we were having a nice romantic dinner before he went out of town for work. I was so naive. "My mother was right about you from day one," he said, cutting into his osso buco like he was discussing the weather. "You're not good enough for this family." The fork halfway to my mouth just stopped. Completely stopped, like my brain couldn't process what I just heard. Around us, other couples were having normal conversations, weekend plans, work gossip, whose turn it was to pick up groceries. Meanwhile, my 6-year relationship was apparently getting executed in public. "What changed?" I managed to ask, though my voice sounded like it was coming from underwater. His smile, I'll never forget that smile, was pure poison. "Nothing changed, Emma. I just got tired of pretending to love a fat loser like you. You know that moment in movies where everything goes silent except for a ringing sound? That actually happens." The entire restaurant seemed to hold its breath while my heart literally felt like it was shattering inside my chest. I could feel every single person staring at us, waiting to see what the fat loser would do next. Cry? Scream? Throw my wine in his smug face? Instead, I did something that surprised even me. I nodded. "I agree completely," I said. The confusion that flickered across his face was almost worth the devastation crushing my lungs. Almost. I stood up, grabbed my purse, and walked out of there with my head held high, leaving him with a check in a restaurant full of witnesses who just watched him reveal exactly what kind of man he really was. The moment I got to my car, though, I completely fell apart. 6 years. 6 years of Sunday dinners with his horrible mother, 6 years of making myself smaller and quieter and more acceptable, 6 years of planning a future with someone who apparently saw me as nothing more than a placeholder until something better came along. But here's where this story gets really good. Because while I was having my breakdown in the Romano's parking lot, I started thinking about all the little moments over the past year that suddenly made perfect sense. The way Marcus would forget to invite me to work functions. How he'd started making comments about my weight, always disguised as concern for my health. The way his eyes would glaze over when I talked about my students. I'm a kindergarten teacher, by the way, and I absolutely love those little monsters, but Marcus always acted like my job was some cute hobby instead of an actual career. And then I started thinking about his family. Specifically, his brother Daniel. See, the Hartwell family has this whole golden child versus black sheep dynamic that would make a therapist rich. Marcus is the golden boy, Harvard MBA, works at some prestigious investment firm, drives a BMW, wears suits that cost more than my monthly rent. Everything his mother Patricia ever dreamed of in a son. Daniel, on the other hand, is what Patricia considers a family embarrassment. He dropped out of law school to become a carpenter, rides a motorcycle, shows up to family dinners in jeans and work boots, and has the audacity to be genuinely happy with his life choices. For 6 years, I've watched Patricia treat him like he personally ruined her social standing, and Marcus just goes along with it because heaven forbid he disagree with Mommy Dearest. But here's what I realized sitting in that parking lot, mascara streaming down my face like some tragic movie heroine. Daniel was the only person in that entire family who ever treated me like I actually mattered. When Patricia would make her little passive-aggressive comments about my quaint job or my interesting fashion choices, Daniel would catch my eye and roll his, making me feel less alone. When Marcus would get too involved in work talk at family gatherings and basically ignore me for hours, Daniel would ask about my students, actually listen to my answers, and laugh at my terrible jokes like they were genuinely funny. I'd always thought he was just being polite. Turned out I was wrong about a lot of things. The next day, I called in sick to work because I looked like I'd been hit by a truck, and spent most of the morning crying into a pint of chocolate chip cookie dough ice cream while watching terrible daytime TV. Around noon, someone knocked on my apartment door. I almost didn't answer it. I was wearing yesterday's clothes, my hair looked like I'd stuck my finger in an electrical socket, and my eyes were so puffy I could barely see out of them. But the knocking was persistent, so I finally dragged myself to the peephole. Daniel. My heart did this weird little skip that I told myself was just surprise, nothing more. I opened the door and immediately wanted to crawl under a rock. "Oh my, Emma," he said, taking in my appearance with genuine concern. "You look like you haven't slept in days." "Gee, thanks," I croaked. Just what every girl wants to hear from a guy who shows up unannounced. He had the decency to look embarrassed. "Sorry, that came out wrong. I meant you look like someone who's been through absolute hell, and I wanted to check on you because my brother is an idiot." Despite everything, I almost smiled. "Your brother certainly has strong opinions about my worthiness. Can I come in?" I brought coffee. He held up a bag from my favorite coffee shop, the little place downtown that makes those ridiculously expensive lattes I'm addicted to. And those blueberry scones you always order. The fact that he remembered my coffee order and my weakness for their scones made something warm and dangerous flutter in my chest. I stepped aside to let him in, suddenly very aware of how small my apartment was, how the morning light was streaming through the windows and highlighting every dust mote in the air. Daniel moved around my kitchen like he belonged there, making coffee in my ancient machine and arranging the scones on actual plates instead of just eating them out of the bag like Marcus would have done. It was such a small thing, but it made me feel cared for in a way I hadn't experienced in months. "So," he said, settling across from me at my tiny kitchen table. "Want to tell me what happened, or should I just assume my brother finally showed his true colors?" "He took me to Romano's," I said, wrapping my hands around the warm mug. "Told me I wasn't good enough for your family, that he was tired of pretending to love a fat loser like me." Daniel's jaw tightened, and for a second I saw something dangerous flash in his dark eyes. "He said that? In public? In front of a full restaurant?" I tried to laugh, but it came out more like a sob. "You should have seen the looks I got walking out of there. Pure pity. Emma." His voice was so gentle it made fresh tears spring to my eyes. "You know none of that is true, right? You know you're incredible? Am I?" The question slipped out before I could stop it, raw and vulnerable and way too honest. Because sometimes I think maybe Patricia was right all along. Maybe I really wasn't good enough for this family. Daniel leaned forward, his hands covering mine on the table. His skin was warm and rough from work, so different from Marcus's soft office hands. "My mother," he said carefully, "is a snob who thinks anyone without a trust fund and a country club membership is beneath her notice. My brother is a coward who would rather tear someone down than risk standing up for what's right. And you're worth 10 of either of them." The way he said it, looking directly into my eyes with an intensity that made my stomach flip, sent warning bells ringing in my head. But they were quiet warning bells, easily ignored. "Daniel, I know how this looks," he said quickly. "Guy shows up right after his brother breaks your heart, says all the right things. But Emma, I need you to know something, and I need you to really hear me when I say it." I nodded, not trusting my voice. "I've been fighting feelings for you for 3 years. 3 years of watching you with Marcus and wanting to shake you both because anyone with eyes could see you weren't right for each other." My coffee mug nearly slipped from my numb fingers. 3 years? Remember Marcus's birthday party 2 years ago? You wore that blue sundress with the little white flowers? I did remember. Marcus had spent the entire party networking with his colleagues, leaving me to make awkward small talk with their wives about topics I knew nothing about. "You looked so lonely," Daniel continued, his thumb tracing circles on the back of my hand in a way that was definitely not brotherly. "Standing there by yourself while he worked the room like you didn't exist. And when you finally gave up and started dancing alone to that terrible jazz band because nobody was paying attention to you. You remember that?" I whispered. I wanted to cut in so badly I actually took 3 steps toward the dance floor before I stopped myself. "But you weren't mine to dance with." His smile was sad and sweet and made my heart ache in entirely new ways. "You were never mine to dance with." We sat there in silence for a long moment, his hands still covering mine, both of us breathing a little too fast. The air in my kitchen felt charged, like right before a thunderstorm when you can feel the electricity building. "This is crazy," I finally managed. "Yeah," he agreed. "Completely insane. I just got out of a 6-year relationship yesterday." "I know. With your brother. Unfortunately. Your family is going to lose their minds." "Probably." He grinned, and it was nothing like Marcus's calculated smiles. This was pure mischief and warmth and something that made my pulse jump. Might be fun to watch, though. I laughed despite myself, really laughed, and felt something that had been wound-tight in my chest for months finally start to loosen. "Emma," Daniel said, his voice going serious again, "I'm not asking you for anything right now. I know you need time to process what happened, to figure out what you want. But I needed you to know the truth. What Marcus said to you, that's not about your worth. That's about his inability to recognize something precious when he has it. After he left that day, I spent the next 2 weeks in a complete emotional whirlwind. Was this real? Was I just rebounding onto the nearest available target? Or had I been blind to something that was right in front of me all along? The answer came when Marcus called. Emma, baby, his voice was sickeningly sweet through the phone, I think we should talk. The audacity. The sheer, breathtaking audacity of this man. Talk about what, Marcus? I kept my voice carefully neutral, curious to see how deep he planned to dig this hole. Look, I was having a rough day. You know how I get when work stress builds up, and then Mom had been on my case about the wedding planning. He trailed off like this explained everything. I didn't mean what I said. Which part didn't you mean? The part where you called me fat, the part where you called me a loser, or the part where you said you'd been pretending to love me? Long pause. Then, come on, don't be so dramatic. You know I love you. Actually, I said, and I could practically hear him relax through the phone, thinking he'd won. I don't know that at all. In fact, I'm starting to think you don't. Of course I do. Emma, we've been together for 6 years. We're engaged. We have a whole life planned together. Had. Past tense. Don't be ridiculous. His voice was getting that itch it got when things weren't going his way. You're not actually going to throw away 6 years over one little fight. One little fight. Like publicly humiliating me was equivalent to disagreeing about what movie to watch. You know what, Marcus? You're absolutely right, I said, letting relief creep into my voice. I'm not going to throw away 6 years over one fight. I'm going to throw them away because you showed me exactly who you are when you thought it was safe to do so. And it turns out, I don't like that person very much. Emma, you're being. But hey, thanks for the clarity. It's amazing how freeing the truth can be. Really, you did me a huge favor. I hung up on him, and it felt better than chocolate. Over the next few days, Daniel and I texted constantly. Nothing inappropriate, he was too much of a gentleman for that, and I was still too emotionally fragile. Just connection. Real, genuine connection. He sent me pictures of a custom bookshelf he was building for a client and asked for my opinion on the wood stain. I sent him photos of my students' Mother's Day art projects. He told me about the house he was renovating in his spare time. I complained about parent-teacher conferences and standardized testing. Normal things. Everyday things. Things that somehow felt more intimate than anything Marcus and I had shared in the last year of our relationship. Then came last Sunday. The weekly Hartwell family dinner, a tradition so sacred that skipping required either a doctor's note or actual death. I almost didn't go. The thought of facing Marcus, Patricia, the whole toxic family dynamic that had slowly been poisoning me for years, it was enough to make me seriously consider faking food poisoning. But then Daniel texted me that morning, "You don't have to come today. But if you do, know that you've got at least one person completely in your corner." That decided it. I was done hiding, done making myself small, done avoiding confrontation to keep everyone else comfortable. I dressed very carefully that morning. Not in one of the boring, conservative outfits that Patricia preferred, the kind that made me invisible and acceptable. Instead, I chose a dress I actually loved but had never worn to a family dinner because Marcus once said it was a bit much for a family gathering. It was emerald green silk that fit like it had been made for me, with a neckline that was elegant without being inappropriate and a skirt that swirled when I walked. I felt beautiful in it, confident and vibrant and like myself for the first time in months. When I walked into the Hartwell dining room at exactly 6 o'clock, you could have heard a pin drop. Patricia, who was arranging flowers in the center of the massive mahogany table, actually dropped her pruning shears. Marcus, who was pouring himself a scotch at the sidebar, froze with the bottle halfway to his glass. Even Robert, Marcus's father, looked up from his newspaper with raised eyebrows. "Emma," Patricia managed, her voice strangled. "How? Unexpected." "Hello, Patricia," I said with my sweetest smile, taking my usual seat across from where Daniel would sit. "Thank you for having me. I know how much these dinners mean to your family." The emphasis on your wasn't lost on anyone. Marcus was staring at me like I was a puzzle he couldn't solve, clearly thrown by my appearance and my attitude. "Good. Let him be confused for a change. You look." He started, then seemed to think better of whatever he was going to say. "Different?" I supplied helpfully. "Thank you. I feel different too. It's amazing what a little clarity can do for a person." Daniel walked in right then, and the way his eyes lit up when he saw me made warmth spread through my chest like sunshine. Unlike his family, he didn't look shocked to see me, he looked pleased. Happy. Like my presence was a gift instead of an unwelcome surprise. "Emma," he said, leaning down to kiss my cheek in what looked like a casual greeting but felt like a promise. "You look absolutely stunning." "Doesn't she?" Patricia's voice was sharp enough to cut glass. "Though I have to say, dear, that dress is rather bold for a family dinner." "I like bold," Daniel said, settling into his chair with a grin that made his mother's lips purse in disapproval. "Bold is honest." The undercurrents at that table could have powered a small city. Marcus kept shooting me looks that ranged from confused to frustrated to something that might have been regret. Patricia was clearly trying to figure out what game I was playing. Robert just looked like he wanted to be anywhere else on Earth. And me? I felt like I was sitting on a beautiful, terrible secret that was about to change everything. Dinner proceeded with the usual stilted conversation. Patricia held court with stories from her garden club, complete with detailed character assassinations of women who'd committed such social crimes as serving store-bought appetizers or wearing white after Labor Day. Marcus's father discussed his latest golf game with the kind of intensity most people reserve for international peace treaties. Marcus himself kept trying to catch my eye, clearly wanting to have some kind of conversation I had no interest in having. "So, Emma," Patricia said during a lull, her voice dripping with false concern, "how are you holding up, dear? I imagine this whole situation has been quite difficult for you." The situation being my public humiliation at the hands of her precious son, though of course she'd never say that directly. "Actually, I'm doing wonderfully," I replied, taking a sip of the ridiculously expensive wine Robert always served. "It's funny how sometimes what feels like the end of the world turns out to be exactly what you needed." "That's an interesting perspective," Patricia said carefully. "Isn't it? I've learned so much about myself these past few weeks. About what I want, what I deserve, what I'm willing to accept." I smiled around the table, letting my gaze linger on each face. "It's been quite enlightening." Marcus was frowning now, clearly sensing danger but not understanding its source. "Emma, maybe we should talk privately." "Oh, I don't think that's necessary," I interrupted sweetly. "After all, you seemed perfectly comfortable having important conversations in public before. Why start being private now?" The barb hit its mark. His face flushed red, and I saw Daniel hide a smile behind his wine glass. "Besides," I continued, standing up slowly and feeling everyone's attention laser focus on me, "I actually have something I'd like to say to everyone while we're all here together." The silence that followed was so complete I could hear the grandfather clock ticking in the hallway. This was it. The moment I'd been building toward without even realizing it. The moment that would either free me or destroy me, and honestly, at this point I was okay with either outcome. "These Sunday dinners," I began, my voice clear and steady despite the adrenaline coursing through my veins, "have always been about family. About love, loyalty, supporting each other through thick and thin." I paused, looking around the table at faces that had become so familiar over the years. At least, that's what I thought they were about. Patricia's knuckles were white where she gripped her wine glass. Marcus looked like he was about to interrupt, but something in my expression made him think better of it. "But I've come to realize that family isn't just about blood or marriage certificates or even shared last names. Real family, the kind that matters, is about people who see you, really see you, and love what they find." My voice was gaining strength with every word. "It's about people who build you up instead of tearing you down, who celebrate your successes instead of making you feel small, who stand by you even when it's difficult." I could feel Daniel's eyes on me, warm and encouraging, giving me the courage to continue. "I spent 6 years trying to earn my place at this table," I said, letting my gaze rest on Patricia's increasingly pale face. 6 years of making myself smaller, quieter, more acceptable. 6 years of trying to fit into a space that was never meant for me. And you know what I learned? Marcus was gripping his scotch glass so tightly I thought it might shatter. I learned that the problem was never me. The problem was trying to grow in soil that was poisoned from the start. "Now see here, young lady," Patricia started, but I held up my hand. "I'm not finished," I said, and the steel in my voice made her mouth snap shut. 3 weeks ago, Marcus told me I wasn't good enough for this family. And you know what? He was absolutely right. The shock on every face around the table was almost comical. This clearly wasn't where they expected this speech to go. "I'm not good enough for this family," I continued, reaching into my purse and pulling out the engagement ring that had been living there since the night at Romano's. "I'm too good for it." I held up the ring, that 2-carat diamond that Marcus had been so proud of, that Patricia had inspected with a jeweler's loupe to make sure it met her standards, and let everyone get a good look at it. "This ring represents 6 years of a lie," I said, my voice carrying clearly in the stunned silence. 6 years of pretending that love could exist without respect, without genuine caring, without actually seeing and celebrating who someone is. Marcus was starting to stand up, panic flickering across his face as he finally began to understand what was happening. But here's the beautiful thing about hitting rock bottom, I continued, taking a step toward Daniel, whose eyes had gone wide with realization and something that looked like hope. It gives you a solid foundation to build something real. Emma, Marcus said, his voice sharp with warning. Whatever you're thinking of doing, don't what? I asked, stopping in front of Daniel's chair. Don't choose happiness? Don't choose someone who actually sees me as more than a placeholder until something better comes along? I looked down at Daniel, this man who had shown me more genuine care in 3 weeks than I'd received in 6 years, and felt my heart make a decision my brain was still catching up to. Don't choose the one person in this entire family who ever made me feel like I was worth something? Daniel was looking up at me with an expression of wonder and growing joy and something deeper that made my knees weak. Slowly, he stood up, his eyes never leaving mine. Emma, he said, his voice rough with emotion, are you absolutely sure about this? Because once we cross this line, there's no going back. They'll never forgive either of us. I looked around the table one more time. At Patricia, who was clutching her pearls like they were rosary beads. At Robert, who looked like he was having some kind of medical event. At Marcus, whose face had gone through the entire color spectrum and was now settling on a shade of red that probably wasn't healthy. Then I looked back at Daniel, at this man who laughed at my terrible jokes and remembered my coffee order and treated my job like it mattered because he understood that I mattered. Daniel, I said, loud enough for everyone to hear, I've realized something important these past few weeks. His hands found mine, warm and steady and sure. I've realized who I actually love in this family. The words hung in the air like a declaration of war. And then I placed Marcus's ring in Daniel's palm and watched 6 years of my old life crumble into dust. The silence that followed was deafening. Then everything happened at once. Patricia let out a sound like a wounded animal and toppled backward in her chair, hitting the floor with a crash that rattled the china cabinet. Robert jumped up to help her, scotch sloshing everywhere. Marcus just stood there with his mouth hanging open, staring at us like we'd announced we were joining a cult. You. Marcus finally found his voice, and it came out as a strangled whisper. This is insane. This whole thing is some kind of sick revenge fantasy. Revenge? I laughed, actually laughed, and it felt so good I couldn't stop. Oh, Marcus. This isn't revenge. Revenge would be petty, calculated, designed specifically to hurt you. Daniel's fingers tightened around mine, and I could see the exact moment he stopped worrying about family consequences and started focusing on us instead. This, I gestured between Daniel and myself, is just me finally choosing to be happy. But he's my brother. Marcus sputtered, like this was somehow the most shocking part of the entire situation. Yes, I agreed. He is. The better one. Patricia was starting to come around, making weak moaning sounds while Robert fanned her with a cloth napkin. When she finally focused on what was happening, the look of pure horror on her face was almost worth 6 years of passive-aggressive comments about my quaint career. This is, she gasped, struggling to sit up. This is absolutely unacceptable. Robert, do something. What exactly would you like me to do, Patricia? Robert asked wearily, and I got the feeling this wasn't the first time he'd been called upon to solve one of his wife's social emergencies. Stop them. This is. She gestured frantically at Daniel and me, apparently unable to find words dramatic enough for the situation. Happy? Daniel suggested mildly, and I had to bite my lip to keep from giggling. We should go, I murmured to him, and he nodded. Probably a good idea, he agreed. Before someone calls the police or a priest or something. We headed toward the door, still holding hands, leaving behind a family dinner that would probably be talked about for decades. Just as we reached the dining room entrance, Marcus found his voice again. Daniel. The desperation in his tone was almost pitiful. You can't just, she's using you to get back at me. Can't you see that? Daniel stopped, turned around, and for the first time in all the years I'd known him, looked at his older brother with something that might have been pity. Marcus, he said quietly, for once in your life, consider the possibility that this might not be about you at all. And then we walked out, leaving behind the wreckage of everything I'd thought I wanted and stepping into something that felt like the first day of the rest of my life. We didn't talk much during the drive back to my apartment. What was there to say? We'd just blown up both our lives in the most spectacular way possible. The smart thing would be to pump the brakes, take things slow, let me process the complete destruction of my 6-year relationship before jumping into something new. But when Daniel walked me to my door and turned to say goodbye, the way he was looking at me made every smart thought fly right out of my head. Emma, he said, his voice soft in the dim hallway light, I need you to know something. What just happened back there, I don't want you to regret it. I don't want you to wake up tomorrow and think you acted impulsively, or that I took advantage of your situation. Instead of answering, I kissed him. Right there in my hallway under the fluorescent light that makes everyone look terrible, I kissed Daniel Hartwell and felt more alive than I had in years. He tasted like wine and possibility and felt like coming home to a place I'd never been before. When we finally broke apart, both breathing hard, he rested his forehead against mine. "I've wanted to do that for so long," he confessed. "I've wanted you to do that for so long," I confessed back. I was just too scared to admit it to myself. And now? I thought about Marcus, about Patricia's horrified expression, about the bridges we'd just burned and the family dynamics we'd obliterated. I thought about my students, who would want to hear about my weekend. I thought about the life I'd been living that felt like wearing clothes that were 2 sizes too small. "Now," I said, reaching up to trace the line of his jaw, "I'm not scared of anything anymore." He smiled, that real, genuine smile that had been making my heart skip beats for 3 years, and kissed me again. "Look, I know how this sounds. I know it seems like a textbook rebound, like I'm just trading one Hartwell brother for another in some twisted psychological game. But here's the thing about rock bottom that nobody tells you: sometimes you have to lose everything you thought you wanted to find everything you actually need." 3 weeks ago, I thought my life was over. I thought I'd lost my future, my place in the world, my entire identity. But I didn't lose anything real, I lost an illusion. I lost the exhausting performance of being someone I wasn't for people who never valued who I actually was. What I found was Daniel. What I found was a man who sees me, really sees me, and likes what he finds. What I found was someone who makes me laugh until my sides hurt, who listens when I talk about the challenges of teaching 5-year-olds, who thinks my weird sense of humor is actually funny instead of just tolerating it. What I found was love. Real love. The kind that makes you feel more like yourself, not less. Is it complicated? Obviously. Are there going to be consequences? Absolutely. Will Marcus and Patricia ever forgive either of us? Not if we live to be 1,000 years old. But you know what? I'm completely okay with that. Because for the first time in 6 years, I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be, with exactly who I'm supposed to be with. And if that's not the perfect revenge on everyone who said I wasn't good enough, I honestly don't know what is. Marcus spent 6 years making me feel like I should be grateful he was willing to settle for me. Yesterday, in front of his entire family, I showed him exactly what he'd thrown away. Sometimes the best revenge isn't about making someone pay for hurting you. Sometimes it's about building something so beautiful from the ashes of what they destroyed that they can't help but see exactly what they lost. And trust me, judging by the look on Marcus's face when Daniel and I walked out of that dining room together, he sees it now. That was the expression of a man who just realized he'd thrown away a diamond because he thought it was worthless glass. Too late now, though. This diamond has found someone who recognizes her worth, and we're going to shine so bright it'll be visible from space. The fallout started almost immediately. Monday morning, I was barely through my classroom door when my phone started buzzing like an angry hornet. Text after text, call after call, all from numbers I recognized but had no intention of answering. Marcus, Patricia, even some of their country club friends who apparently felt entitled to weigh in on my personal life. I turned the phone off and focused on what actually mattered: 23 5-year-olds who were excited to tell me about their weekends and show me the loose teeth they'd been wiggling since Friday. "Miss Emma." Little Sophia bounced up to me with a gap-toothed grin. "I lost my tooth. The tooth fairy gave me $5 whole. $5? I gasped dramatically. That tooth fairy is getting generous. "My daddy says inflation is affecting the tooth fairy too," piped up Jake from the reading corner, and I had to bite my lip to keep from laughing. These kids never failed to surprise me with the things they absorbed from adult conversations. This was exactly what I needed. These children didn't care about family drama or social standing or who belonged with whom. They cared about sharing their excitement, solving problems together, and whether I remembered that Tommy was allergic to peanuts during snack time. Real things. Important things. By lunch, though, the outside world came crashing back in. My principal, Mrs. Chen, stopped by my classroom with an expression I couldn't quite read. "Emma, there's someone here to see you," she said carefully. "I told her you were teaching, but she says it's urgent family business." My stomach dropped. "Patricia?" Mrs. Chen nodded. "She's waiting in the main office." "And Emma?" "She seems upset." Of course she was upset. I just obliterated her perfect family narrative in front of witnesses. The woman probably hadn't slept a wink. "Can you cover my class for 10 minutes?" I asked, already knowing I needed to deal with this before it got worse. Patricia was pacing my principal's office like a caged tiger when I walked in. She clearly dressed for battle, full makeup, her most expensive suit, the pearls that probably cost more than my car. But underneath all the armor, she looked rattled in a way I'd never seen before. "Patricia," I said calmly, closing the door behind me. "This is unexpected." "Unexpected?" Her voice was shrill enough to shatter glass. "You think destroying my family is unexpected?" "I didn't destroy anything," I replied, settling into the chair across from her. "I just stopped pretending that something broken was actually whole." She stared at me like I'd grown a second head. "You seduced my son. You manipulated him into this. This insanity." The accusation was so ridiculous I almost laughed. "Patricia, Daniel is 32 years old. I think he can make his own decisions about who he wants to spend time with. He would never have done this on his own. You planned this whole thing, didn't you? Some elaborate scheme to get back at Marcus for what?" I interrupted, leaning forward. "For publicly humiliating me? For calling me fat and worthless in front of a restaurant full of strangers? For spending 6 years making me feel like I should be grateful he was willing to settle for someone like me?" She flinched, but rallied quickly. "Marcus was upset. He didn't mean. He meant every word," I said quietly. "And deep down, you know it. You raised him to believe he was better than everyone else, that people like me should be thankful for whatever scraps of attention we get from people like you." Patricia's face was cycling through several colors, none of them healthy. "You have no idea what you're talking about." "Don't I?" I stood up, smoothing down my dress, a cheerful yellow one with little sunflowers that the kids always loved. "Let me tell you what I know, Patricia. I know that in 6 years of family dinners, you never once asked me a meaningful question about my life, my work, or my dreams. I know you introduced me as Marcus's friend to your social circle even after we got engaged. I know you made little comments about my weight, my job, my clothes, always disguised as concern but really designed to make me feel small." She opened her mouth to protest, but I wasn't finished. "I know that when I talked about loving my job teaching children, you changed the subject. When I got excited about my students' achievements, you'd make some comment about how noble it was that some people were satisfied with such simple lives." My voice was getting stronger with every word. "I know that you spent 6 years making it clear that I would never be good enough for your son, and when he finally agreed with you, I was supposed to just accept it and disappear quietly. You're being dramatic, am I? Then explain to me why, in all those years, you never defended me when your friends made comments about Marcus dating beneath his station. Explain why you forgot to include me in family photos. Explain why you always seated me at the furthest possible spot from the head of the table." Patricia's mouth opened and closed like a fish gasping for air. "Here's what I think happened," I continued, feeling oddly calm now that all the cards were on the table. "You raised Marcus to believe he deserved someone perfect, someone wealthy, connected, probably blonde with a trust fund and a degree from the right school. But he chose me instead, and you've spent 6 years trying to break us up without having to be the obvious villain. That's not. You got your wish, Patricia. Marcus finally saw me the way you always wanted him to. Congratulations. You won." I smiled, but it wasn't a nice smile. "Too bad winning cost you Daniel too." Her face crumpled then, and for a moment I saw past the armor to the woman underneath, scared, angry, and maybe just a little bit ashamed. "He's throwing his life away," she whispered. Daniel was finally starting to mature, and now this. Whatever this is. It's going to ruin everything. "You mean it's going to make him happy in a way you can't control," I corrected gently. "And that terrifies you." I left her sitting in that office and went back to my classroom, where 23 kindergarteners were waiting to show me the paper plate masks they'd made while I was gone. Real priorities. Real joy. Real love that didn't come with conditions or strings attached. That evening, Daniel and I met for dinner at a little Mexican place on the other side of town, somewhere we were unlikely to run into anyone from his family's social circle. He looked tired but determined, and when he smiled at me across the table, my heart did that little flutter thing it had been doing since the night we'd blown up his family's world. "So," I said after we'd ordered, "your mother came to see me today." He nearly choked on his water. "She what?" "Showed up at my school. Accused me of seducing you as part of some elaborate revenge plot." Daniel's jaw tightened. "What did you tell her?" "The truth. That her precious Marcus spent 6 years making me feel worthless, and I finally decided I deserved better." I reached across the table to touch his hand. "How are you holding up?" He was quiet for a long moment, his thumb tracing circles on my palm in that way that made me feel like everything was going to be okay. "I've been thinking about something you said yesterday," he finally said. "About growing in poisoned soil." I nodded, waiting. "I think I've been trying to grow in that same soil my whole life. Different poison than what they were feeding you, but poison all the same." He looked up at me with those dark eyes that seemed to see straight through to my soul. "They wanted you to believe you weren't good enough. They wanted me to believe I was too good for anything that made me actually happy." And now? His smile was soft and real and made my heart skip beats. Now I'm thinking maybe we can plant a garden somewhere else entirely. Somewhere the soil is healthy and we can grow into whoever we're supposed to be. Oh my gosh, this man. This beautiful, genuine man who talked about feelings like they mattered and looked at me like I was something precious. Daniel, I said, suddenly serious, are you sure about this? Really sure? Because once we're really together, there's no pretending this is just some rebound or temporary insanity. Your family is never going to accept it. Emma. He lifted our joined hands and pressed a kiss to my knuckles, such a simple gesture that somehow felt more intimate than anything Marcus had ever done. I've spent 32 years trying to earn acceptance from people who were never going to give it to me anyway. I'm done living my life for an audience that doesn't actually want me to be happy. The waiter brought our food then, massive plates of enchiladas and rice that we barely touched because we were too busy talking. About everything. About our childhoods, our dreams, the things we'd always wanted to do but never had the courage to try. I want to travel, I confessed over sopapilas we definitely didn't need but ordered anyway. I've always wanted to see Italy, Greece, all those places with ancient history. Marcus always said we'd go someday, but somehow someday never came. We should go, Daniel said immediately. I've got some money saved up, and my business is doing well enough that I could take a month off. We? My heart did that fluttering thing again. If you want, he said, suddenly looking uncertain. I mean, I know we're still figuring this out. Yes, I said quickly. Yes, I want. I want all of it. We walked back to my apartment holding hands like teenagers, stopping to look in shop windows and laugh at nothing in particular. When we reached my door, I felt that familiar flutter of nervous anticipation. Do you want to come up? I asked, then immediately felt silly for being nervous. This was Daniel. Daniel, who made me feel safe and seen and worth something. Are you sure? He asked, and the careful way he said it made me realize he was nervous too. Instead of answering, I stood on my tiptoes and kissed him, soft and sweet and full of promises I was finally brave enough to make. My apartment looked different with Daniel in it. Warmer, somehow. More like home than it had ever felt with Marcus, who'd always seemed to be cataloging everything he thought was wrong with it, the second-hand furniture, the books stacked everywhere because I'd run out of shelf space, the plants crowding every window because taking care of living things made me happy. Daniel noticed my books first. You've got quite a collection here, he said, running his fingers along the spines. I had no idea you were such a reader. Marcus wasn't big on books, I admitted. He said they were clutter. Daniel's expression darkened for a moment. What an idiot. Hey, I said, wrapping my arms around his waist from behind, no more talking about Marcus tonight. He doesn't get to take up space in our story anymore. Our story, Daniel repeated, turning in my arms with a smile that made my knees weak. I like the sound of that. We ended up on my couch, talking until well past midnight about everything and nothing. About the house he was renovating, about my students, about the dreams we'd put on hold and the ones we were just discovering. When he finally left, it was with a kiss that tasted like forever and a promise to see me tomorrow. Tuesday brought more fallout. This time it was Marcus himself, waiting by my car in the school parking lot when I came out at the end of the day. He looked terrible, like he hadn't slept or shaved since Sunday dinner, and for a moment I almost felt sorry for him. Emma, he said, straightening up when he saw me. We need to talk. No, Marcus, we really don't. I clicked the unlock button on my key fob, but he stepped between me and the car door. This is insane, he said, his voice cracking slightly. You and Daniel? Really? You're really going to throw away everything we had for some phase you're going through? Phase? I laughed, but there was no humor in it. Marcus, what we had wasn't real. It was me trying desperately to be someone you could love, and you tolerating me until something better came along. That's not true, isn't it? Then explain, Romanos. Explain 6 years of making me feel like I should be grateful you were willing to settle for me. He ran his hands through his hair, a gesture that once would have made me want to comfort him. Now it just made me tired. I was angry, he said. My mother had been on my case about the wedding, about you, of how we didn't fit together socially, and instead of defending me, you decided she was right. No. I mean. He stopped, seeming to realize he was digging himself deeper. Emma, you have to understand, the pressure I've been under. The pressure you've been under? I stared at him in disbelief. Marcus, do you have any idea what the last 6 years have been like for me? Constantly feeling like I wasn't good enough, wasn't pretty enough, wasn't sophisticated enough? Do you know how exhausting it is to spend every day trying to be someone else? You never said, I shouldn't have had to say. You should have noticed that your mother was slowly destroying my self-esteem. You should have cared enough to shut down her passive-aggressive comments. You should have defended me instead of acting like I should be grateful to be included at all. He was quiet for a long moment, and for a second I thought maybe, finally, he was starting to understand. But Daniel? He said instead. Really, Emma? My own brother? And there it was. Not remorse for how he treated me, not understanding of what he put me through. Just wounded pride that I'd chosen someone else, specifically, someone he considered beneath him. You know what the difference is between you and Daniel? I asked, moving closer so he couldn't mistake a single word. Daniel sees me. Really sees me. He listens when I talk about my students like they matter, because he understands that they do matter. He laughs at my jokes because he thinks they're actually funny, not because he's tolerating my attempts at humor. Marcus's face was getting red, but I wasn't finished. Daniel makes me feel like myself, only better. You made me feel like myself was something I needed to apologize for. I stepped around him to my car door. So yes, Marcus. Really. Your brother. The better man. I left him standing in that parking lot and drove straight to Daniel's house, a craftsman bungalow he was slowly renovating with his own hands. Every room showed his attention to detail, his respect for the original character of the place while making it his own. Rough day? He asked when he opened the door, taking one look at my face. Marcus ambushed me at school, I said, stepping into his arms like it was the most natural thing in the world. Want to talk about it? I breathed in his scent, sawdust and soap and something uniquely him, and felt the tension start to leave my shoulders. Later, I said. Right now I just want to be here with you, in this beautiful house you're creating, and forget that people like Marcus and Patricia exist. He showed me the kitchen he was rebuilding, the bathroom where he was installing vintage tile he'd found at an antique market, the bedroom where morning light streamed through windows he'd restored himself. Every room was a testament to patience, care, and the kind of vision that sees potential where others might see problems. It's incredible, I said, running my hand along the mantelpiece he'd refinished. You're creating something beautiful from something that was falling apart. Kind of like what we're doing, isn't it? He said softly, coming to stand behind me. I turned in his arms, looking up into those dark eyes that always seemed to be smiling, even when his mouth wasn't. Are we falling apart or coming together? I asked. Both, he said, leaning down to kiss me. Sometimes you have to let the old structure collapse before you can build something strong enough to last. That night, I called in sick to work for the first time in 3 years. Not because I was actually ill, but because I needed one day, just one day, to exist in this new reality without having to explain myself to anyone else. We spent the morning in bed, talking and laughing and exploring this new intimacy that felt both thrilling and comfortable at the same time. Daniel made me pancakes from scratch, actual pancakes, not the frozen kind Marcus always microwaved, and we ate them on his back porch while planning impossible dreams and possible futures. I love you, I said suddenly, the words slipping out before I could second-guess them. He went very still, his fork halfway to his mouth. I know it's too soon, I rushed on. I know this whole situation is crazy and complicated and probably looks like the messiest rebound in history, but Daniel, he silenced me. I love you too, he said. I've loved you for 3 years, Emma. This isn't too soon. If anything, it's 3 years too late. And that's when I knew, with absolute certainty, that Marcus had been wrong about everything. I wasn't too fat, too boring, too ordinary. I wasn't a placeholder or a compromise or someone to be tolerated. I was exactly the right woman for the right man. I just had to stop settling for the wrong one to figure that out. Sometimes the best revenge really is living well. And I was just getting started.
Story 7.
During Christmas dinner, I announced that my husband, kids, and I were moving to Singapore for my dream job when my sister suddenly slammed her fist on the table and screamed, "How can you leave? My kids and my new boyfriend depend on you for rent and childcare." My mother hissed, "Family takes care of family, you've always been the selfish one." That's when I said, "You're 35, 400 pounds, act your age and get A," but before I could finish, my father grabbed me by the throat, leaned in with a menacing voice, and said, "No one's going anywhere without my permission." When my husband tried to help, my father punched him in the face and pulled a gun on him, then grabbed our phones and forced me to email my resignation while everyone watched. I just nodded and stayed silent, but at midnight, I walked out, and what I did next with all of them left their lives in complete ruins. You know that moment when you realize your entire family is completely insane? Mine happened on Christmas Day, 2023, right after I announced we were moving to Singapore for my dream job. And what I did to them afterward? Well, let's just say they're still picking up the pieces. I should have seen it coming, honestly. The signs were all there, they just looked like normal family dysfunction until they weren't anymore. Until my father put a gun to my husband's head and forced me to resign from the best opportunity of my career while my children watched in terror. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Let me start from the beginning, because this story is wild. My name's Emma, I'm 32, and I've been the family cash cow since I graduated college 10 years ago. Software engineering pays well, especially when you're good at it, and I am. Really good. Good enough that Zenith Tech in Singapore offered me a senior architect position with a salary that made my current one look like pocket change. My husband Jake and I had been planning this move for months. Secret planning, actually, because I'd learned over the years that sharing good news with my family too early usually resulted in them finding ways to sabotage it. Our kids, Lily, 8, and Max, 6, were excited about the adventure. We'd researched schools, looked at apartments online, even started learning basic Mandarin phrases together during our evening family time. This was our chance. Our chance to give our children experiences we never had, to travel, to build something extraordinary together, to finally, live for ourselves instead of constantly propping up people who saw my success as their personal ATM. I thought, naively, that once I presented it as a done deal, they'd have to accept it. Maybe they'd even be happy for us. Oh my gosh, I was so stupid. We drove to my parents' house that Christmas morning with presents piled in the back seat and genuine excitement bubbling in my chest. I'd even brought champagne to celebrate, actual champagne, the good stuff, because this felt like the kind of moment that deserved proper celebration. The kids were wearing their new Christmas outfits that Jake had picked out. He'd shaved and put on his good shirt, and I'd spend an hour curling my hair because I wanted everything to be perfect when I shared our news. I wanted to remember this moment forever. The moment our real life finally began. Mom's house smelled like burnt turkey and pine sol, same as every year. That particular combination of overcooked protein and industrial cleaner that somehow always made me feel like I was suffocating the moment I walked through the door. Dad was already 3 beers deep at 11 a.m., planted in his recliner watching some football pregame show with the volume turned up way too loud. My sister Vanessa sat at the kitchen table, her 4-year-old son Marcus coloring with broken crayons while her 2-year-old daughter Sophia screamed in a high chair crusted with what looked like several meals worth of old food. The house was chaos, as always. Loud television, crying children, adults who'd given up on basic courtesy years ago. This was my family. This was what I was supposed to prioritize over my children's futures. Emma's here. Mom called out, not looking up from whatever she was stabbing with a carving fork. Vanessa barely glanced at us. Marcus, say hi to Aunt Emma. Marcus didn't look up from his coloring book. Neither did Vanessa's new boyfriend Derek, who was sprawled on the couch next to Dad, controller in hand, completely absorbed in some violent video game despite the children in the room. The sound of gunfire and explosions mixed with Christmas music playing from Mom's ancient radio in the kitchen. Derek had been living in Vanessa's apartment, the apartment I helped pay for 8 months now. 8 months of being between jobs, 8 months of eating food I bought, 8 months of contributing absolutely nothing except another mouth to feed and another person to make excuses for. But today was different. Today I had news that would change everything. Need help with anything, Mom? I asked, setting our presents under their sad little artificial tree. The same tree they'd had for 15 years, half the lights burned out, ornaments falling off because the branches were bent and broken. Your sister's been having a rough time, Mom said under her breath, stirring gravy that looked like cement. Money's tight. Derek's been trying to find work, but you know how it is. Of course I knew. Derek had been trying to find work for 8 months, which apparently consisted of playing video games 16 hours a day and complaining that nobody wanted to hire someone with his experience. What experience that was remained unclear, since he'd never actually told any of us what he'd done before moving in with Vanessa. Maybe after the holidays things will pick up, I said diplomatically, because that's what I always did. Keep the peace. Be the reliable one. Don't rock the boat. Just like I'd been doing since Vanessa got pregnant with Marcus 5 years ago and decided responsibility was something other people handled. Just like I'd been doing since Dad lost his construction job 8 years ago and somehow never quite managed to find another one that paid as well. Just like I'd been doing since Mom developed mysterious health problems that prevented her from working but never seemed to interfere with her shopping or social activities. 10 years of keeping the peace. 10 years of being the reliable one. 10 years of swallowing my frustration and writing check after check because family is supposed to help family, right? Well, today that was ending. We got through present opening. Lily and Max politely thanked everyone for their dollar store gifts while my expensive, carefully chosen presents for my niece and nephew got tossed aside after 30 seconds of attention. Marcus ripped through the art supplies I'd brought him without even looking at what they were. Sophia threw the educational toys I'd selected onto the floor and went back to banging her spoon against her high chair. Meanwhile, the adults opened their gifts with a kind of casual entitlement that made my teeth hurt. Dad barely looked at the expensive power tools I bought him before setting them aside and going back to his beer. Mom flipped through the cookbook I'd chosen, filled with recipes I thought she might actually enjoy making, and said, "Oh, this looks complicated." Vanessa opened the spa gift certificate I'd gotten her and immediately asked, "Can I get cash instead? I really need help with utilities this month." Always. Always it came back to money. We sat through Mom's dry turkey and Dad's increasingly loud commentary about the game. Derek made inappropriate jokes that nobody laughed at. Vanessa complained about how tired she was, how hard it was to manage 2 kids, how she wished she had more help, all while looking pointedly at me. The whole meal, I kept touching the champagne bottle in my purse, waiting for the right moment. Waiting for a pause in the dysfunction where I could stand up and share our wonderful news. Then, during dessert, store-bought pie that Mom had forgotten to take out of the packaging, I decided the moment was now or never. I stood up and cleared my throat. "Jake and I have some exciting news to share." The table went quiet except for Sophia banging her spoon against her high chair tray and the television still blaring from the living room. "We're moving to Singapore." The words came out bright and happy, exactly like I practiced in the mirror that morning. I got offered this incredible position at Zenith Tech. The salary is amazing, more than double what I make now, and the kids will go to international schools, and we'll have adventures we never dreamed of. I paused, waiting for congratulations, questions about when we were leaving, maybe some sadness about missing us, but ultimately happiness for our success. I was ready for tears, ready for hugs, ready for them to be proud of me for once in my adult life. Instead, Vanessa's face went white, then red, then purple. "What?" Her voice was barely a whisper. "I know it's sudden," I continued, still smiling, still hoping this could go well, but the opportunity is incredible. The benefits package includes housing assistance, international schooling for the kids, travel allowances. Bang. Vanessa's fist hit the table so hard the gravy boat jumped and gravy splattered across the tablecloth. Sophia started crying. Marcus looked up from his coloring book with wide, frightened eyes. Even Derek paused his video game. "How can you leave?" Vanessa screamed, and I mean screamed, her voice cracked with the force of it, spit flying from her mouth. "My kids and Derek depend on you for rent and childcare. What are we supposed to do without you?" My mouth fell open. In all my mental preparations for this conversation, I'd never imagined this reaction. Anger at losing their financial support, sure. Sadness about us moving away, hopefully. But this raw panic, this immediate fury, it caught me completely off guard. "Vanessa, you can't just abandon family," Mom hissed, and her voice carried that special venom she usually reserved for telemarketers and store clerks who didn't move fast enough for her liking. "Family takes care of family, Emma. You've always been the selfish one, but this is too much even for you." Selfish. The word hit me like a physical slap. 10 years of paying for things that weren't my responsibility. 10 years of babysitting so Vanessa could go out drinking with friends. 10 years of listening to Mom complain about money while she spent hundreds on lottery tickets and home shopping network purchases. 10 years of covering Dad's shortfalls when he spent his unemployment checks on beer and sports betting. 10 years of swallowing my words and keeping the peace while my own family's dreams got smaller and smaller to make room for everyone else's needs and wants and emergencies. And I was the selfish one. You know what? I stood up straighter, feeling something hot and angry rising in my chest. "You're 35, Vanessa. You weigh 400 pounds, you've never held a job for longer than 6 months, and maybe it's time you act your age and get a real." I never got to finish that sentence. Dad's chair screeched against the floor as he shot up from the table. 2 seconds later, his hand was around my throat. "No one's going anywhere without my permission," he said, his voice low and menacing in a way I'd never heard before. His fingers pressed into my windpipe just hard enough that I had to fight to breathe, just hard enough to make his point crystal clear. This wasn't a discussion. This wasn't even an argument. This was a threat. Jake jumped up from his chair. "Get your hands off her right now." Dad's other hand came up fast, a solid punch that caught Jake across the jaw and sent him stumbling backward into the wall. Blood immediately started streaming from his nose, bright red drops hitting the beige carpet. "Dad, stop," I gasped, clawing at his hand around my throat. "The kids are here." But he wasn't done. Not even close. He reached behind his back, under his shirt, and pulled out a gun. A gun. My father, had a gun pointed at my husband while his hand was still around my throat, and my children were sitting right there at the table, watching their grandfather threaten to shoot their father on Christmas Day. Lily started screaming. Max went completely silent, which was somehow infinitely worse. "Sit down," Dad said to Jake, his voice deadly calm. "Right now." Jake looked at me, then at Lily and Max, both of them crying now, and slowly lowered himself back into his chair. Blood continued to drip from his nose onto his Christmas sweater, the sweater I'd bought him last year that had "World's Best Dad" printed on it. "Good," Dad said. He released my throat and I stumbled backward, gasping and rubbing my neck where his fingers had left marks. "Now, Emma, you're going to call your fancy Singapore company and tell them you changed your mind." "I can't do that," I whispered, my voice hoarse. "I already accepted. I signed contracts. They're expecting me to start in February." "Then you'll break the contracts." "Dad, please, you don't understand." He moved the gun so it was pointing directly at Jake's head. "I understand plenty. I understand that you think you're too good for this family. I understand that you think you can just run off and abandon the people who need you. But here's what you're going to understand: nobody leaves this family without permission. Nobody." Mom got up from the table and walked to the living room, returning with our phones from where we'd left them by the front door. She handed them to Dad like this was perfectly normal, like this was just another family disagreement instead of assault with a deadly weapon. Like she'd been expecting this. "Dad, please, get your laptop," he said, waving the gun in Jake's direction. "Right now. You're going to email them and tell them you can't take the job." My hands shook as I retrieved my laptop from my purse. This couldn't be happening. This was Christmas dinner with my family, not some crime drama. These were people who were supposed to love me, supposed to want what was best for me and my children. But as I opened my laptop and looked around the table, at Mom sitting calmly like nothing was wrong, at Vanessa actually smiling like this was the best Christmas present she could have asked for, at Derek who had gone back to his video game like domestic violence was just background noise, I realized I'd been living in a fantasy. These people didn't love me. They needed me. They needed my money, my childcare, my constant availability to solve their problems and clean up their messes. But love? Love doesn't hold a gun to someone's head to keep them from pursuing their dreams. "Type," Dad ordered. So I typed. With shaking fingers, I composed an email to Dr. Sarah Chen, the director of engineering at Zenith Tech who had personally recruited me for this position. I wrote about unforeseen family circumstances that would prevent me from accepting the role. I apologize for any inconvenience. I tried to leave the door open for future opportunities, though I knew there wouldn't be any. Companies like Zenith Tech don't wait around for people who back out of major international relocations. "Send it," Dad said. I hesitated for just a moment, my finger hovering over the send button. This was my dream job. This was my family's chance at something better. This was everything I'd worked for over the past 10 years of my career. This was freedom. "Send it, or I put a bullet in your husband." I sent it. "Good girl," Dad said, like I was Marcus's age instead of 32 years old with 2 children and a successful career. "Now you can stay here where you belong and take care of your family like you're supposed to." He kept the gun out for another hour. We sat through the rest of dinner like nothing had happened. Mom served store-bought pie and talked about her neighbor's new car. Vanessa discussed wanting to redecorate her living room, with my money, obviously. Derek asked if I could help him apply for jobs online later, apparently oblivious to the irony of requesting career assistance from someone who'd just been forced to destroy her own career at gunpoint. The whole time, the gun sat on the table next to Dad's beer bottle like it was a normal part of the table setting. Lily and Max ate their pie in silence, both of them still crying occasionally. Every few minutes, one of them would look at me with these wide, confused eyes that broke my heart into smaller and smaller pieces. They were too young to fully understand what had just happened, but they knew their world had shifted in some fundamental way. They'd learned that the adults who were supposed to protect them could also be the ones who hurt them most. We left around 8 o'clock, after Dad had put the gun away and everyone had pretended to return to normal Christmas activities. Dad hugged me goodbye like he hadn't just threatened to murder my husband. Mom kissed my cheek and told me to drive safe. Vanessa said she'd call tomorrow about babysitting arrangements for New Year's Eve because she and Derek wanted to go to some party. Like nothing had changed. Like they expected me to just go back to being their personal bank account and childcare service. Jake didn't say a word during the drive home. Neither did I. The kids fell asleep in the backseat, exhausted from crying and confusion and the emotional trauma of watching their family explode in front of them. It wasn't until we were home, getting Lily and Max into their pajamas and trying to pretend this was still a normal Christmas night, that Jake finally spoke. "We're calling the police," he said, gingerly touching his swollen jaw in our bathroom mirror. I looked at his reflection, at the bruising already starting to show, at the dried blood still crusted around his nostrils, and felt something cold settle in my stomach. "And tell them what? That my dad got a little aggressive during a family disagreement? You think they're going to care about some middle-class white family drama on Christmas night? Emma," he held a gun on me. "He physically assaulted both of us. He made you resign from your dream job through threats and intimidation. He made me send an email. We can fix that." But even as I said it, I knew it wasn't true. You don't come back from something like that in the corporate world. Zenith Tech would move on to their second choice candidate, someone reliable who wouldn't back out at the last minute. The opportunity was gone forever. Jake turned to face me, his expression serious. This isn't normal family dysfunction anymore, Em. This crossed every line there is to cross. This is abuse. This is control. This is. I know what it is, I snapped, then immediately felt guilty for taking my anger out on him. Softer, I added, I know. We got the kids settled into bed with extra hugs and reassurances that everything would be okay, even though neither Jake nor I believed it. We went through the motions of cleaning up Christmas wrapping paper and putting away new toys, but the normalcy felt forced and hollow. We went to bed in silence, but I didn't sleep. I couldn't sleep. I lay there staring at the ceiling, replaying every moment of that dinner over and over again. The way Mom handed over our phones without question, like she'd been expecting this confrontation. The way Vanessa smiled when Dad pulled the gun, like she was watching her favorite movie. The way they all acted like I owed them my entire life, my children's futures, my husband's safety, everything. The way they'd made it crystal clear that they would never let me go. But here's what my family didn't know about me: I wasn't just good at software engineering. I was exceptionally good. Good enough to have spent the last 10 years not just writing code, but specializing in cybersecurity, digital forensics, and, when necessary for my work, understanding exactly how digital evidence trails are created and followed. Good enough to know how to access systems I shouldn't be able to access. Good enough to know how to make it look like someone else did it. Good enough to know that sometimes the only way to win a game is to change the rules entirely. At midnight, I got up. I didn't wake Jake. I didn't check on the kids one more time. I just got dressed in dark clothes, grabbed my laptop and car keys, and walked out into the December night. I had work to do. My first stop was the 24-hour coffee shop downtown, one of those places that cater to college students and insomniacs, where no one would pay attention to a woman with a laptop at 1 a.m. on Christmas night. The Wi-Fi was public and untraceable, the security cameras had blind spots I'd noted months ago, and the baristas were too tired to remember faces. I ordered a large coffee, found a corner table where I could see the entrance but couldn't be easily observed, and opened my laptop. Then I got to work. Dad was my first target, partly because he was the biggest threat, but mostly because he was the easiest. Men like my father, men who ruled through intimidation and threats, they never thought they needed to be careful about covering their tracks. They were too arrogant, too convinced of their own invincibility. His Facebook account was linked to his email. His email password was football123. I'd watched him type it in dozens of times over the years. His banking information was saved in his browser history because he was too lazy to type it in every time. Within 30 minutes, I had access to everything. And what I found was beautiful. See, Dad had been running a cash-only home repair business for 15 years without reporting most of the income to the IRS. He kept meticulous records, photos of completed jobs, text messages with clients, bank deposits, even a spreadsheet tracking his profits. He just never bothered to report any of it on his tax returns. The IRS takes unreported income very seriously. They take it even more seriously when someone's been claiming unemployment benefits while running an unreported business. And they take it most seriously of all when that person has been doing both for over a decade. I didn't have to create evidence. It was all there, documented in his own digital footprint. Bank deposits that didn't match his tax filings. Cash transactions he'd photographed and saved for his records but never reported to the government. Text messages with clients where he specifically mentioned payment in cash to avoid the tax man. Screenshots. Bank records. Message logs. Financial documents going back years. I compiled it all into a comprehensive report and submitted it through the IRS's online tip system, using an encrypted connection that bounced through 3 different countries. The anonymous tipster was concerned about tax fraud in their neighborhood and had stumbled across evidence while helping clean out a friend's computer. Completely untraceable back to me. Next was Mom, and she was actually harder to crack than Dad because she was more paranoid about her online presence. But paranoia without technical knowledge is just useless anxiety, and Mom's idea of strong password security was changing Grandma 2019 to Grandma 2020 every January. The thing about welfare fraud is that it leaves extensive paper trails when you know where to look. Mom had been collecting benefits as a single mother for 3 years after Dad moved back into the house. She'd been claiming I didn't help support her financially while depositing my monthly checks into accounts she thought no one could trace. She'd been reporting a household income of 0 while living in a house Dad owned outright and driving a car that was paid off. Every lie was documented. Every false claim was there in black and white. The Department of Social Services received a detailed anonymous tip from someone who claimed to be a concerned neighbor. The tip included financial records, utility bills, social media posts showing Dad living at the address, and a timeline of fraudulent benefit claims going back 3 years. 2 down. Vanessa was trickier because she was simultaneously the most entitled and the most reckless, which made her both careless with evidence and unpredictable in her stupidity. Her social media accounts were a goldmine, photos of expensive purchases captioned "treated myself," posted right next to desperate pleas for help buying groceries. Check-ins at casinos and bars while she was supposedly job hunting and too broke to pay rent. But the real treasure was in her private messages, which she'd never bothered to secure properly. She'd been selling her prescription pain medication for 2 years. Not just selling, she'd been coordinating with other people to doctor shop, collecting pills from multiple providers using different names and addresses, then distributing them to a network of buyers. The DEA takes prescription drug trafficking very, very seriously. The anonymous tip included message screenshots, transaction records, pharmacy logs, and a detailed network analysis of everyone involved. It looked like the kind of investigation a concerned healthcare worker might have compiled after noticing suspicious patterns. 3 down. Derek was almost insulting in how easy he was. His social media presence was essentially a how-to guide for violating parole. Videos of him driving without a license. Photos of him drinking while on probation for his previous DUI conviction. A live stream where he bragged about lying to his parole officer about his living situation and employment status. But the crown jewel was a series of Instagram posts where he documented his drug use in detail, including photos of substances that were definitely not legal and definitely violated the terms of his supervised release. His parole officer received an anonymous tip with timestamps, direct links to social media posts, and a helpful summary of violations organized by date and severity. 4 for 4. By 4 a.m., I was exhausted but satisfied. 4 different government agencies, the IRS, Department of Social Services, DEA, and State Parole Office, would be receiving detailed, documented evidence of ongoing criminal activity from 4 different members of my family. The tips would all look like they came from different sources using different methods, submitted through different systems with different digital signatures. A concerned neighbor here. A worried healthcare worker there. An anonymous good citizen who'd stumbled across evidence of fraud. None of it traceable back to me. I drove home as the sun was coming up, feeling something I hadn't felt in years: hope. Not just hope that things would get better, but certainty that they would. I'd spent 10 years playing by their rules, letting them control me through guilt and obligation and threats. Now we were playing by my rules. Jake was awake when I got home, sitting at the kitchen table with a cup of coffee and a bag of frozen peas pressed against his swollen jaw. He looked up when I walked in, and I could see the question in his eyes. "Where did you go?" he asked. "For a drive." I needed to think. He studied my face carefully. Jake knew me better than anyone. We'd been together for 12 years, married for 9. He could read my moods, my expressions, my body language like nobody else. "What did you do, Emma?" I poured myself coffee and sat down across from him at our kitchen table, our table in our house, with our children sleeping safely upstairs. Away from guns and threats and people who thought love meant control. "I took care of it." "What does that mean, exactly?" "It means they'll never be able to control us again." Jake was quiet for a long moment, sipping his coffee and watching me over the rim of his mug. "Should I be worried about what you did?" I met his gaze directly. "Only if you're planning to commit tax fraud, welfare fraud, prescription drug trafficking, or parole violations. Are you planning to do any of those things?" "No." "Then you don't have anything to worry about." The first call came at 7:23 a.m. Mom, crying so hard I could barely understand what she was saying through the sobbing and hyperventilation. "Emma, something terrible has happened. The IRS called your father this morning. They're saying he owes hundreds of thousands of dollars in back taxes and penalties. They're freezing all his accounts. They want him to come in for questioning today." "That's awful, Mom. I'm sure it's just a misunderstanding." "It's not a misunderstanding. They have records, Emma. They have everything. Bank deposits and photos and text messages. They know about all the cash jobs he's been doing. How did they find out? How could they possibly know all this?" I made appropriate sympathetic noises while internally celebrating. "Maybe you should call a lawyer, Mom." "And social services called me too. They're saying I committed fraud. They want me to come in for questioning this afternoon." "Emma, I don't understand what's happening. It's like someone reported us, but who would do that? Who could even know all this information?" "I'm sure you'll figure it out, Mom. Is there anything else? I need to get the kids ready for the day." The second call came 20 minutes later. Vanessa, screaming so loudly that I had to hold the phone away from my ear. "Emma, this is insane. DEA agents showed up at my apartment this morning with a search warrant. They're tearing my place apart." "What? Why would the DEA be interested in you?" "They're saying I've been selling prescription drugs. They have screenshots of my messages, Emma. Screenshots. Someone reported me, someone gave them everything. They know about the doctor shopping, they know about Marcus and Sophia's medical cards I've been using, they know about all of it. Interesting. I hadn't known about her using her children's medical insurance to get additional prescriptions. That was an extra charge I hadn't anticipated. That's terrible, Vanessa. This is crazy. Someone set me up. Emma, you have to help me. I need money for a lawyer. A real lawyer, not some public defender. I'm sorry, but I don't have any money to spare right now. What do you mean you don't have money? You always have money. You just got offered that Singapore job. Actually, I had to turn that down, remember? Dad made sure of that. Emma, please. You're the only one who can help me. My bail hearing is this afternoon and they set it at $50,000. $50,000. I can't even imagine that kind of money. Maybe you should ask Derek to help. They arrested Derek too. His parole officer showed up with police this morning. They're saying he violated parole in like 15 different ways. Emma, please, your family. You have to help us. I hung up. The calls kept coming all morning. Dad, panicking about federal tax evasion charges and the civil lawsuit he was facing for unreported income. Mom, trying to understand how social services had found out about her benefit fraud and why they were demanding she pay back 3 years of improperly received assistance. Extended family members who'd gotten calls from various relatives asking for money for lawyers and bail. Each call brought me more satisfaction than the last. By afternoon, the local news had picked up the story. Not the whole story, just fragments that made it sound like a routine bust. Local drug trafficking ring dismantled. Tax evasion case nets six-figure recovery for IRS. Welfare fraud investigation leads to multiple arrests. They didn't connect it all to one family. They didn't mention the Christmas dinner that started it all. They had no idea that this was a coordinated takedown that had been planned and executed by someone who'd spent years learning exactly how to make problems disappear. That evening, Jake and I sat on our couch while Lily and Max played with their new Christmas toys they'd actually been able to enjoy once we got home, away from the chaos and violence of my family. The house sold, Jake said, checking his email. The buyers accepted our asking price. We can close in 3 weeks. I smiled, really smiled, for the first time since Christmas morning. Perfect timing. Emma, Jake said carefully, I need to ask you something, and I need you to be completely honest with me. I looked at him. Okay. What you did last night? The anonymous tips. Was it illegal? I thought about it honestly. Reporting crimes to the appropriate authorities? No. Using publicly available information and evidence that criminals created themselves to document their own illegal activities? Also no. But how you access that information? I accessed accounts using passwords I'd observed them enter in front of me over the years. I used information they'd voluntarily shared on social media. I compiled evidence from their own digital records that they'd failed to secure properly. I paused. Nothing I did was illegal, Jake. Unethical by some standards, maybe. But not illegal. He nodded slowly. And you're sure it can't be traced back to you? I'm positive. Good, he said, and leaned back against the couch cushions. Because honestly? They had it coming. Over the next few weeks, the full scope of their legal troubles became clear. Dad was indicted on 14 counts of tax evasion and faced both federal criminal charges and a civil lawsuit to recover unpaid taxes plus penalties and interest. The total amount was over $400,000. Mom was charged with welfare fraud and faced both criminal penalties and a lawsuit to recover 3 years of improperly received benefits. Vanessa was looking at 5 to 10 years for prescription drug trafficking, with additional charges related to using her children's medical insurance for fraud. Derek was back in prison, serving the remainder of his original sentence plus additional time for multiple parole violations. None of them had money for decent lawyers. None of them qualified for bail. None of them had any way to pay the fines and restitution they were facing. And most importantly, none of them called asking for my help anymore. Word travels fast in a small town, and everyone knew the family was broke and facing serious criminal charges. Suddenly, none of my extended relatives wanted to associate with us. No more calls asking for money. No more guilt trips about family obligations. No more expectations that I drop everything to solve everyone else's problems. We sold our house faster than expected and at a better price than I'd hoped. The buyers were a young couple with their first baby, and they fell in love with the neighborhood and the good schools. I was happy to pass our home on to people who would appreciate it the way we had. I donated most of our furniture to charity rather than paying to ship it overseas. We kept only what really mattered: photo albums, the kids' favorite toys and books, Jake's guitar, my grandmother's jewelry, and a few pieces of art we'd collected over the years. The day before we left for Singapore, Jake and I drove past my parents' house one last time. There was an official notice posted on the front door: IRS seizure for unpaid taxes. Dad's truck was gone from the driveway. The windows were dark, and the yard was already starting to look overgrown. "Do you feel bad about it?" Jake asked as we sat in the car looking at the house where I'd grown up. I thought about it honestly. I thought about Christmas mornings when I was little, when Dad would make pancakes in shapes of animals and Mom would let me help decorate the tree. I thought about the good times, and there had been some good times, before everything got twisted into obligation and guilt and control. "I feel bad that it came to this," I said finally. "I feel bad that they made choices that hurt people. I feel bad that my children had to see their grandfather threaten to shoot their father. I feel bad that it took me 10 years to realize that love isn't supposed to feel like imprisonment." "But do you feel bad about what you did?" "No," I said without hesitation. "I don't." Singapore exceeded every expectation I'd had. The kids adapted faster than I'd imagined possible. Lily threw herself into learning Mandarin with the same enthusiasm she brought to everything else. Max made friends with children from 6 different countries and started coming home with words in languages I'd never heard spoken aloud. Their international school challenged them academically while nurturing their creativity and curiosity in ways their old school never had. Jake found work with an architecture firm that specialized in sustainable design for urban environments. His first project was helping design a vertical garden system for public housing complexes, and I hadn't seen him this excited about work in years. He came home every day full of stories about innovative building techniques and environmental solutions. We lived in a beautiful apartment on the 32nd floor with floor-to-ceiling windows that offered a stunning view of Marina Bay. Every morning, I woke up to sunrise over the water and the sight of ships from around the world docked in one of the busiest ports on Earth. The kids loved watching the daily light show from the nearby hotels and the way the city transformed from business hub to entertainment district as evening fell. On weekends, we explored temples where monks chanted in languages that sounded like music, and markets where vendors sold fruits I couldn't identify and spices that made my eyes water in the best possible way. We took day trips to Malaysia and weekend getaways to Thailand. We ate incredible food from street stalls and 5-star restaurants. We were building the kind of life I dreamed about but never quite believed was possible. For the first 6 months, I barely thought about my family back home. I was too busy with work. The Zenith Tech job was everything they'd promised and more. I was leading a team of 12 engineers on a project that would revolutionize how financial data was processed across Southeast Asia. I was learning new technologies, attending conferences in Tokyo and Hong Kong, and getting recognition for innovations that would have been ignored at my old company. The kids were thriving. Jake was happy. We were happy. And then, 6 months after we'd left, I got a letter. It arrived at our apartment on a Tuesday morning, forwarded through 3 different addresses. The return address was the Montgomery County Correctional Facility, and the handwriting on the envelope was unmistakably my father's. I stared at it for a long time before opening it. "Emma," it began, "I know you probably don't want to hear from me, but I need you to understand what really happened that Christmas. I wasn't trying to hurt you or Jake. I was trying to protect our family. You don't understand how much everyone depends on you. Without you, everything falls apart." The letter went on for 3 pages. Dad insisted that someone had set them up, that the timing was too convenient to be coincidental. He claimed that the anonymous tips had contained information that only a family member could have known. He begged me to hire him a lawyer, to help with bail, to come home and fix everything like I always had. He never once apologized for putting a gun to my husband's head. I read the letter twice, then threw it away. But it bothered me more than I wanted to admit. Not because I felt guilty, I didn't. But because it meant they were starting to figure it out. Dad might be violent and controlling, but he wasn't completely stupid. The timing had been convenient. The information had been detailed. And I was the one family member who had both the technical skills and the motivation to orchestrate something like this. That night, I did something I probably shouldn't have done. I used my work computer to check up on their cases. Dad had pled guilty to avoid federal prison and was serving 18 months in county jail while paying restitution. Mom had been sentenced to community service and was working at a food pantry 30 hours a week to pay back the benefits she'd fraudulently received. Vanessa was in state prison, serving a 4-year sentence for drug trafficking. Derek had violated parole again while in jail. Apparently he'd been caught with contraband, and was now serving his full original sentence plus additional time. Their house had been sold to pay Dad's tax debt. Mom was living in a senior housing complex that accepted people with criminal records. The kids, Marcus and Sophia, were in foster care. That last part hit me harder than I'd expected. I'd been so focused on getting revenge on the adults who'd hurt us that I hadn't really thought about what would happen to the children caught in the crossfire. Marcus and Sophia were innocent in all this. They didn't choose to have parents who made terrible decisions. I spent that night lying awake, wondering if I'd gone too far. But then I remembered Christmas Day. I remembered the gun pointed at Jake's head. I remembered my children's terrified faces. I remembered being forced to destroy my career while my family smiled and nodded their approval. And I remembered that none of this would have happened if they'd just let us go. The second letter arrived 2 months later. This one was from Vanessa, and it was uglier than Dad's. "I know it was you," she wrote. "I've had 8 months to think about it, and I know you're the one who destroyed our lives. You were always jealous that Mom and Dad loved me more. You were always resentful that you had to help family. So the first chance you got, you sabotaged us." She went on to detail exactly how she thought I'd done it, and she was surprisingly accurate. She'd figured out that I'd accessed their accounts using passwords I'd observed. She'd realized that I'd used their own social media posts and digital records against them. She'd even correctly guessed that I'd used public Wi-Fi to avoid detection. What she didn't understand was why. "We're family," the letter concluded. "Family forgives. Family helps each other. When I get out, we're going to have a long talk about what you owe us for what you've done." Threats, even from prison. Even after everything, they still thought they owned me. I didn't throw this letter away. I kept it, because it confirmed what I'd suspected. They knew it was me, but they had no proof. Everything they'd figured out was based on speculation and circumstantial evidence. There was no digital trail leading back to me, no witnesses, no smoking gun. Just their word against mine. And who was going to believe a bunch of convicted criminals over a successful software engineer with no criminal record? The third letter came from Mom 6 months after that. It was the saddest of the 3, full of guilt trips and manipulation disguised as maternal concern. "I miss you and the children so much," she wrote. "I dream about them every night. I wonder if Lily still likes to paint and if Max still collects rocks from the playground. I wonder if they ask about their grandmother and if you tell them I love them." She described her life in assisted living, how lonely she was, how the other residents didn't understand her situation. She talked about her community service and how hard it was for someone her age to work so many hours. She mentioned her health problems and how expensive her medications were. And then, at the end, the real purpose of the letter: "I know we made mistakes that Christmas. Your father shouldn't have gotten so upset. But Emma, honey, you have to understand that we were scared. We were scared of losing you and the kids. We were scared of being left behind. Fear makes people do things they wouldn't normally do." She asked for money. Of course she did. She asked me to hire a lawyer to appeal Dad's sentence. She asked me to help get visitation rights for Marcus and Sophia. She asked me to come home for Christmas, this would be Christmas 2024, so we could be a family again. She never acknowledged that what they'd done was wrong. She framed it as a misunderstanding, a communication breakdown, a family dispute that had gotten out of hand. Like holding a gun to someone's head was just an aggressive negotiation tactic. I kept this letter too, not because I was tempted by her manipulation, but because it reminded me why I'd done what I'd done. They still didn't get it. After a year of facing the consequences of their actions, they still thought the problem was that I wasn't being understanding enough. That Christmas, our second Christmas in Singapore, was magical in a way I'd never experienced before. We hosted a dinner party for other expat families from Jake's firm. Our apartment was filled with laughter and conversation in multiple languages. The kids performed a song they'd learned in Mandarin class. Jake played guitar while everyone sang carols from their home countries. There was no tension. No one demanded money or threatened violence or tried to control anyone else's life choices. It was just peaceful, joyful. What Christmas was supposed to be. After everyone left and the kids were asleep, Jake and I sat on our balcony looking out over the city lights. "Any regrets?" he asked. I thought about the letters I'd received, about the family members sitting in jail cells and foster care facilities and low-income housing. I thought about the consequences I'd set in motion that night after Christmas dinner. "I regret that it was necessary," I said. "I regret that they forced me to choose between their control and our freedom. I regret that Marcus and Sophia are paying the price for their parents' mistakes. But I don't regret protecting us. I don't regret refusing to let them destroy our children's futures to prop up their dysfunction. I don't regret fighting back when fighting back was the only option left." Jake nodded. "What about the kids? Marcus and Sophia?" "I've been thinking about this for months. I've been in touch with their caseworker. Anonymously, through a lawyer. I'm setting up a trust fund for their education and basic needs. They'll have money for college when they're older, but it's structured so their parents can never access it." "That's good," Jake said. "They deserve a chance at a different life." We sat in comfortable silence for a while, watching ships move through the harbor far below us. "Do you think they'll ever figure out the full extent of what you did?" Jake asked eventually. I smiled. "Dad suspects. Vanessa knows, but can't prove it. Mom still thinks it was all an incredible coincidence. But even if they figure it out completely, what are they going to do? Report me to the police for reporting their crimes to the police? When you put it like that. The beauty of what I did, I continued, is that every single consequence they're facing is the direct result of their own illegal actions. I didn't frame them. I didn't plant evidence. I didn't lie to authorities. I just made sure that the crimes they were already committing came to light. And if they get out and try to retaliate? I looked at him seriously. Jake, they're never going to be in a position to threaten us again. Dad will be a convicted felon with a massive tax debt he'll never be able to pay off. Mom will be on probation and working minimum wage jobs for the rest of her life. Vanessa will have a drug trafficking conviction on her record and no marketable skills. Derek will be in and out of prison for years. You've really thought this through. I had to. This wasn't just revenge, Jake. This was strategic. This was making sure that we're permanently free from their ability to control or hurt us. A year later, I got promoted to Director of Engineering for Southeast Asia. My salary doubled again. We moved to an even larger apartment with a private rooftop garden. The kids were accepted into an elite international program that would prepare them for universities anywhere in the world. We were living a life that would have been impossible if I'd stayed trapped in my family's web of dysfunction and financial dependence. Every success we achieved, every opportunity that opened up for us, every adventure we experienced was a reminder that I'd made the right choice that night. The letters from home became less frequent. Dad stopped writing after I didn't respond to his requests for help. Vanessa's letters became increasingly bitter and accusatory, but also more desperate as her release date approached and she realized she had no support system waiting for her. Mom kept writing, but her letters became shorter and more rambling, like she was running out of ways to manipulate me from a distance. I never wrote back to any of them. On our third Christmas in Singapore, December 2025, Lily, now 11, asked me if we were ever going back to visit America. Someday, I told her. But not to the place where we used to live. We'll visit places we've never been before. New York City, maybe. The Grand Canyon? Yellowstone National Park. What about Grandma and Grandpa? Max asked. He was 9 now, and his memories of that Christmas dinner were thankfully getting fuzzier with time. Grandma and Grandpa made some very bad choices, I said carefully. Sometimes when adults make bad choices, there are consequences that last a long time. Did they hurt people? Lily asked. She was old enough to understand more than I sometimes gave her credit for. Yes, I said honestly. They did. Did they hurt us? I looked at Jake, who nodded encouragingly. They tried to, I said. But Daddy and I made sure they couldn't. That seemed to satisfy them. They went back to their presents and their games, secure in the knowledge that their parents had protected them from something bad. Sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I think about that Christmas dinner 3 years ago. I think about the moment when Dad's hand closed around my throat, when Jake's blood hit the carpet, when my children learned that the adults who were supposed to love them could also terrorize them. I think about the choice I made that midnight, walking out into the cold December air with my laptop and a plan that would change all of our lives forever. I think about the line between justice and revenge, and whether what I did crossed it. And then I think about my children, fluent in 3 languages, confident and curious about the world. I think about Jake, doing work he loves in a city that inspires him. I think about myself, finally free to be successful without guilt, to pursue opportunities without permission, to live without fear. I think about Christmas dinners filled with laughter instead of threats. And I know, with absolute certainty, that I would do it all again. The only thing I regret is that it took me so long to realize that sometimes, the only way to save your family is to destroy the people who are trying to control it. Sometimes I wonder if they've figured it out by now, sitting in their various correctional facilities and supervised housing units, with nothing but time to think about that Christmas dinner and everything that followed. Sometimes I wonder if they've put together the timeline: Christmas dinner on Sunday, anonymous tips on Monday, arrests and indictments starting Tuesday. Sometimes I wonder if they know, with complete certainty, that their daughter, the family cash cow, the reliable one, the one who always kept the peace, was the architect of their destruction. And sometimes, when I'm feeling particularly honest with myself, I hope they do. Because I want them to know that the woman they tried to control, the daughter they held at gunpoint, the sister they threatened and manipulated, was smart enough and strong enough and angry enough to outmaneuver them completely. I want them to know that while they were playing checkers with threats and violence, I was playing chess with information and consequences. I want them to know that they lost the moment they decided love looked like control. And mostly, I want them to know that some people, when pushed too far, when threatened too directly, when left with no other choice, will burn everything down to protect what matters most. They taught me that family will do anything for family. They just never imagined I'd apply that lesson against them.